$162,433 for Public Works. The budget figures will be assigned as follows. Public Works, $884,019. Town Buildings, $35,100. Solid Waste, $398,669. Cemeteries, $44,645. The Select Board recommends Article 4.
So Alex, I'll just ask you if there's any changes from the original budget in these recommendations. Can you just point them out to us?
I will, definitely.
Okay, I'll make a recommendation that Budget Finance recommends Article 4, a motion.
Second.
Thank you, Kevin. Any discussion? Seeing none. Joe?
Aye.
Kevin?
Aye.
Karen?
Aye.
Robert?
Aye.
And myself as well, unanimous. Article 5, referendum question D. I will be recusing myself from this article to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate $1,020,988 for public safety. The budget figures will be assigned as follows. Fire Rescue Department, $947,988. Animal Control, $73,000. Select Board recommends Article 5.
Mr. Chair, I will say that there was a increase to animal control by 33,444,000 to bring it to 73,000.
And this is to look at a full-time animal control officer just for Raymond?
Full-time and a part-time.
Okay.
This is to give the option, should we decide that that's something that would be desirable. The current plan is to see if, the current arrangement's workable. So right now, we're seeking some changes in the current arrangement, and there are going to be some policy changes made. So for the foreseeable future, we'll be with the current plan, but we have the flexibility, should we decide to do something different, to do it.
Okay. I'll make a motion to accept Article 5, recommend Article 5.
I'll second it.
Okay.
Thank you, Robert. Any discussion? Seeing none, we'll go to vote. Joe?
Aye.
Kevin?
Aye.
Karen?
Aye.
Robert?
Aye.
And I will be recusing from this vote. Article number 6, referendum question E, to see if the town will vote to authorize the Select Board to dispose of town-owned property, owned personal property, with the value not to exceed $35,000. Select Board recommends Article 6.
I'll make a motion, Budget Finance Committee recommends Article 6.
I'll second.
Thank you. Any discussion? Seeing none, we'll go to vote. Joe?
Aye.
Kevin?
Aye.
Karen?
Aye.
Robert?
Aye.
And I will vote for that as well. Unanimous. Article number 7, referendum question F, to see if the town will vote to authorize the Select Board to appropriate from undesignated fund balance surplus to meet the anticipated needs of the community that occurred during the fiscal year and or to adjust the tax rate as the Select Board deem advisable, and now at an amount not to exceed $75,000. Select Board recommends Article 7.
I'll make a motion, Budget Finance Committee recommend Article 7.
Second.
Thank you, Karen. Any discussion? Seeing none, we'll go to vote. Joe?
Aye.
Kevin?
Aye.
Karen?
Aye.
Robert?
Aye.
And I will vote in the affirmative as well. Unanimous. Article 8, referendum question G, to see if the town will vote to authorize the Select Board to transfer funds between appropriation accounts as long as the grand total of all appropriations is not exceeded. Any such transfer to be approved only at a properly called public meeting of the Select Board. Select Board recommends Article 8.
I'll make a motion, Budget Finance Committee recommend Article 8.
second,
Thank you, Karen. Any discussion? Seeing none, we'll go to vote. Joe,
Aye.
Kevin,
aye,
Karen,
aye,
Robert,
Aye.
and I will vote in the affirmative as well. Unanimous. Article 9, referendum question H, to see if the town will vote to authorize the Select Board to allow town staff to make application for and execute any documents related to a grant, accept or reject grants, donations, and/or gifts of money to the town of Raymond, and authorize the expenditure of monies awarded, donated, and/or gifted for the purposes specified in the grant, donation, and/or gift. The Select Board recommends Article 9.
Make a motion, Budget Finance Committee recommend Article 9.
Second.
Thank you, Robert. Any discussion? Seeing none, we'll go to vote. Joe,
Aye.
Kevin,
aye,
Karen,
aye,
Robert,
Aye.
and I will vote in the affirmative as well. Unanimous. Article 10, referendum question I, to see if the town will vote to authorize the Select Board to appropriate from undesignated fund balance surplus to reduce the property tax amendment as the Select Board deemed advisable, an amount not to exceed $300,000. Select Board recommends Article 10.
Alex, what is the total undesignated fund balance right now?
243,000 and some odd change.
243?
Correct.
Okay.
However, with that being said, we have not utilized the $200,000 that was that was designated for this year.
Okay. I'll make a motion, Budget Finance Committee recommend Article 10.
I'll second,
Thank you, Kevin. Any discussion? Seeing none, we'll go to vote. Joe,
Aye.
Kevin,
aye,
Karen,
aye,
Robert,
Aye.
and I will vote in the affirmative as well. Unanimous. Article 11, referendum question J, to see if the town will vote to appropriate $283,164 from the tax increment of the Pipeline Route 302 Tax Increment Financing District for fiscal year 2020-2021 project proposed in the Tax Increment Financing District Development Program. Select Board recommends Article 11.
I'll make a motion, Budget Finance Committee recommend Article 11.
second,
Thank you, Karen. Any discussion? Seeing none, we'll go to vote. Joe,
Aye.
Kevin,
aye,
Karen,
aye,
Robert,
Aye.
and I will vote in the affirmative as well. Unanimous. Article 12, referendum question K, to see if the town will vote to appropriate from Tasseltot Park Enterprise Fund the amount of $76,393 for the administration of activities at the park, and to allocate all revenues generated by park operations to be recorded in and retained by the Tasseltot Park Enterprise Fund. Select Board recommends Article 12.
Make a
make a-
motion, Budget Finance Committee recommend Article 12.
I'll second that,
Thank you. Any discussion? Seeing none, we'll go to vote. Joe,
Aye.
Kevin,
aye,
Karen,
aye,
Robert,
Aye.
and I will vote in the affirmative as well. Unanimous. Article 13, referendum question L, to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate $312,000 for debt services. The budget figures will be signed as follows. 2013 Public Works Road Construction Bond, $216,000. 2015 bond payment, $96,000. Select Board recommends Article 13.
So Alex, these are the only two bonds we have out right now,
That's correct.
and they're both 10-year bonds?
That I don't know off the top of my head. I haven't read the full.
I believe so, yeah.
bond.
Don?
Is
I
that
believe
correct?
so, yes.
Okay. I'll make a motion to Budget Finance Committee recommends Article 13.
second,
Thank you, Karen. Any discussion? Seeing none, we'll go to vote. Joe,
Aye.
Kevin,
Aye.
Karen,
aye,
Robert,
Aye.
and I will vote in the affirmative as well. Unanimous. Article 14, referendum question M, to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate $780,000 for the capital improvement program. The budget figures will be assigned as follows. Public Works Equipment Reserve, $215,000. Public Works Paving Road Reserve, $310,000. Municipal Facility Improvements, $35,000. Technology, $110,000. Fire Department Equipment Facilities, $75,000. And Playground Improvements, $35,000. The Select Board recommends Article 14.
I'll make a motion, Budget Finance recommend Article 14.
I'll second.
Thank you. Any discussion?
One quick question. What is the municipal $35,000? I can't quite remember.
Facility improvements, Don? Or Alex?
Good question.
You want me, I can
Go ahead,
cover
Nate. Go ahead, Nate.
it. In the CIP line item for facility maintenance, it's upgrades to the town buildings. We bought the windows, we did the heating system,
Okay,
that kind of stuff. It gives me a little bit of room to purchase bigger things than putting it in the maintenance account.
okay. Thank you for the clarification.
Any other discussion? Now, correct me if I'm wrong. We do have a motion in a second, Sue? All right.
Yes.
Then we'll go to vote. Joe,
Aye.
Kevin,
Aye.
Karen,
aye,
Robert,
Aye.
and I will recuse myself because the fire department is included in this referendum. Referendum question N, Article 15, to see whether the town will vote to carry forward any existing fund balance in the capital improvement program, CIP, accounts, the health reimbursement accounts, HRA, and the employee compensation account. Select Board recommends Article 15.
Make a motion, Budget Finance Committee recommend Article 15.
Second.
Any discussion? Seeing none, we'll go to vote. Joe,
Aye.
Kevin,
Aye.
Karen,
aye,
Robert,
Aye.
and I will vote in the affirmative as well, unanimous. Article 16, referendum question O, to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate $773,657 for the county tax. Select Board recommends Article 16.
Make a motion that the Budget Finance Committee recommend Article 16.
second,
Second.
Thank you, Karen. Any discussion? Seeing none, we'll go to vote. Joe,
Aye.
Kevin,
Aye.
Karen,
aye,
Robert,
Aye.
and I will vote in the affirmative as well, unanimous. Article 17, referendum question P, to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate $69,000 for Raymond Village Library, provider agencies, and regional transportation. The budget figures will be assigned as follows. Raymond Village Library, $66,000, provider agency, $2,000, regional transportation, $1,000. Select Board recommends Article 17.
Make a motion, Budget Finance Committee recommend Article 17.
Kevin's with the second. Any discussion?
Second.
Any discussion on Article 17? Seeing none, we'll go to vote. Joe?
Aye.
Kevin?
Aye.
Karen?
aye,
Robert?
Aye.
And I will vote in the affirmative as well. Unanimous. Article 18, referendum question Q. To see if the town will vote to appropriate the total sum of $1,638,160 from estimated non-property tax revenues to reduce the property tax commitment, together with all category of funds which may be available from the federal government and any other sources. Select Board recommends Article 18.
I'll make a motion, Budget Finance Committee recommend Article 18.
second,
Thank you, Karen. Any discussion? Seeing none, we'll go to vote. Joe?
Aye.
Kevin?
Aye.
Karen?
aye,
Robert?
Aye.
And I will vote in the affirmative as well. Article 19, referendum question R. To see if the town will vote to accept certain state funds as provided by the Maine State Legislature during the fiscal year beginning July 1st, 2021, and any other funds provided by any other entity, included but not limited to municipal revenue sharing, local road assistance, emergency management assistance, snowmobile registration money, homestead exemptions, tree growth reimbursement, general assistant reimbursement, veterans exemption reimbursement, business equipment tax exemption reimbursement, and state grants or other funds. Select Board recommends Article 19.
Make a motion, Budget Finance Committee recommend Article 19.
Second.
Thank you. Any discussion? Seeing none, we'll go to vote. Joe?
Aye.
Kevin?
Aye.
Karen?
aye,
Robert?
Aye.
And I will vote in the affirmative as well. Unanimous. Article 20, referendum question S. To see if the town will vote to authorize the use of town employees and/or town-owned equipment or independent contractors hired by the town for maintenance on private roads in special and certain circumstances wherein the public's interest. Select Board recommends Article 20.
Make a motion, Budget Finance Committee recommend Article 20.
Second.
Any discussion? Seeing none, we'll go to vote. Joe?
Aye.
Kevin?
Aye.
Karen?
aye,
Robert?
Aye.
And I will vote in the affirmative as well. Unanimous. Article 21, referendum question T. To see if the town will vote to appropriate the money received from the state for snowmobile registration not to exceed $2,000 to the Raymond Maine Snowmobile Club for maintenance of their network of snowmobile trails, on condition that those trails be opened in snow season to the public for outdoor recreation purposes at no charge, and to authorize the municipal officers to enter into agreement with the club under such terms and conditions as the municipal officers may deem advisable for that purpose. Select Board recommends Article 21.
Make a motion, Budget Finance Committee recommend Article 21.
second,
Any discussion? Seeing none, we'll go to vote. Joe?
Aye.
Kevin?
Aye.
Karen?
aye,
Robert?
Aye.
And I will vote in the affirmative as well. I believe those are all the articles. They are, okay. This is an opportunity for public comment.
There are no hands raised, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Is there any Budget Finance Committee comment?
My inquiry is to Sue. What is going to be the voting process on these warrants right now?
That will be determined tomorrow night.
Okay,
The select board haven't decided this yet.
okay, thank you.
I see Sue Cardy's hand up.
Yes.
Hi, sorry, I turned my video, I had my video off. I wondered, I listened to the last meeting, the Budget and Finance meeting, with great interest when the discussion was around the recycling. And I don't think, I mean, it's not really relevant for this budget right now, but I appreciated what Kevin had said. And I totally agree with him. And I know Joe had questioned it. But I wondered if it would be, I mean, and I would be willing to help with this, is to look into our recycling program. And what, you know, I know Don has worked his magic and whatnot, but I see what happens down here at our dumpster and at the curbside, and you know, recycling is not really happening. So most of our stuff, I think, is going into the trash. So if it means, you know, I know the optics are bad to get rid of recycling, but I just wanted to know if there was anybody interested in looking into it further. If it's costing us money.
Yeah, Kevin.
Yeah, Sue, thank you. I agree. The optics are probably not the greatest initially, but I think what we need to look at is what's actually happening. And this is an area that I work in every day. And, you know, perhaps if we can bring light to what's really happening. I mean, we put our recycling on the side of the road and we expect that it's being recycled. But if 75% of it's being thrown in the trash anyway, you know, there's a lot of waste incinerators around the region and in the state, Maine, PERC, MWAC, and they have appropriate back-end cleaning technologies so that the, you know, smoke, so to speak, coming out the stack is actually just water vapor. They take care of any of the harmful chemicals that are generated during the combustion process. So, you know, that is one thing that I would be open to at least looking into.
Yeah, I agree. I think that most of our stuff is going in the trash anyway. I mean, I think, you know, I see, and some days, you know, especially on holidays, but just
Okay.
Oh, you got it up?
I am.
I can't. Not even on my phone.
So Kevin still doesn't. Not even with
Check,
like
check.
LT. Good evening and welcome to the Select Board meeting and welcome back to in-person meetings. We got a full room here tonight. We are going to be moving some things around and tabling some of the items that are on the agenda. We've got a lot of moving parts on some of these things, so I'll keep you up as we go. So, can I have a motion to approve the minutes of June 15th?
So moved. Second.
Any questions? All in favor? How about the minutes of June 30th?
So moved. Second.
Any questions? All in favor? All right. So we have 3 public hearings. 2 of them are going to be tabled tonight. We have rescheduled an emergency meeting for July 30th. That these businesses will be on then. They're just finishing up what they have to do. But we want to keep the business coming as far as Raymond goes. So can I have a motion to open public hearing on the request for special amusement for Cafe Sebago, and we're gonna table Sebago Outfitters and the Bibliophile Bookshop for now.
So moved. Second.
Any questions? All in favor? All right, so the public, does anybody here from the public have any comments, questions regarding Cafe Sebago? Kyle, do you wanna just get up and tell them what you're looking to do? And who you are?
My name's Kyle Bancroft, Raymond native, owner of Cafe Sebago. I'm applying for a special amusement permit so I can have live entertainment acts and various karaoke, open mic night moving forward and stay within the guidelines of the town and requirements.
Okay. Is there anybody here that has any questions? No?
What do you plan on, any type of security of any kind or anybody to keep things in order?
Yeah, absolutely. So right now, we Thursday and Friday, we keep 2 doormen on, and then on Saturday, we'll put 3 on. Our biggest priority is make sure everybody's having a good time, but is safe as well. We've had 0 issues down there. We keep kind of on the pace of what we need. If we need to increase with live entertainment and acts that come in, we can do that, but that's one of our most important issues, that we just keep an eye on everybody having a good time, staying safe as well, so.
Excellent.
Do you have a limit as to how many you can have in there?
Right now, there's been some discussion back and forth. There was supposed to be, when I applied the first time for my license, the fire marshal was supposed to issue me what my capacity was. I haven't seen that. I'm assuming that coronavirus and all that kind of held it up. But I actually don't have that information. So right now, I'm still trying to figure that out myself.
You're on, yeah, thank you. We happen to have the fire marshal here.
So Wayne Jones, the fire inspector. The original occupant load for Cafe Sebago is 48. Since last year, Kyle has removed some walls, and so we've done some remeasuring for what that capacity would be. But right now it's 48. Based on what we have on file right now, it's 48.
So the 48, you have the inside, but now you have, I believe, from what I saw on your plans from before, a fenced-in outside.
Yep.
Okay, so only 48. What about the outside? Does that include the inside-outside?
No, the outside would be its own occupant load for that enclosed area. It's not really, a closed off building, but that enclosed area needs to have exits for the amount of people that can be in that space. And currently with that enclosed area, Kyle's 2 exits meet that capacity.
Okay. How do you stop the 48 inside if they're all coming in from outside? Do you have like somebody watching that, or?
I mean, I'm there a lot of times. We're trying to keep an eye on the flow of people coming in and out. Again, we're in Raymond. We do see, it's been pretty good. We get a group of people in and they come in and enjoy themselves and then they move out. Generally, they're either out back or in. There isn't a lot of shifting between. So it's been easy to manage up until this point, for sure.
Okay, all right, thanks. Anybody have any questions? No?
I have just a couple things further. So Kyle's aware that this special amusement permit that he's asking for right now expires with his liquor license next month. So he needs to do this all over again.
Okay,
Because the liquor license is only good for the term, excuse me, the special amusement is only good for the term of the liquor license. And he's aware of that, so he's got to do this process all over again.
all right. So Sue, if you can make sure that's in the queue for next month, next meeting. I don't know what the date is on that. I think our meeting's August 10th.
August 10th, yes.
Yeah, so if we can get on that, okay.
Yeah, and he, Kyle's aware of what he needs to do. Once he gets things that he has to do completed, then he's going to schedule an inspection with us so that he can be
Do it
set to
again.
go for his liquor license.
Okay, so when you do that, if you can just put in another application for another, permit, then that way you're covered.
Yep.
Okay, all right. You did, good, thanks,
Good.
Wayne.
Yep.
All right, a motion to close public hearing?
Moved. Second.
All right, can I have a motion to go into executive session?
We have to close the public.
We just did.
Yeah.
Oh, vote, all in favor? Sorry. Okay, if we can have a motion, it's the A, consideration of private, property issue with town attorney.
So moved. Second. You gotta read out why you.
Well, I was
go into
expecting one of you guys to do the
executive
motion.
session. I'll make a motion to go into executive session under section 4056, probably D, E.
All right, can I have a second?
Second.
All right, all in favor? Okay, if you'll excuse us, we're gonna go back to the back room. Okay, can I have a motion?
Move to come out of executive session.
Second.
All in favor? Okay, so under the new business, we're going to table Sebago Outfitters and the Bibliophile Bookshop until the 30th. And we are back on to the consideration of a special amusement permit.
Need a motion table.
Oh,
I'll make a motion table those two items.
Second.
all in favor? All right, now we're back on the consideration of a special amusement for Cafe Sebago.
Put it on the table. I'll move to approve the special amusement application.
Second.
Discussion. Give me-
Have a second? Yeah, I already got a second.
Yeah.
I mean, Kyle?
Yes.
Can you just step up? We're aware of some violations that you had, you know, having some entertainment without a permit.
Yep.
And, you know, we understand your email wasn't getting to you about.
Sure.
And we appreciate that once you received the certified letter, you stopped.
Yep.
Came to the town.
Sure.
Those violations can be $500 each.
Absolutely.
We're trying to work with you here.
Mhm.
So we're not gonna fine you.
I appreciate that.
You know, you're a new business. We want you to succeed, but you're gonna have to get some control over your area.
Okay.
You have an occupancy of 48 people.
Mhm.
That's hard to maintain that without, you know, actually counting heads.
Sure.
You know, so we're gonna look to you to enforce the 48 person limit right now.
Mhm.
We've had some complaints about intoxicated people. You're coming up for your liquor license next month.
Sure.
I hope you can enforce that and keep orderly conduct in your business.
Yeah, absolutely.
Inside and outside.
Right, inside and outside. You
Yep.
know? You know, I hope you train your staff to watch out for overindulgence and rowdy people.
Absolutely. I mean, I take it very serious. I'm there on a regular basis. I don't drink at my own establishment. I'm there nearly every night. I'll sit at the door at the end of the night, make sure that people are coming out. I can't count how many times a week that I'll give somebody a ride home. Not because they probably couldn't, but probably because they shouldn't. Because that's, I know what I'm doing down there. I know how fragile that can be, and one incident can change that situation very quickly. So I'm very mindful of the situation. You know, I think that some of these complaints and some of these things are, you know, in a different nature than, let's say, caring about what's actually going on there. We've had some issues with some people around that were just personal issues that have come into my business that should have kind of kept separate, I believe. So I'm very cognizant of what goes on down there. I understand what it takes to keep that balance and make sure that I'm in check with you guys, with the state, and what I'm doing down there. So I want to make sure that we're all on the same page and just give these people a place to have a little bit of entertainment within the town and have some fun, but we will keep it in check and keep
We're
our
all
finger
for
on the pulse.
fun. We just
Yeah.
want everything to be safe.
Oh, 100%, as do I, because if I don't have my liquor license, that, you know, that really cuts into my business down there. So I know that we have to find that balance to make sure everybody's operating where they need to be.
Okay, we appreciate it.
So, and thank you for coming right up once you did get the letter.
Yeah,
And
absolutely.
emails and doing all the stuff that you need to do on that. And if you can just check on the ordinances just to see if there's anything else that would apply to your business.
Sure.
So that way where you're up to speed on it too.
Yeah.
And I think that's it.
It's been moved and seconded, so.
So you're gonna file an application
Mhm.
and you're gonna file, your other thing.
Yep.
Okay. All right. All in favor? Okay.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
Thanks for coming in.
Good luck, Kai.
All right, next thing on here is the consideration of applications for the RSU 14 Board of Directors vacancy. I think I can speak on behalf of the whole board when we say we are really sorry about the loss of Janie Cummings, and she will be missed. So, and I also want to say a big thank you to, we have, I think, 5 on here, 5 applications for the board vacancy for the school board. So, what we can do tonight is if anybody wants to get up and say anything that's running, and if anybody here has any kind of questions from the applicants, we can start with, Charlie, you want to start first? Sure. All right, and go up and say who you are and. Oh, Sarah's here.
Good evening. My name is Char Jewell, and I have been a lifelong resident of Raymond, born and raised. My grandparents moved here in the early 1950s, or maybe even the late 40s. So my roots are deep. My daughter, Phoebe, joined me. She wanted to see what this stuff was all about, so I'm really grateful that she was, and frankly surprised that a 14-year-old wanted to come to a selectmen's meeting, right? When I told her that I had put my name in for this open position, I expected her to be like, "Oh, Mom, really?" And she was like, "Mom, that's cool. Definitely you should do it." And so that surprised me again. 14-year-olds are always surprising people, right? So my reasoning, I've been thinking for years about becoming involved in the school board, and it's never seemed like the right time in my life. And so when I saw that there was a vacancy, and it is very sad, Janie was one of Phoebe's favorite teachers, and it's a big set of shoes to fill. Janie's been a mainstay of our community forever and will have a long-lasting effect on all of us for a good reason. So my interest in the board is there's been a lot of turmoil the last couple years with education. Thankfully, RSU 14, it seems, has been fairly quiet compared to what you hear on the news with some other school districts across the nation. But I think at the end of the day, the goal should be to focus on the kids and the quality of their education and their experience at school, and how we as a board and as a community can support the kids in our schools to ensure that they all have equal education, equal opportunity education, and have a good experience that will prepare them for their next step beyond high school, whatever that might be. I am a graduate of Wyndham High School, and went to school at Jordan Small, and so it's kind of funny for me to go into schools now because they've changed so much, but yet they haven't changed at all. And I remember my experiences pretty well, considering how long ago they were, and I will refrain from saying how long ago those were. But some of the things that I remember, I would like to find out, so the good, the bad, in what's happening today and how it's changed and how it hasn't changed, and what should we get back to or what should we focus on for the future. And I'm in a place in my personal life and in my career that I'm able to spend the time to dedicate to the board and the time it takes to become involved and learn and see where we are today and where we need to go. And my experience of 25 plus years in human resources, dealing with not only employment issues, but also workers' comp and legal issues and compliance issues, I think would give me a leg up for this position to help the school board, and to be able to have come from a professional compliance legal background to be able to help make and frame decisions moving forward. So I would appreciate your consideration, and looking forward to hearing from everybody else. Thank you.
Does anybody have questions?
I don't have a question, I do have a statement.
Yes.
I know Shar on a personal level as well as a business level. I think she would be fantastic for the RSU. I think she will bring a different perspective than typically would be, and I definitely, my vote's for her. because she's what we need.
Okay.
Thank
Katja,
you.
do you have, well, it sounds like you have really paid attention to the school board over the years. You do understand that you're going to be, if you're elected, you're going to be representing Raymond in that.
Yes.
And there are many financial considerations.
Oh,
that you will-
absolutely.
Okay, you do understand
Yes.
that. yeah.
So one of the things that is always, and I'll be brutally honest, that's frustrated me about the RSU is that we don't have equal representation on the board. And frankly, I don't think that's fair.
Yes.
And it's been a big frustration of mine back from when the RSU was formed. And it seems that we're kind of the redheaded stepchild that frankly pays a bigger part of the bills from my perspective. Not that there isn't much I can do about it on a day-to-day basis, but I'm really good at stomping my feet and getting my voice heard. And as Lonnie can attest, because he sees me at work. So, yes, and from my career in human resources, especially at my current level, I'm heavily involved in budgeting and paying attention to trends and forecasting budgets and forecasting trends and making decisions based on those as part of my career, part of my job. So as far as the financial, I did go to college for accounting, so hopefully that helps as well.
Thank you.
Cool. Amy, does have questions? I thought you did.
Where were you, human resource, where did you work in human
Well,
resource?
Sorry, can you go up there and tell who you are? Sorry.
Yeah.
You have to go to the microphone. That was my bad. Because you're on TV. Yeah, we are.
Where were you working with human resources?
Can you identify yourself, please?
I'm Joseph Wilmot.
Okay. From where?
I live right down the road on Webbs Mills Road.
All right, thanks.
And what you gonna do, who you are? where
Yeah, that's all. Thanks. You're new to this
You want an
too.
exact
Yeah.
address?
Yes.
26 Webbs Mills Road.
Okay.
Maine.
That works. Thanks. You can ask her.
so I started back in the day working in an answering service while I was going to University of Southern Maine. From that, I went to work for a company as a receptionist, administrative assistant. That grew into my interest in human resources. So long story short, I worked at Barber Foods for 4 years with our 46 nationalities and having to manage all of those people that didn't speak English, and doing benefits orientation and HR orientation with people that don't speak English is really interesting. So I have a wide variety of experience with people of different nationalities. From there, I went to Oakhurst Dairy, was there for 4 years. And then from there, went to Barber Foods, for Cisco Food Service, and I was there for 10 years. And then went to work for a capital investment firm owned by Peter Anania and Associates. Worked there for about 3.5 years. Then I had this opportunity to work at Performance Food Service North Center, kind of land in my lap. I was really happy working for Peter, doing HR, but this opportunity came up and I took it, and I've been there for a little over 3 years. So it's, I've learned to how to download podcasts and have books read to me while I drive to Augusta every day. And then she looks at me and says, "Mom, you didn't know how to do that?" So, yeah. So that's my background. That's where I've worked.
Thank you.
Anybody else have any questions?
No. You understand that because of the way the vacancy occurred, the appointment would just be until the next election.
Correct.
And what would your intent be to then run in the next election?
Absolutely.
So Shar, just before Peter Levitt stands up and tells you that, a representative democracy is one person, one vote. Unfortunately, we only have 5,000 people in Raymond. Wyndham has probably 20,000.
Right.
We're not going to change the makeup of that school committee.
Correct.
So, I mean, so how do you fight for the people of Raymond when it comes, you're going to be in the minority all the time.
Absolutely.
And I'm very familiar with being in the minority, believe me. How do you stand up and,
Well,
get your point across?
That's a great question. And I think working in human resources for 25 years, I am often found to not have the popular answer or the popular decision-making. You know, operations folks tend to just want to grab the bull by the horns and, you know, and maybe turn a blind eye to regulations and policies. And so that's given me experience of being able to bring forth a good, valid argument for my position, being prepared, having all of the answers before the questions are asked, doing my homework, so I'm never caught off guard with not knowing an answer to the question, and having a solid position with which to move forward from.
Anybody else? All right, thank you.
Good,
Thank you.
thank you.
Thank you very much.
All right, Sarah Davis, I don't see her tonight.
She was traveling, as was Madeline Fredden.
Yes, Sue McCarty? Sue, look, do you have Madeline's letter?
Yes, not on me, I have it in the back.
It isn't, okay.
Hi, my name is Sue Accardi. I live on Deep Cove Road in Raymond. I'd like to commend Shar on a wonderful presentation. And I pretty much agree with most of the stuff that she has said, really. And I think she would be a great member of the RSU school board. I applied. I didn't know how many people would apply. So I said, you know, I'm going to throw my hat in the ring. As you all know, I worked for the school system between Raymond and Wyndham for over 25 years. I started at the Jordan Small School when we were K through 6, worked there. And then I moved to Biddeford for a couple years, and then I went to Wyndham. And I worked at the middle school, the high school, and retired in 2015. And then since retiring, I've subbed for the nurses in the district. And I've pretty much worked in all the schools. I've worked in the clinics. I worked in the Jordan Small, I worked a lot in RES, and I've worked in all of the schools in Wyndham. So I've come to know the school system really well, working at the high school for 20 years for sure. And I've gotten to know many of the staff, the administrators, and a lot of students and families. And working as a school nurse, you work a lot with families and kids. So I felt that I might have something to offer the school board. I know the system somewhat, having worked there. I think that what my skill set would be, would be mostly knowing the system, being comfortable in the system, paying attention. I was on the board finance committee many years ago when we were still doing our budget for our school here. So I have worked with budgets in the past. But I think next year is going to be, it's going to be a challenge as well. I mean, this year was certainly a challenge. But I think they managed to get kids in person at schools, which was awesome, and it was a stress and strain, especially for the nurses. So I think next year is going to be hard too. So from my medical background, I feel like I would have something to offer in terms of where we're going. I mean, obviously this disease isn't going away. I think we're going to be challenged again next year. There's going to be tracking, there's going to be contact tracing, and hopefully, and decision making all along the way. So I hope that I could offer some insight and some expertise in that. I guess that's it.
Anybody have questions for Sue?
No, good background.
I think the same question that Rolf asked. You know, this the 1 year, would you run again?
I
or
don't
would you-
know. I don't
Okay.
know. Okay.
All right, cool. All right, Sue, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mike. Mike McClellan.
Well, good evening. I'm Mike McClellan. I live on Pismar Mountain Road in Raymond. I sadly am a New Yorker like Joe Bruno. But I have
Not
been,
a Yankees fan.
and I'm not a Yankees fan though, so I get that going for me. And it's kind of scary. It means I'm old, but I've lived much more than half my life in Raymond here. I've had 2 homes in Raymond, both ends, actually the Wyndham end and now on the Casco end. My wife Michelle is a school assistant superintendent. Actually just switched jobs. She'd been in Auburn for years and just moved to Cape Elizabeth, got recruited, which is kind of awesome. I'm a policy director for the Christian Civic League of Maine, so I'm very involved in government up in Maine, lobbying. And My kids, Maggie and Pat, went through the Raymond school system, although they didn't go to Wyndham. My wife, as a special educator, taught in a portable. And so when our kids' time was to go to middle school and high school, Wyndham had a lot of portables. And my wife just said, we're not doing that. So we were blessed to go through the Poland system. I do know the superintendent of Wyndham, as I've gone to church with him in the past, so I have a relationship with that. In my job, I am working on a grassroots effort to encourage people that haven't been involved before to get involved, to run for school board and run for select board or town council, wherever they live. And when I saw this opening, I was like, wow, I'm kind of preaching this. Maybe I should consider it myself. To jump back in time a little bit, I moved to Raymond in '87, I think. And in New York, it's very different. You can't get in within a mile of any kind of government in New York, at least back when I lived there. So coming to Raymond and hearing about town meetings and doing this was just really amazing and awesome. And I just was a naive New Yorker, if that makes sense. And I started to learn. My wife is amazing, and she started making suggestions like, you should volunteer in the kids' school. So my daughter first, and then my son went through 3 years with Janie Cummings. And I volunteered in her class, not every week for 3 years, but pretty much every week for 3 years. I was in her classroom and learned a lot about education, to the point that I subbed at times in different districts. Next, my wife said, you should go to a PTA meeting and see if you can help out. And I walked out of the meeting the president. And I remember tonight thinking about this. I actually chaired the first candidates debate. The PTA did the first one, then the Lions Club took it later. Continued on, so let's see, PTA. Then Joe Bruno started making moves. So I started following his footsteps. And actually, you moved, I think you moved to the legislature, if I remember right. And so I took your open seat for the school board, and I did 2 terms. And my first meeting on the school committee, David Boyce came in, who was the superintendent principal. I thought he was having a heart attack. And I said, David, what's going on? I came into the meeting. He said, Mike, we just got a building permit for, the state funding for what became Raymond Elementary School. And so in my 5 years that I was on the school committee, I was involved in that project. And then the year I was the chair of the committee, I ended up being the chair of the project. So I ended up being the person doing the public hearings and getting yelled at and stuff like that. But leading through that, David Boyce, of course, did all the work, but I was the one that stood up and took all the credit probably. And that included the building and the design, the curriculum, the ball fields, involved with all that. What an amazing process. And then for some reason, I ran for select board and got that. So I did, I think, 8 or 9 years, and I was of the thought that I'm not putting signs on lawns, so I'm done. I'm not doing any more. And actually, I'll mention in that time as a selectman, I actually was on the committee when we hired Don, which again was a long time ago, but you've been here a while, Don. We really appreciated that. So I thought I was done, and an opportunity came, I think about 9 years later, to run for the state representative. And our state rep had to step down, or he was moving away, so he had to leave. I got that seat. I served 6 years, and the 6-year, 2-year terms, I was always on 2 committees, but one of those 2 committees was always the education committee. And actually, we won some awards for bipartisanship up there. I was clearly the more conservative of the 13 people, but we worked really well together, got a lot of stuff done. I certainly worked hard and learned a lot about it, and did the 6 years there. When I finally, and I lost my 4th term, so when I was, in a sense, again, done with public service in my mind, I took a job as a policy director for the Christian Civic League, and found myself back up there kind of doing the same thing, except that I could go home at night and put it to bed and not really just stress on it all the time. So that's been kind of a blessing. So, this opportunity came up. Again, Janie was awesome to my kids, and so there's a great sadness, for how that played out. But I'm pretty invigorated. I believe in service. I've done a lot, like a lot of us have. I've coached, I've been on the recycling committee, I've done a lot of these things, but everybody does that, and I turn it around and think how blessed I've been for Raymond, to have us here. My family has been safe, my kids got a great education, my wife and I, I can't imagine living somewhere else, and again, I came from away, so I think what I have to offer is a couple things. When I talk to some people about this opportunity, honestly, I haven't followed the school committee because my kids are 36 and 34 or something like that. So other than what's in the paper. But when I thought about it, I started talking to people. I heard a perception that this 9-person board pretty much was a rubber stamp for the school system. And I'm not saying that's true, but I'm saying that that's what people said to me. And I think I come to you, and I think I've worked with all of you, even Lonnie, who's not going to vote for me. He and I coached T-ball together.
We did.
And imagine my surprise 12 years later when you're coaching T-ball again.
Yeah.
You know I'm a communicator. You know, everywhere I've ever done something for this town, I write a blog and I tell people what I'm doing, what the agenda is, what the votes are. So that would be my intent, is to go to that committee. I don't have any issues with the school system. I know, as I think Char said, there's been issues. And I was actually on the first committee that looked at leaving the school system. So I don't come on any biases like I'm out to get somebody, but I definitely go there as a Raymond citizen and as someone that will be representing Raymond. And to the question I think Char took and maybe Joe presented, what do you do when it's 6? And that would have been my answer too, is because of the population, it's just the way it is. It's going to always be 6-3. What do? You shine light on it. If you're the representative for Raymond, you make sure people in Raymond know what's going on there. And again, good, bad, whatever. You shine light on it. I learned in the legislature very late, unfortunately, that, and I believe in God, I realized God didn't send me to fix things. He just sent me to stand up and say things and say the truth and stand up for what I believe in. So I could not go to Wyndham and win 8-1 votes by myself, of course. What I can do is shine light on things, communicate with the people in Raymond, and things that all of you know I've done, because I'm probably the oldest person applying for this position. I've been accused of having high energy throughout my life, and even at age 61, that continues. So I'm actually kind of charged for this opportunity if I'm the person you choose. And Sue, I know I've known Sue forever, and she's awesome. And Char, you did a great job too. So you are blessed. You've got choices.
Yeah.
So thank you for the opportunity.
Great.
Questions for Mike?
Mike?
Yeah.
You're guilty of having too much energy.
Yeah, my wife would not be as nice to say that. Or she'd say it a different way.
Would you run again? After this 1 year?
No, I'm not going to announce tonight. But I was thinking of running last time, and it just kind of got away from me because of work. I'm in a position with my job where I basically have like 2 busy months a year, and the rest of the year I'm actually very flexible. So yeah, I think yes, I would. I mean, short of a health issue or something.
Okay.
Yeah.
Any other questions?
I don't
Nope.
think.
All right, thank
Okay,
you.
thanks.
Yes, thanks, Mike.
We also had Madeline Redmond, and she sent in a letter, as you guys all seen. I'm just going to read it for the public quick. Dear Board of Selectmen, I've lived in Raymond for 24 years and have 2 children attending Raymond Elementary School, 1st and 3rd grades. I am proud to live in a district that supports our public schools. With this board vacancy, I feel fortunate to have the opportunity to potentially participate in what I see as an important part of my civic duty. I have a sincere interest in public education in this district and learning how I can work together with other board members to help with the work of pursuing the board's mission and goals. If selected to serve on the board, I will listen to the concerns of the community and responsibly align them to the board's mission and goals to serve the students in the district foremost. In order to achieve my goals as a board member, I plan to 1, recognize the importance of working as a group, 2, commit the time, 3, gain knowledge about district policies, guidelines, needs, challenges, and strengths to improve the quality of our schools. 4, seek out development opportunities to ensure I am doing the best job and bring that knowledge back to the board. And 5, encourage parent participation. I would be honored to be part of the RSU 14 of directors. I realize tremendous amount of work it takes to maintain your mission, and I look forward to the chance to work alongside the current board of directors and community to continue the hard work of supporting our students, families, and educators and community members. So that's that one. I don't know if Sarah stuck one in here. Just gonna see.
She did give her application.
Yeah, that's what I
Pops
saw.
up on mine all the time.
That's what I thought too, and I didn't see a letter from her. But Sarah Davis, she was actually on the Raymond Rec, and they are currently working with the town. All right. So I thank everybody for putting in applications. I really do. This is great. This really is. So how do you guys want to proceed with this? Do you want to, I don't know if we have to discuss this in the public. Do we discuss it in the back? I don't know what the technical part of that is. What do you think? Aren't you the parliamentarian?
You can, well, I think you ought to discuss it out in public.
Okay. I just
agree.
didn't, yeah, and I didn't know honestly whether, so what's everybody feeling on this? I know everybody has looked over the applications. Is there anybody that we can rule out, or what's everybody's thoughts?
Mr. Levitt.
Oh, I'm sorry.
This is an agenda item, public comment?
Yes.
Before you vote. Yep.
Go ahead.
Thank you.
Yep.
Peter Levitt, 2 Levitt Road. Thanks for this opportunity. There's no Raymond School Board. There's no Wyndham School Board. This is an application for the RSU, correct? Mm-hmm. We've had 2 occasions to withdraw from the RSU in less than a decade in this town. By my calculation, at the last vote, 65% of the vote of the voters of the town of Raymond said, we want an RSU board. So as I hear conversations about advocating for Raymond's students, I'm not hearing that correctly, because the responsibility of a school board member in an RSU is to advocate for all the students. That's my emphasis, all the students. And so I thank Selectman Bruno for continuing my civics instruction to some individuals that simply don't seem to get what representative government is. But that being said, my concern is, as reviewing, and I think we got some excellent applications here for the RSU, my emphasis, school board members. However, I came across one answer, and sometimes the simplest answers are the most revealing, to a question or an application from one of the applicants that basically stated in response to the application question about responsibilities, it was to serve Raymond and its people, to be an advocate for Raymond's best interest in the RSU organization. My emphasis on Raymond. And so that informs me that there's agendas that are being brought to this application that I believe have been well defined as over the last decade, where the majority of the voters of the town of Raymond that take the time to vote have indicated they want us to go. I guess I'd just say one last thing for emphasis, as far as not continuing a civics lecture, but simply the fact that we were all hearing about, overturning a filibuster in the Senate takes 2/3. So I'm going to emphasize 65% of the voters of the town of Raymond want an RSU. Thank you.
Thank you, Peter.
Thank you, Peter.
All right. Anybody else want to speak? No? All right, back to the board. What do you guys want to do? What are you thinking?
I'm thinking there's a lot of good applicants. Yes, indeed. So it makes it very difficult.
Usually it's 1 or 2 and it's pretty cut and dry.
But unfortunately, there's only one position open.
Well, I'd like to make a motion to have Shar Jewell be the candidate for the RSU.
Anybody want to second that? Nope. Okay. Anybody else have a motion? Or anybody want to rule anybody else out?
I don't think that's.
No.
All right, no, I'm trying to figure out how you guys want to come to this.
No, they're all
I'll make
great
a motion
applicants.
for Mike McClellan to be appointed. I'll second Mike.
Okay, Okay, so we have a motion and a second. Alright. Any more discussion on that or any other conversations? Okay. All right, so we have a motion for Mike, a second motion for Mike. Second. All right, no more discussion? All in favor? All right. Mike? Thank you. And thank you to everybody for coming out and putting in the
Thank you very
applications.
much.
Thank you, everybody.
And I hope that if there's more, if there is a vacancy,
Don't be discouraged.
yeah, please don't.
Absolutely
There's
don't.
plenty of help we need. We need plenty of help.
We have
Your
more.
presentation was terrific, I thought.
It was.
Yep.
All right, we have more applications.
But Phoebe, you don't really sound the way your mother said you sound, but she imitated you. You don't sound that way, do you? It's mommy. Thank you very
All right.
much for
Thank
coming
you.
in.
Thank you.
She would have been a good one. Very good.
New blood.
Yeah.
New blood.
Oh, that was plenty of energy too.
All right, recycling committee applications. We have Jessica Fay, Kathy Goslin, Susan Accardi, and Grace Levitt.
How many appointments are there?
It's a new committee,
So.
so I would say all of them, because we need a committee.
It wasn't in the minutes that are right now for select, and now we're members.
I've been trying to get rid
There's
of
no
this.
limit on this committee.
No.
And this is the one Kevin Oliver is chairing?
No, Kevin Oliver is moved.
What?
Yes. So he will not be on that committee. He has moved out of town.
Wow.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, you're on the committee, recycling committee for the select board? Right. Okay. So, I'm going to move something out of order here. If I can get Nathan to stand up. And it's on the recycling collection policy, so between all you guys, hold that thought. I say we make a motion to.
Accept all the members?
Yeah, to accept all of them, because we need a new committee, we need a strong committee checking this out.
That's a strong committee right there, too.
You're not
Going
kidding,
so
that's
far.
really terrific, yeah.
Okay, so Joe made the motion.
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor? All right. Thank you guys again for
Thank you.
Thank you.
coming out to do that. And Nathan's going to talk about.
On that committee, Nathan and I will be there as well, ex officio.
Thank you. I was just gonna ask that.
Yeah.
that happened. Thanks.
Yes, unfortunately, yeah, Kevin was going to try and do that committee, but he cannot. Moving out of town too. So you working together, you're going
He
to
makes it difficult.
put together a policy, working on a policy.
For the recycling, do you want to table this trash and recycling policy until that gets going, or?
It's up to you.
I think, if I may, I think it would make sense to hear what the committee has
Yeah.
to say.
I think
We
it would.
start looking at a policy.
Most of the policy that I have to present tonight is just operational policy stuff. I was gonna ask to table it anyway, because I wanted the transportation manager to see it before we did this, so maybe we just table it and.
I'll make a motion to table.
I mean, we have, you know, at this point, we have an existing policy.
No,
for-
we don't.
We don't?
That's why I'm here, we don't have one. What I'm running into for problems is it's more neighbors complaining about neighbors not putting the trash in trash barrels, and I don't have anything that says you have to put it in a trash barrel.
Well, the policy does say that.
We don't have one
I
though.
thought
We had one for a while and it got pulled out for
It got pulled
one of
out
the
because I could
contracts.
find no record that the select board had ever approved it.
So, I mean,
It was definitely there.
I will agree, it used to be there, and I had
Didn't I
Sue
read
go
it in
digging for
my
it.
e-packet?
Because that's what he put in there.
That's what we put in.
That's what we
Oh.
put in. I
Oh,
found
okay.
the old policy, updated it with what's current currently in the contract and was what Nathan wanted. Because the point of this was so Nathan had something he could hand to people who were fussing to say, this is the policy, this is what you have to go by.
It used to be you're only allowed two trash
trash
cans,
barrels,
32 gallons, had to have your name on them.
Correct.
Right?
Yep.
It's an administrative problem that we don't have a vote that we can find, so we're just,
Right.
Oh.
so that's
Well-
all, so we were just trying to.
So
Just
maybe
trying
we'll
to
go forward
correct
with
it.
this and we can
So
adjust
that we
it
had an
later
enforceable
on.
an enforceable
Excuse me.
policy.
Thank you. So, in that case then, we can have the committee work on that.
Sure,
With
if
Nathan.
you'd like to do that,
Mhm.
but I'm not sure it's gonna intersect with, you know, the mission that was originally discussed for this committee, but it's, how big a problem is this for you, Nathan?
Well, it's starting to get we're starting to run into some bumps. I've got one individual that is willing to go tangle with his neighbors, I guess, and it is a problem in his area. They're putting trash bags out on the side of the road. The animals are getting into it, and so on and so forth.
All I gotta do is drive to work and I see it everywhere.
Right.
Everywhere.
Correct. And the trash guys are starting to wonder how many trash barrels they're supposed to be picking up. So it's slowly starting to become a problem.
Yeah, this is more of a hygiene and sanitation problem than a recycling problem, but anyhow.
It really exploded over this last year. We've had a lot of people that never were here in the winter that are staying here in the winter, and they're throwing their trash bags on top of snowbanks, and the plow trucks are hitting them. And I've got nowhere to. I can't force them to do anything.
Well, what I would suggest then is we table it for the time being, let the recycling committee at least have a initial meeting.
Okay.
Kind of set out some timelines in that, and then see if we need to do an interim approach to get something done there, or depending on what the timeline's gonna be on that, then we can have more of a consolidated approach.
I know we used to have a policy because we used to have to put
Right.
orange stickers on the trash barrels.
Yeah.
Just can't find the
It's
vote.
in the contract, and there was a policy written, I just couldn't find any record that the select board had ever approved the policy.
Wow.
All right, so we need a motion to,
So
I'll make a motion to table.
Second.
okay. All in favor? All
Thank
right,
you.
so then Rolf is gonna be the chair of that committee?
No. not
Or on that
necessarily.
board to get everybody there?
I'll be on that committee, I'm not necessarily the chair.
No, but I mean as far as organizing them to get them together and then they can pick chair from there. We'll send out an email.
Correct.
Okay. All right, so Kathy, Goslin, and Susan and Grace and stuff, you'll get an email. Okay, great, thanks. Thank you, Joe. All right, the comprehensive plan. All right. So, this was asked to be put on a thing, which I think is a good idea. I think that we need to, who's got the history? I just lost everything.
I got it right here. You can look at mine.
Well, you can get on a guest Wi-Fi
Go-
and get it
go-
back from your link.
Right, go back to the RSU guest, and that gets you in, versus the town one that doesn't
I'm-
work.
Right.
Yeah, wow, something
I
just.
mean, it works, but.
All right, I'm sorry.
You need
All right,
grids.
so the comprehensive plan committee, who's got some history on that one from 2003? And I feel we need to start talking about getting a committee together to look at doing it again.
So you've got a couple issues here. The first thing you would need to do would be to form a comprehensive plan committee. And so, similar to what we've been doing tonight, we need to put the call out there, get applications, and then the next meeting start to form that. But if we look at when the last time it was done, obviously a lot of people that worked on that are either no longer in town or no longer around. So it's going to require some work there, but it'd be a good idea. I do believe the comprehensive plan is on the website, so it would be a good idea for people that have an interest on it to take a look at that, to get somewhat of a grounding in what was done there, so they can kind of see what the what the total impact, or what the total requirement's gonna be, because this is not, when it was done the last time, it was not a quick thing. It was a very methodical and very well put together plan. And, you know, the same approach would have to get done. At the same time, we'd have to look a little bit and see what resources are gonna be available to us from the state, because there was a lot of assistance we had from the state when that was done the last time, from the planning commission and things like that. So we can kind of gel together an overall plan there. But the big thing is, yep.
Ralph, I don't think there is a state planning office anymore. I think it's been abolished.
Well, I mean, and that's, you know, you know, the question is what assistance is going to be available from the state as far as, you know, so that's some work that we can have Don look into and things like that. But, you know, it's one of those that it's going to require a lot of hands.
Yeah.
I mean, is this something that Sebago Technics can help us with?
I'm sure they probably can.
Well, I'm sure there are people at Sebago Technics that can provide assistance. There are probably, you know, planning consultants available. You know, you're familiar with my term, all deliberate municipal speed. There's time to get the committee up and running. There's time to, you know, I guess to get established and develop a plan. Probably by the time you do all of that, you'll be at town meeting.
So when do you think we start to ask for applicants?
Well, I think, you know, maybe the first step would be to contact the state, see what the present state of comprehensive planning is, come back with a plan maybe in a meeting or two, and then, you know, we could talk about soliciting applications if you decide you want to move forward. And it is a thing. It's still a thing. It's whether the state requires it or not. It's something that towns still do. And, you know, if you want to, you know, have a chance of ending up, you know, someplace that you think the town ought to be in the future, to have a plan to get there is the key. And so, you know, I think it's a very good, you know, exercise for us to undertake. And so you want to analyze. I think one of the first things you're going to do is analyze the last plan and see how that worked out. See what we accomplished, what we didn't accomplish, and so I think there's a lot of merit in this whole thing. And so maybe, you know, maybe it's check with the state. You know, see the state of where comprehensive planning is these days. Get some feedback on that. Have a discussion. Decide to form a committee. Take a look at the last plan and come up with a program and plan to move forward on the new one. And then it's going to be months probably before you'd maybe even need a consultant. So maybe you don't need an appropriation for a while.
Yeah, probably need one at next town meeting. But,
yeah, maybe.
But I mean, I look at this as same as a strategic plan for a business. You know, where do you want to go? What are your goals?
That's what it is. Yeah.
You know,
exactly.
Yep, please, thanks.
Peter Levitt, 2 Levitt Road. So, yeah, I happen to know that Joe is right. There is no state planning anymore. That fell through the cracks a while ago with a change in government in Augusta. But anyway, the situation is such that, if I'm not mistaken, with a comprehensive plan, that's tied to so many things, like Zoning Board of Appeals, the Planning Board, revaluation. Where are we going? What are we doing as far as expanding broadband or telephone access? I remember that we went through something a few years back where the town decided at town meeting to go for a cell tower because there was some financial advantages to the town to doing that and collaborating or partnering with a for-profit entity. And then shortly after that, the protected elevations in the town of Raymond that had been specified in the 2003 comprehensive plan were voted no longer to be protected because that cell tower had to go up on top of those high spots. as I recall, the town never, the third-party entity, the for-profit entity, never fulfilled their obligation to build it. They backed out and decided not to do it, so the town really didn't get anything. Unfortunately, the comprehensive plan ordinance was changed such that those vista views were no longer protected in the town. And through the effort of some citizens, we brought it back to the town and got those vista views protections reinstated. So there's a lot of implications for a comprehensive plan, and looking at, I agree with Joe, as far as the business plan for the town, it affects so many other things. And so the funding, I don't know that you're going to find a whole lot in the state right now for the funding of it. So we should be prepared to make some expenditures in that area. And I don't think it would be too soon to start looking for forming a committee on this. Thanks.
Anybody else? All right. You want to have, how do you want to move with this?
I think we have Sue post the openings. You know, come back at the next, I'd even give it a month and a half and come back in September with, say we have any applicants.
Okay.
In the meantime, we can look and see what resources there might be available.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, we don't need a motion on that, do we?
No.
All right. Okay. Thank you, guys. All right, next one up, recreational marijuana. Hold on a second. Consideration of ordinance change to allow recreational marijuana. Is Sean Brody here?
Good evening, Sean Brody, CEO of B&B Cultivation. How you guys doing today?
Good, how are you?
Good, good.
Which address?
277 Burnham Road.
Okay. In Raymond?
No, that's where we live, 1259 Roosevelt Trail would be
Okay.
the address for the business.
Okay. All right, so you sent a letter in, we didn't get it Monday morning. So you're looking for?
So basically, we're looking to open up a recreational store next to the current medical storefront that you guys are aware of. We're looking to open up a very friendly, very professional, safe recreational store, which sells recreational cannabis to people over the age of 21.
Okay.
Does there need to be an ordinance change?
There actually needs to be an ordinance.
Yes.
Because you have to opt in, and we have not opted in.
Okay.
So right now,
So you have to have a public hearing.
yes, and it also has to wait.
You'd have to go through a couple steps. Would first have to go to planning board to look at ordinances.
Right.
Ordinances would have to get drafted. Those would then have to go to public hearings. And then ultimately, it would have to go to, because it's an ordinance, it would have to go to town meeting.
Right.
So there's so many different questions too as to what do we want in the town of Raymond.
Right. At the end of the day, we're basically looking for pre-approval. Basically, the approval from the town of Raymond to give us the go-ahead to really start getting the licensing and to open up the storefront. Ultimately, it comes down to getting the approval of the town, which is kind of why we're here today. Is we're looking for pre-approval. Obviously, there's a process, planning board changing the ordinance, but we're looking to work with the town. I've been open for almost 4 years, as you guys know. Very clean, very professional storefront, no issues with the town. We follow all rules and regulations. As you guys know, recreational is approved right next door in Wyndham. There's probably about a dozen shops. It's approved in Bridgeton and Freiburg. Raymond has not opted in yet. If you guys recall, we were here, I believe it was March last year, and we basically said you guys wanted to table it for 90 days until after recreational was approved. So basically it was approved in, I believe, January of this year. It was approved by the state. It's everywhere. It's not going away. It brings tremendous value to patients, healthcare, not to mention revenue and resources into the town. So I think Raymond has really missed out on that, and we're looking to be the first recreational storefront to open up in Raymond with the town's approval.
I know Wyndham only has 2 because they had a lottery. So
Sure.
I think you just said that there was 6, and I don't think there's, I think there's only 2 for recreational.
There's a lot in
Yeah.
the stages of
A lot
being
of
open, but
Right,
but
right,
they've
exactly.
approved it, right?
Right.
Mhm.
We can't give pre-approval, because there's a process.
Sure,
and-
right,
Right, and
right.
if we give you pre-approval, then everybody else that wants to come in and do it, we've got to give them pre-approval also.
Of course, of course.
So, like Rolf says, it is a process that we have to do. And we have to decide as a board, do we want to opt in?
Right.
Or do we want to continue to not opt in, or what do we want to do as a
And
board?
one thing I would mention too is, you know, if you guys decide to opt in, you don't have to just opt in and allow it to be the Wild West, right? Obviously, Raymond's a very small community. You guys see how many of these cannabis shops, whether it be medical or recreational, they're everywhere. You know, in Wyndham, there's probably over a dozen medical cannabis shops, right? There's a couple recreational stores with, I'm sure, a bunch more pending there. So I could see how Raymond wouldn't want it to be overcrowded. So we could allow basically, you know, 1 or 2 shops to open up, as an example, right?
Well, and that's what we would have to consider is do we want to do a lottery like Wyndham did? How many do we want in the town? We haven't really even discussed it yet and thought about it. Because there is a lot of options.
Right.
You know, and I agree, Raymond is small, but it depends you want to do. Do you guys want to think about this and figure out how we want to proceed?
I'm willing to go down the road of send it to the planning board and have them start writing ordinances, and eventually the town's gonna have to vote on it.
Mhm.
But I mean, yeah, look.
It's not going away.
It's
the
right,
way-
it's not going
It's
away.
the way of life to some degree.
I mean, there was just a bill introduced in the Senate to make it legal nationally.
So
You
you gotta let
know,
it roll away.
look, as a pharmacist, I've studied a lot of pharmacology, kind of know about this stuff.
Sure.
People want to use it. I don't have a problem with it. You know, and if we're gonna do it, there ought to be competition. I don't think you go, you're the winner, and you clean up. I don't like that at all. I think you make it competitive, and you know, and whoever wins, you know, as far as being the best customer service, that's gonna succeed. You know, that's the way it goes.
Right.
But I'm not willing to say you are the chosen one.
Of course, right.
Yeah.
Ditto.
Yep.
Makes total sense.
I will go on the record to saying I don't want recreational in town, but I'm one person. So I'm
Right. And there's one thing I also want to say too, guys. When it comes to recreational and medical cannabis, obviously there's very different laws, rules, and regulations. But at the end of the day, it's the exact same product. Right next door, you know, when we open up the rec store, hopefully, we'd be selling cannabis, and we're already selling cannabis. And it's everywhere around us. At this point, Raymond is just way behind the power curve. It would bring an enormous amount of business to the town, economic value, tax revenue back into the towns. And I can say personally, I'd love to get back to the town of Raymond directly. Take some of those profits. I'm not sure how that works, but we'd love to give back to the town in a big way. I hope the town can opt to do this quickly. I don't want this really, I hope it cannot be a thing that's really drawn out, because at the end of the day, federal legalization could happen this year. So I just don't want Raymond to miss out on everything that it can be.
There is no speed here. This is gonna take a while. This is not like next week. This is gonna be months in the making.
Right. Doesn't have to take that long though, if that's what we want, right?
Well, I mean.
Oh, it does, because it has to go to the town meeting.
Sure,
If
right.
it's done
Well,
by
it
the
has to go
planning.
to the planning
Or-
board,
yeah.
write an ordinance.
Of course.
That's
Yes.
gonna take legal to get involved. This is a long process, so.
I'm aware with the administrative.
Yeah.
And we are way
Right.
behind.
Way behind.
We tabled it, and I was outvoted the
Right.
last time this came up, because
Sure.
again, it's here.
Right.
Jump on the curve.
Yep.
Or watch it go by, and we watched it go by.
Right.
You know, so.
I'd like to watch it go by again.
So-
Your 2 eyes
I'm-
and my 2 eyes see it differently.
I mean.
No, I'm that way too,
And I
but,
respect yours too,
but-
so.
and you respect mine too, right?
Of course I do.
Just Sam's.
No, so, no, and I guess my question would be, I have a daycare. And I know all the time, people are driving by and the kids would go, oh, there's a skunk smell. Yeah, there's a skunk smell, is what we say, is what it is. But is there regulation as far as, and excuse my ignorance on this, is just people driving and smoking, and if they get stopped or they cause an accident, that type of stuff?
Yeah, that'd be the same as a DUI if you're caught.
So
They're not allowed to be smoking in their
Behind
car,
cannabis,
but
yeah.
they do.
Right, and the skunk
Right,
smell,
just like
ma'am,
you're
I
not
can tell you
smoking.
that.
I use that because I'm
Right.
talking to 2, 3, and
Sure,
4.
sure.
You know what I
Right.
mean?
Yeah,
So, yeah.
I mean, I can tell you, like our storefront, you walk in, you literally can't even smell cannabis.
That is not
Right.
meant to be an insult. I swear to God it wasn't, but when they're outside and they're
Right.
saying, oh, yeah, so,
Sure.
sorry,
Right.
yeah.
Well, as you guys know, medical cannabis, recreational cannabis in general has saved so many lives and helped so many people. We personally, my wife and I personally see on a daily basis, patients come in, try the stuff, and it changes their whole lives. And there's a lot of people that they don't want to get their med card for various reasons. I know a lot of veterans don't want to get the medical card, so the recreational market really just opens it up to anybody who just wants to try it. It's a lot easier to get it, more expensive, but at the end of the day, it's all the same thing, and we're really just trying to help people, and that's really what cannabis does, and I don't think anybody can argue that benefits of the medicinal values.
And I don't argue against this again, so that's just my one opinion, so.
As opposed to pharmaceuticals, right, that you take and you get symptoms upon symptoms and you get sick from that and
Okay.
take more stuff, right?
As I said, I'm a pharmacist.
Right, so you know.
I've got lots of education behind me.
Ouch.
Don't
Right.
go down that road, because if we're gonna argue medical cannabis,
Sure.
it's easy for me to argue
Right.
that it has no value.
Really? Okay.
Yes.
All right, so I'm gonna move this conversation along. So, like,
But I have no problem with people using it,
Sure.
Right.
just so you know. Yeah.
Thank you, Joe.
Peter! To the,
Let's hear it, Peter.
He's on tonight.
he is on to He misses these meetings. Look at him.
I'm a big market forces guy, and I think I spoke at one of the last meetings about the fact that it's, you can try and regulate or control growth or whatever you want to call it, but generally, in my experience, it comes down to the market. So, once again, I find myself in agreement with Selectman Bruno. If
That's 3 times tonight,
I know
Peter.
it. I know. We're
That's
not-
more than you have done in 15 years.
Yeah, you aren't going to get me to agree on the Yankees. Don't worry about that. But the bottom line is that it's a market forces. So if there's, you can't restrict competition under our system of capitalism, generally speaking, unless it's Central Maine Power or something like that. But the bottom line is, if there's 12 in town this year, I guarantee you there won't be 12 in town the year after. Thanks.
I totally agree with that, and I do think that this is something that is out of the ordinary, and it is something that we, for whatever reason, neglected to jump on when the ride came by us. And I think that whatever we can do to speed it up, I think that that's valuable. I think it's something that we should be looking at. We shouldn't be doing it at the typical municipal speed. It needs to be done and done as quick as it can, but as thorough as it can as well, because I'm not into it being just a free-for-all neither. But I do believe in capitalism, and if the business doesn't have good quality, if the business doesn't have good customer service, if the business doesn't have the availability per se, then they'll go out of business, and that's the way I believe in business, and that's the way it should be. So on a lottery piece, I understand the reasoning, because we don't want it'll be
corner,
every right. We
Kind
don't
of like
want
a
that.
CVS and a Walgreens in Florida?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely, just like that. But on the same token, we do need to do it, quicker than just letting it go.
Well, I mean, there's only so much speed you can move along.
I agree with you there too. And again, I don't want speed to shadow thorough.
Right.
We want it to be done right, and maybe we were behind, but when we got into the game, it was done correctly. As correctly as we can see it, as the town people, because the town is the people that should be making that
Making the
decision,
final
not me,
decision.
not any of us.
Absolutely.
Right,
We're one
again,
of
we're
6
one,
or 7.
we're one vote. We're,
Exactly.
exactly. Who regulates the stores?
State.
The state does?
State.
Okay.
They have a whole office just to
Just for
regulate.
that?
Yeah.
And do you know who it is? It's DHS. Did you know that? It's DHS, isn't it? Department of Human Services?
No.
Somebody had told me that.
No, it's out of the Department of Administrative Financial Services.
Really?
There's a whole marijuana office.
Okay. No, somebody called me and told me someone had a complaint to call. That's why I was surprised. Like DHS has their fingers in everything there. So. All right.
I'll make a motion
to send recreational marijuana to the planning board.
Second.
But with what
With
guidance?
the aim
With-
of
With what guidance?
setting ordinances, getting it ready for how many stores to allow or have no limit, whether, and then eventually getting to town meeting for a vote.
Second.
Do we keep it, those stores in a, I'm really sounding stupid on these things tonight. In the commercial district? Or can someone have like
That could be part of the ordinance.
That's part of
Right.
what, that's part of what.
That's part of
the-
what the planning board
That's part of
needs
what they
to
have to look.
decide.
Yep, okay. Where? All
But
right.
they're, I would think they're going to look for some guidance from us as to what are we thinking? Are we thinking it should be just in the commercial zone? It should be, because.
I want to see people selling it out of their garage.
And they will if we don't do that.
Well, I mentioned, they mentioned something like off their back deck or whatever, and have people, so.
If I would, I mean, you have home-based and, it'd be a retail store. It'd be a retail store. There's one comment I could make. You wouldn't want to have it be unlimited. Perfect example, Wyndham did that with the medical, and there's like over 12 different shops there. I don't think Raymond needs, over 12 different rec stores. It's very small.
If they're surviving as a business, I don't think we have a say in whether they survive or not.
I agree.
Yeah, you want to
Peter just
invest
said, yeah.
whatever amount of money to open a store, and it fails, that's on you, it's
Sure.
not on the town.
Sure.
Peter just said we can't limit them. So, and I know
No, but
Wyndham
what you
did,
can,
yeah.
what you can limit is what zones.
Where it's
Where- yeah,
allowed.
right.
What
Right.
zones, which then gets into.
Small school necessarily, but that would be
Well,
a
I
zoning
think,
ordinance.
I think the
Right.
state doesn't allow that anyway, so.
So do we want to say as a board that we want to keep it in the commercial zone? And not in the rural,
Yeah.
rural residential, not in the village, not in,
Shouldn't we leave, I mean, and I understand that piece, and I do agree with that piece, but I almost think we shouldn't give them any guidelines. Let them be creative and let
That's what I think.
let them do their job without their hands tied,
Well,
and then from
other
there.
than the fact that they have on other things, they've come back and asked.
Well, I think you
asked
give
for
them some
guidance.
guidance.
Asked for some guidance, I
Yes.
mean.
Not that we don't want to give it to them, but not that they
but I
want
mean,
their hands tied.
I mean, I would, I mean, if it did go forward, I would not want to see it in the residential zone.
No,
I would
I
want,
agree.
I would,
Just
and I would
commercial
think
only.
if we're going to say, if we're going to send it to them to look at, we would say that,
Just go through the process,
one of the,
that's
one of the
all. Whatever
provisos
has to
is
be
it would
done.
be in the commercial zone.
Commercial
only.
zone.
Yeah, I don't think we need to approve anything today.
Another comment I'll make.
To go to the board.
No, it has to start.
It's a start here.
Yeah, you have to send it to the planning board to start writing an ordinance.
And it's been seconded.
Yeah.
So
I know it's
now
still
we're
in
in
discussion, yeah, so.
And she's stalling the inevitable.
No, there's still comments and questions.
I was just going to say, what it comes down to is each town can elect to do retail. There's one front of it. Like we're trying to get a retail-only store, no cultivation. So there's like 4 different categories. It's retail, cultivation, and then I think it's manufacturing. I believe there's one more, I can't think of it, but there's different categories a town can opt in on. What we're trying to do is just a recreational retail-only store, no cultivation. So a town can allow just retail, they can do just cultivation, they can do everything. Wyndham did everything, I believe.
Don't we
so
have cultivation in Raymond right now?
Medical,
Right.
medical. I'm actually not sure about that in Raymond. I'm not sure if there's
I
any
think
ordinance
Yeah, we do.
for medical. Okay.
Yeah, we
Right.
do.
So, that's something that we can put to the planning board to say, take a look at all 4 of them, see what's best in the overall plan for Raymond.
We appreciate the consideration.
Was there an amendment to the motion or?
No, we're still on that motion that he says I'm stalling on.
No, the motion was to send it to the planning board.
Right, the motion was to send to the planning board.
Correct.
The other stuff is just
All
guidance.
discussion.
Put that into the comprehensive plan.
Yeah, see? That'll take a while.
That'll take 5 years.
No, after.
All right, So are we all in agreement if we send it to the planning board as far as, commercial only? And they're gonna figure out how many stores?
I think you send it to them. Here's what we want. We want a retail
Oh, that's what I'm saying.
marijuana
Yep.
ordinance. We would like you to look at
You
whether
write
it's
this down.
solely in the commercial zone, whether we allow cultivation, whether we allow, what's the other one? Oh,
I believe manufacturing.
And there's one more you said.
I believe so.
Yeah, I think there's 4 of them also, I can't remember.
Yeah, it might be in social clubs, maybe.
What is it? I'm sorry.
Silviculture?
What was it?
Silviculture?
I'm not sure off the top of my head.
That's a growing.
I mean, I know the main 3 is retail, cultivation, and manufacturing.
So,
So once they do their homework, they bring it back to us and ask us more questions?
no, it's theirs at that point.
All right. I don't want it in residential, that's just me.
Well, no, but, yeah.
And just, if we do.
I don't think
Okay.
any, most
So
people
we
would
can add
not
that in
want
there.
it in residential.
Okay, so we can put it in the
Would be
commercial.
my guess, that's just a guess.
So
on my
retail
part.
marijuana ordinance in the commercial district. Anything else you want to add on that?
No, it's gonna, I mean, it's gonna have to go through public hearings and whatnot.
Oh,
So
yeah.
you're gonna get feedback from the community on
Right.
what additional they
When
want.
it goes to a public hearing,
Okay.
after they write the ordinance.
I expect they'll look at ordinances from other towns
other
and so
towns.
forth.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Okay, so there's motion, all in favor? Against? Sorry, I'm gonna stick to my guns, take 3 to 2, it goes, the ordinance, all right?
Thank you very much.
All right. The American Rescue Plan Act, I think it's Kathy? Make sure I get everything, there's a lot to cover in there.
I believe you skipped H, Madam Chair.
Which one is H? Because-
Update on auto mill recycler.
Oh, that wasn't on, sorry, that wasn't on this big one. All right, so wait a minute, we did that one, we did recycling, comprehensive plan. All right,
American Rescue Plan is not.
and now it's
That's in the e-packet, but it's, the agenda has.
Yep, sorry,
update on-
Kathy, I'm sorry, I'm gonna kick you back out of here a second. Alex, is update on auto mill recyclers? It's not on this one, that's why I was looking at the big one.
Well, it's 'cause it's just an
Yeah.
update. It's an update, so it wouldn't be in the e-packet.
Okay,
Good evening.
hi.
Alex, code officer for the town. At the last meeting, you guys approved the auto mill recycler's license, and there was some question on the number of cars they were allowed to have on the lot. So you wanted me to do a little bit of research on what that number was, because they believed it was 20 cars for recycling, salvage, and 10 cars for retail, for sale on the property. So it took a little bit of work. I thought it was actually a condition from the ZBA, but it actually wasn't. It actually came about when they applied for the recycler's license with you guys in, I believe, August of 2019. On the application, they actually asked for, well, I'll read it. They said, "We would like to have up to 20 vehicles at our location. That includes vehicles for sale and vehicles waiting to be looked at." So the number came from them. So there was no 20 plus 10, it was 20. That was approved by the select board in August of 2019, I believe. So I did stop by this afternoon or this evening before the meeting, and they have about 40 cars there right now. So that's where we're at.
Did we just
Um,
speak to them last week?
Somebody gave them a warning that said, we won't be so nice to you next time if you're over, and this is the second time that you have stopped down there, that they have been over on it, and we made sure that we had told her on
Yeah.
the thing to stay within your numbers. Maybe, I think it was you, Lonnie, that says, we won't be so nice next time, stay within your numbers.
Right.
So now they're really over.
Yeah, they've gone up.
And that's not, that's on, the 20 numbers is on what we approved, but they're thinking that they're supposed to have 30, and we're still over.
They're still at 40.
And this is the second or third time?
It's every time I've been down there, they've been well over
'Cause
20. Yeah, except for the first time this past winter in January when I went down, and there was probably 10. But since then, it's been over 20.
What options do we have now?
Well, the approval from you guys was up to 20 cars. So technically they're in violation of the recycler's license from the town. So we could send them a notice of violation, let them know that they have to stay under that 20. And see where that goes. If they respond to that, then the situation's resolved. If they don't, then we can try and go further with enforcement action.
You already told them publicly when you went down before the last meeting that they were over. So that's kind of like, to me, you've already been on notice.
Yeah.
And I know that you
Couple of
mentioned
times.
it another time that you told them to get it down. So this is like number 3.
But we have not,
Yep. No, I understand.
we have not
Yep.
issued a written
Notice.
notice.
Right.
Correct.
So I would say that is the first order of
Yep.
business, is issue the written notice of violation. Because otherwise, you're into, it's he said, she said.
Yep, absolutely. Yeah, we can
So
go ahead and do that.
So we
Will,
do.
will you hand deliver that to them?
I can, if you'd
I
like.
think,
Yeah, that would be.
I think that
We're
would-
required to
Good
send
idea.
it,
Registered mail.
through certified mail and
Yeah.
first
Okay.
class.
Yeah.
Yes.
but
Then we
can
have
do
a
that as
record
well.
of it.
Because ultimately, the only stick that exists is pulling the license.
Right.
I
Absolutely.
would prefer to
Keep the business
see
going.
if we can keep the business going, but make sure they're adhering to what they're supposed to. So, the written notice is the first order of business.
Yep. Sounds good to me. We do that.
I don't think you need a motion.
Is there any fines with it, or you just pull their license?
Well, if we send them a notice of violation, there's standard fine language that goes along with that, written by statute. So if it were to go beyond just a standard notice of violation and you guys decide to actually take action against them, if we bring that to court, then there would be fines we could assess to them. But I don't really see that being the outcome here.
No.
I think there's other avenues we could go before court.
No, I don't want to go to court either. I just, yeah.
Yeah.
But, okay. Nope, thanks. All right.
Okay.
Update on the Shaker Woods project.
Yeah, while I'm here. I did meet with Jared a couple of weeks ago. He's very busy right now working, so he works nights. He did tell me that he's spent a significant amount of his summer so far cleaning up his yard. Where we've left it is Kathy, Wayne, and myself will go down and do a inspection again with him like we had been doing before he went back to work. And we'll take a look and see where he's at. He had made good progress on the inside of the house, but wasn't really 100% there. So we're hoping he's made a little bit more progress there. And we tasked him initially with focusing on basically the perimeter of the house, getting that cleaned up. We're getting pretty close to the deadline that you guys had set for the junkyard. So obviously we're hoping for, I don't want to say a miracle, but last time we were down there, which was probably spring, I'd say April or probably May, we weren't close anywhere near where we need to be. So
Is the house habitable?
it's a significant improvement from where it was when we first
Is it a
went.
health hazard? There are neighbors there.
It was.
Yep.
neighbors? Not anymore. Oh.
So where it is currently, we've allowed them to stay in the house because they spent a significant amount of time and money cleaning up and repairing the garage to live in, to the point of where we were comfortable with them continuing to stay there while they fixed everything else.
Joe wasn't on the board at the time. I mean, you guys had a list of electrical.
I know who it is.
Electrical and stuff like that. So they've gave them this. We want it safe for them.
And there's still 4 people living there? Just
And then there was other residents that were living in the mobile homes that were on. One's a mobile home, one's a trailer, I believe, right?
Trailer's not habitable. There's one person that lives in the trailer.
Right.
And that's in okay shape.
They also make sure that the road's clear so they can get something
Yeah.
up there. Yep.
The order, I believe, gave them until October to clean up the junkyard. So
So you guys don't know right now what the outside or anything looks like, okay?
yeah, I mean, we don't know for sure. I have a good idea of probably what it looks like, but we'll set up a time in the next couple of weeks to go out and look at that and see where we're at, and probably take some pictures for the August meeting so we can give you a visual of where we're at a couple months out.
Yeah, if we can get an update on August, just so you can put that on there, thanks.
Yeah.
And then that way, because if it's been since like April, May, we've got, yeah. Okay. All right, thanks,
Excellent.
Alex.
Yep.
All right, now, Kathy.
No, carry forward amount.
Why? I
Because
quit.
it's not-
I'm done. I'm
Just
out here.
because it's not in the e-packet.
All right. All right. Alex Aponte. Sorry, Kathy. Sorry, Civic.
Alex.
I'm not really Alex, but it's my account, and he told me to do it. I do what I'm told. I'm asking to carry forward some money from my operating budget, put it into CIP paving. We had a really light winter, as we all know, and I'm looking to be about 161,000 under budget. And I'd like to carry 100,000 over to my CIP paving account out of that.
So all the bills are paid right through the end of
That'll leave
June?
61,000 left in my account to
Nice.
carry us through, and I'm way under that. I think I approved of a couple of $1,000s today of last year's budget.
I'll make a motion to carry forward funds.
Last time you guys got together, you and Rolf bought him a couple new trucks at one of our budget meetings.
I remember that.
Yeah, exactly. All right, so we have a motion on the table and second. Any discussion? All in favor? Thanks, Alex.
Thank you very much.
Thanks for hanging around, Alex. Nice job.
Thank you.
Now you can get.
All right, Kathy's not gonna stand up on this one, 'cause she's gonna, no, I'm gonna say, sit down again. Go ahead, Kathy. My two things are really.
Look over your shoulder
Kathy Goslin, 11 Eagles View Drive, also the Deputy Chief of the Fire Rescue Department. Here to talk about ARPA, the American Rescue Plan Act. This has come out of monies from the federal government. The town of Raymond is going to be eligible for about $500,000 from the state of Maine in the ARPA plan. We're also going to be eligible for some grant monies for Cumberland County. That amount will be determined. Cumberland County has about $770,000 that they will give out to the local towns. The dates of the grant, and Alex just left. I was going to ask, Dawn, do you know if we've seen any of this money come in yet?
The county has seen their money come in, some of it, I think about half, and they're gonna get the second piece of it shortly, I believe.
Okay, because according to the federal mandates that they wrote, that they were going to give the money to the state of Maine in May, and then the state had 30 days to get it out to the communities. The dates of the grant was 7/31/21, and it's now been extended, so it's going to go till December 2026. So they've extended the time frame that we can use this. The eligible categories for the grant uses, and they've been very specific on this. You can use it for infrastructure, water, sewage, or high-speed internet. You can use it to aid to impacted industries due to the pandemic. Tourism, travel, hospitality, and reopening those businesses are in there. There's also, you can help your small community businesses in that. Premium pay for workers performing essential work during COVID. They've put that in there. They can do it as an hourly increase, or you can do it as a bonus. Can't be used for any pension plans. They've been very specific on that. So initially I got together with Kevin Woodbury, and we looked at the broadband internet to see if that fit. And it doesn't, because Raymond's internet already exceeds the level of the internet speed and connections that the grant allowed. So we really can't do that. So our recommendation is, and the committee right now is Joe Crocker from REC, Nate White, and myself are going to head the facilities team. And we're looking at going in the direction of upgrading the town's recreational facilities under the area of travel and tourism, because the grant is very specific that travel and tourism was one of the affected areas. And with the emphasis on the water and sewer needs. You know, Raymond doesn't have a sewer system. We do have some public water, but it's very narrow where we do have it. And that $500,000, if we wanted to expand our water lines, would be eaten up fairly quickly. So looking at that, I've met with Nate and Joe a couple of times, and we're looking at some priorities that fit into the ARPA plan. Nothing's written in stone yet. We want your approval to go forward. Number one priority is the current snack shack at Tasseltop is failing. We're proposing to build a new facility which would include a snack shack area. In the front of the building would be the snack shack. Have a covered eating area with 4 picnic tables with bathrooms and changing rooms on the back. This would include putting in a septic field, a new septic field, and it would need a grease trap because it has a commercial kitchen, and it would probably have to be pumped up. Facility, we would air condition it with heat pumps. So that would be the first plan. So we have $500,000. Looking in that number one priority also would look at upgrades to property signage for Tasseltop and promotion of tourism. Now I'm going to take a step back and say we looked at all the facilities that Raymond has. We looked at Crescent Beach, we looked at the Raymond Beach, we looked at Mill Street thing, and we're trying to see where tourism fits best and where the septic and water sewers fits into it. And we really thought that Tasseltop kind of fit that bill. The second priority would be to build a second large septic field in the upper area where the parking lot is in that part of Tasseltop to serve the future 3 proposed rental cabins and a planned covered pavilion that would have a couple of bathrooms in it. The pavilion could be used to support classroom use, schools, rec programs coming into it, farmers markets, movie nights, wedding and facilities rentals, those type of things that Joe is working on for that. Final determination, you know, we'd take it as far as the projects went. I can tell you in working with Nate, priority number one is going to take probably just over $200,000. With this, the grant monies can be used for the construction costs, our engineering fees, all our permits, administration time, advertising, all of that. So all of the costs with this project could be tied into the ARPA funds. If we look at the 3 new rental cabins, Joe is proposing that we add 3 more rentals. The 2 that he has now rent very quickly. That would be extra income to the town and extra income into Tasseltop. He talked about just trying to put 1 bathroom, a central bathroom in that all 3 cabins use. And we kind of said, no.
I wouldn't rent that.
I wouldn't either, Joe. I agree with you on that. If I'm going to rent a cabin, I want my own bathroom.
Yeah.
But hopefully tie them into 1 larger septic system. Under his proposed master plans would be the 3 proposed rental cabins and a 2-bay garage to use as a maintenance building. The current maintenance building is right next to one of the rental cabins, and he really needs another bigger place. So, I did find out some good news though, is we're a non-entitlement community. Originally, they said the first reports were going to be due by August 31st of this year. But because we're a non-entitlement community, which means we serve less than 50,000 people, population, first report's going to be due 10/31/21 to the Treasury for the state of Maine. And then we'll have to do quarterly project and expenditure reports. The reports are going to need copies of any contracts of over $50,000, which septic systems and that are going to be. The types of projects, all of our financial data, all of that have to go from there. So from here, if you guys agree, I mean, I do need the first report by 10/31/21, which is only 3 months from now. I think we look at the septic pit testing, the design of the septic field, where it's gonna go, and plans for the bathroom and snack shack. Get those ready, so then if once we approve this, we can put those out to bid. Or go in a totally different direction, it's up to you guys, but the premium pay is in there, which I think should be a big not a big portion, but a portion of this, or maybe use the Cumberland County monies for that. But those are the two areas that I'm recommending.
Have you looked at the road load?
The road load?
Yeah, are we gonna have to do anything with the drive and that? Because now, everything you're talking about here is gonna increase use there. And that's not a real big road right now. So what are we gonna have to do on that side? And is that allowable under this?
No. I don't believe it is, Joe.
The road,
Sorry, Rolf.
even though it's infrastructure?
It says, well, they're very careful on the infrastructure. It says if you had planned projects that were delayed for the pandemic, because usually grants won't give you money for infrastructure in general, FEMA grants and those.
Done.
The other thing I wanted to comment on, Rolf had written solar on his paper there, but what happened was, those folks who've been on the board for a while will remember we put together a huge package of sustainability projects. Those are all off the table. Those were not included in the American Rescue Plan at all. You know, we looked at solar projects, we looked at, various energy envelope projects. Those are all gone. So
The only infrastructure they're saying is water speed and water sewage and high speed.
And my personal favorite, of course, is the broadband, internet. And I will have an update on that, but later. But anyway, so that's all gone too in a substantive way. But so you remember, you probably saw the packet that we put a great deal of effort into earlier in the spring, under the direction of the state and GPCOG, and that's all gone.
Yep.
So that was disappointing. And anyway, I wanted to comment on that piece. And as far as the premium pay, that's just public safety and public works from this funding.
Yes.
So.
Because they were the only essential employees?
Yes.
Is that what?
Well.
As defined by the federal government, yeah.
So the property, as I don't know if you guys all know, Tasseltop is owned by the state, and they lease it to Raymond. Have we gotten permission to do this kind of
That's
stuff?
what Joe is looking at right now.
Okay.
So he's put a request in for them, for the state of Maine Parks and Rec.
And it's 100 years.
Well,
but it is.
But one
Yeah,
of the
I'm
things.
just saying, it's a 100-year lease.
Yeah, and one of the things,
four
we
increments.
met with them, Doug Beck and them, several of us did, and they want to see the land used. They want to see it, they said it's very underutilized. And that's when we were talking about putting that playground down there and stuff like that. So, and I know he's got something on that, and I also know that the Department of Inland and Fisheries or whatever has big grants too, that they'll do, like some matching grants too, that we can do. So as long as they have permission, I don't have a problem with that.
What I'd like to do, though, is even though it's 100 years, we've clicked off 25 already, so I'd like to not only get their permission, but, get an extra 25 years tagged on there as well. You can't plan too early, right?
Yeah. So, yeah, and I know Joe knows, he said the Doug back that does the guy that's, does the
Yeah,
land.
Joe and I have talked about that, and I've tasked him to go forward to Parks and Recs and get their permission. So he has sent some documents into them.
Okay.
And one thing, I'd also like to say, if you haven't been down there lately, you should go down and take a look at what's happened already. And you should also, I know that you've been getting the reports, and for the public, under the new Recreation Department management and the work that the Public Works has done, and the help that we've gotten from Kathy as, project manager on some of the grants that we've already received, the place has been really transformed, and it was popular to begin with, and it's really, revenues are, coming in.
He told me that they're passing 2019's totals already.
Right now.
And then he's extended the cabins, early and late, and he's taken out some of the greenery down there and opened up more parking spots for people. He's made more beach space by taking away the picnic tables and moving them up. He's made a lot of money from down at Tasseltop. He's done good.
I mean, I think it's a good investment on our part.
I do. Because we're utilizing something we didn't utilize.
I'm just worried about, it's only $500,000 now.
Yes, it is.
Right, we gotta be very careful.
It's a $500,000, for most of us, that's a lot of money.
But not with the
But,
cost of
right,
things.
but once you start building stuff and
It sounds like a lot of money, you're absolutely right.
Right.
It's not a lot of money today, and so we gotta be very careful not to bite off more than we can chew with that amount of money, I
Right.
agree.
So,
Nathan wants to say something.
I think that one of the important things that we gotta pay attention to is forward planning, and the biggest thing is the septic system. In my proposal to her and Joe was to pump, it's gonna have to be pumped from the lower parking lot up. And at that point, you should design the system to do the 2 or 3 cabinets. So it'd be one system, it'd be in the parking lot. But that all has to be, there's a lot of moving pieces here.
And then once you start putting pumps to pump up,
that's
you'll be
expensive.
replacing them every 10 years.
Correct.
Right.
You get some maintenance here, because those are all commercial equipment. and
Right.
It's quite a system.
So that's something that should be budgeted in the Tasseltop
Yes, that,
budget.
into this.
Okay, all right, so,
Well, for 10 years down the road, no, we can't.
And
No,
And
but
it's-
you,
but
you
we go
would,
to
but it would go in, it would go in the
2026.
CIP.
yes.
And the other thing too that you need to know is that this is a proposal, it's subject to federal review and approval.
Right.
It may not pass,
Well, no, and that's fine.
yeah,
I mean, then we'll come up with something else, but,
right.
so, with the snack shack, the bathrooms, and the cabins, and everything else, does that all fit in that 500,000?
That's hard to say yet, Teresa.
Because the
You know,
prices
we
of
really
everything
need a
right now.
price on the septic system. Nate estimated 100,000 for the septic system, 30,000 for a well and all of that, 30,000 because we gotta bring some of the electrical stuff down. You know, so when you start adding all
Nathan's
of that
just
stuff.
taking that money
you
off
know,
that
no, no,
pile
no.
there.
We'll run through 400,000 per
Yeah.
If
Okay.
we're-
You know, the cabin would be about 80 square feet and $140 a foot for building costs. So we're starting to add up.
Okay.
Okay, on the, because we're now dealing federal grant funds, are we under, yeah, it's not Robbins-Patman, it's Davis-Bacon rules?
Say that again, Ralph?
Are we
Davis
under
Bacon.
Davis-Bacon rules?
I would assume so. If we get into this, you're gonna fall into Davis Bacon.
Which makes it even more expensive.
Correct.
What is Davis Bacon?
I haven't heard a thing about that.
It hasn't mentioned
hasn't
it
come
at
up
all
under
in the
anything.
opera
Yeah, but
stuff.
it's federal money, and that's usually in their boilerplate
Some of the
someplace.
stuff that, with the federal money that I found, that if the
That's
town
giving them jobs.
opts in to do the like-kind work, so if we brought our crew in to do the construction work, we could, I wouldn't wanna call it skirt around that, but there's a workaround on that.
Oh, yeah, we ought to check, just make sure, because
It's a good- it's a good-
that can come back and bite you quick.
Yeah, it's a good question, an excellent question, but there hasn't been a mention of it yet.
Hasn't been mentioned in it at all. But what they haven't done is they haven't given us the forms yet either.
Right.
All they've said is you've got a report due on this date, it will contain this information.
And this is being treated, so far this is being treated as like a grant award.
A grant award.
Different than some of their federally administered programs. So I
Right.
don't know, we should ask the question for sure, but.
But it doesn't sound like when you read it, it's a competition. So it's like Raymond will get $500,000.
Right.
But we've got to make sure that we spend it according to the grant rules, and then just justify it after.
Right, but it doesn't sound like it's like their transportation projects and some of the other things that are Davis Bacon, but we'll check that for sure.
We literally just got it for the daycares. The same thing, and I was surprised to see that. And so they're doing it, it hasn't come out yet, it won't come out till like September, they said, but they're doing the same kind of thing, and they're also doing the same kind of, like certain regulations, like you can do the pay increases if you wanna, build up your structure more, but
Yep.
it's the same thing, showing everything.
Yeah, this, the American Rescue Plan, what we're getting is only a very small portion. They're dishing it out for all different
Oh, yeah.
types of things.
So,
Okay.
So direction to go in, or are you guys comfortable with this
I
so
mean,
far?
I'm comfortable with Tasseltop and looking
Yeah.
at it. As far as the premium pay, I would recommend a one-time bonus and not a
That's what we're
bump in
proposing.
hourly pay.
That's what we're proposing.
Yeah.
Yeah, one-time bonus, and we're gonna look at the model that other towns are following. We're not gonna reinvent the wheel on this,
And the chief and I looked at the premium pay, and we, I don't think it's been submitted yet to Donna, to Alex, 4 different levels. Those that, and I'm talking about fire rescue only at this point, those that did something, those that, went above and beyond, but 4 different levels, so it's not, everybody just gets the same.
It should be based on how many hours you
Hours
actually
you work,
work.
yeah.
Absolutely.
You know,
Yep.
that's how we, well,
Yeah.
in my company, that's
Yeah.
how we
And that's
did it.
how we're looking at
Yeah,
it.
ours as well.
So we've done that, but we haven't put any amounts, that's not what we're going to do.
Right.
And then we'll work with Cumberland County. You know, from what I've been told, they're just saying be patient at this point, because they don't know everything. But we do know 770,000 for the, I think, the 13 towns, so I think if
Yeah,
we-
that's just the intergovernmental pool. They got millions, like
Right, but that's
57
what they're
million or
doing to
something.
the towns for use, and that will be more of a competition.
But
So
that's
I
only
would
for
say-
small towns, is that correct?
Correct. South Portland and Bridgeton already get their portion.
Right.
So I would propose that we look at a project that's gonna be 50 to 75,000 to put in for that, and hopefully be successful with getting, we'll get something from them. But
Right.
All right, I say we, go with the Tesla top and the pay. Good, thank you. All right, let's see, road names.
Road names.
Kayla's not here.
Hopefully Sue's got that.
Yep. There's 2. There's Knot 9 Road and Macy Drive.
Which one?
Macy Drive, they put not 9 twice.
Oh, they put not 9 twice, I'm going, okay. That's why I wondered why it was on there twice.
Oh.
Now I know.
I move, accept Knot 9 Road.
Second.
All in favor? Okay,
Move we accept Macy Drive.
Where is Macy Drive?
It's off Pipeline Drive.
Oh, okay.
can I get a second?
Second.
All in favor? All right, good. All right, consideration of awarding Boston Post cane.
Unfortunately, we lost our previous Boston Post cane recipient, Tess Ingraham. She passed toward the end of June, if I remember correctly. And in looking at the voter list, we have one individual that is still living, that Kathy Goslin has met with multiple times. Dawn has met with her and her wife, or her and her husband rather, and it's Ethel Lawrence.
Yeah, right.
So I put her name forward as for consideration for the Boston Post cane.
All right,
Make a motion to award the Boston Post cane to Ethel Lawrence.
Second.
now read it.
Yep.
And
Okay,
I
proclamation.
know her birth, there's a proclamation.
Yes.
I know her birthday was sometime this month, where she turns
July
turns
13th,
100.
she
Was it
turned
13th?
Oh my gosh,
Awesome.
happy birthday, because just this
Wow.
week, last week. All right, proclamation, be it known that as of this date, July 20th, 2021, Ethel P. Lawrence is the holder of the Town of Raymond's Boston Post cane. In 1909, the Boston Post cane was donated by the Boston, Massachusetts newspaper, the Boston Post, to any New England town that qualified for and requested a cane to be held by the town's oldest citizen. Originally, there were 431 canes throughout New England. The cane is African ebony with a 14-karat gold head, inscribed thus, presented by the Boston Post to the oldest citizen of Raymond, Maine, to be transmitted. The original cane is displayed at the Raymond Town Office.
And I'll get Public Works to take the cane out for us. That will be presented to her ceremonially. She'll be able to hold it and take pictures. Sue Carr made some really neat pins that say Boston Post cane on them, that have a little miniature cane on them.
Oh, thank you.
And that we give them that and give them the certificate. And I believe Kathy Goslin and Dawn are going to do that because
Okay, thank you.
they're familiar with her, but neither she or her husband are really ambulatory enough to attend a meeting like this.
100, wow.
Mhm.
You've seen that.
Move in second, we can vote it.
Okay, all in favor? All right, thank you for that. Okay, public comment. I think I covered everything. Yes? Hi.
Hi, Mike Richmond, 15 Cedar Lane. I'm not exactly sure what the public comment entails. We're new to town, so I have kind of a newbie question regarding short-term rentals. And I guess my question on behalf of a large group of neighbors is, does anybody, or can anybody explain sort of the status of the discussion of short-term rentals in Raymond?
I don't even think there is there?
I don't think we have an
No.
ordinance.
We don't have an ordinance
Yeah.
at this time. There has been some
Discussion.
in-office discussion,
Right.
but
We've heard of it.
at this point, there hasn't been any kind of, as far as I know, formal board discussion.
Okay. And I've spoken to Alex about this and somewhat aware of what would the process be?
To request, you could request an agenda item to present that before the Board of Selectmen.
To have an ordinance in favor of it or against it, or
To regulate it.
to regulate it?
To limit
Okay.
Correct.
it, yeah. South Portland has one.
Yeah, it's something that's, you know,
Short-term
an issue
rentals.
in resort communities throughout Maine, and it's increasingly becoming an issue in those communities. And, you know, I have a number of colleagues who have faced that issue, and so I'm somewhat familiar with it. And, you know, I have discussed it within the office, and, you know, gotten some feedback from staff members. So it's not totally unfamiliar to me, but I have not received any concerns from any residents till now.
He was just bringing me up as to what exactly that is. Yes.
I mean, there's a lot of investment people now who are buying houses and just renting them out.
It's going to hit hard.
Yeah, in this
And-
area, yeah.
And you'll be behind the eight ball like a lot of other communities, like where I came from. So, thank you. Process would be to,
Would
Send me an email.
Would you like to come to our
Daughter.
August meeting and
I would love to if that's okay.
Okay.
Sue, put it on August 10th meeting, please?
Yeah, you should send
And then we
an
can-
email or, you
Just a
know,
request,
a request, yeah.
a written request.
And then what happens is, it does have to go through a process. It'll go to our planning board, and it'll get voted, if it gets done, everything by June town meeting. Great,
Excellent.
thank you.
Thank you very much.
Anybody else public comment?
Why not?
You're not
I'm
gonna
here.
go for 4 and agree with Joe, are you?
Yeah, come on, Peter. So much for dinner.
No, just a point of information, because there was some discussion on the board about the comprehensive plan and information and the like. And if you didn't have an opportunity to look at it in your e-packet, there's a very comprehensive review of the 2003 plan, including demographics and maps and all sorts of good things there. So it just might be a good place for reference, but I
Good.
found it very enlightening.
Yeah,
Okay, thank you.
thanks. Good idea.
All right, no more public comment? Okay, selectmen comment. Nope. Okay, nothing. Town managers report.
Okay, I guess I'll start with confirming the dates for the next upcoming regular meetings. We have August 10th and September 14th. Is that going to be good for folks?
And
July
June-
30th.
July 30th.
July 30th, yes, July 30th is.
Oh, right, that's right, I don't
Yeah,
have that one
that's
on here.
when
The
we're doing
special,
it.
we have a special meeting, that's right.
August 10th, I'm
Or
unavailable.
emergency meeting, rather.
You're unavailable?
Yeah. Out of town.
All right, do you want to move that? August 10th, Sammy's
There's
unavailable.
No motion required.
So, and I have,
No, I said, do you want to move it, Sam?
No.
Yeah, not motion.
He wants to move the meeting.
Oh, okay. Which
Not
one?
move the motion.
Once-
August 10th.
To what
Move it to
date?
where?
Ugh. Can we?
The 17th, possibly.
That doesn't work.
All right, Joe's not on that 17th. Is there any other?
I mean, I feel bad because we just told the gentleman to come
know.
August 10th, and
Yeah.
then now we're talking about moving it.
oh, we can inform him when he writes to
Mhm.
me and Sue, or whoever he writes to, yeah.
I mean, the 24th can work for me.
We're also running under, I know, a timeline as far as the liquor license goes too, that might
Oh,
be
right.
expiring.
That's the other thing,
Yeah.
you got Kyle.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, what other date?
We got either the 17th or the,
Or the 3rd,
The 3rd can work.
but that's like 2 days after you meet on the 30th.
Yeah.
Right.
Can you do the 11th?
How about the 11th? The 11th?
Oh, you're out that whole
You're
week.
gone the whole
Can't
week.
do-
I'm gone that whole week.
No, I can't do Wednesdays.
Look at the look.
I can't do Wednesdays.
Okay, can't do Wednesdays. All right. Oh, all right.
Are you gonna be here, Lenny? I just wondering if we make sure we have a quorum
For which?
for the 10th.
If
I
we
can
s-
do the 10th or the 17th, or, you know.
The 24th is too far out, especially when we get do that. We told them for the liquor license. We can keep the 10th, and Sam can zoom in or call us. Or... No, let's not do the 10th.
You gonna be okay
No, let's
missing
not.
the 10th? My plane lands on the 10th. I may be able to get here, actually.
Lonnie
but
will
I
pick you
just-
up on the way, or Nathan will pick you up on the way. He lives at the
Well,
airport.
yeah, but is he gonna be here
Well,
next week?
I'll
the
try.
17th?
Kathy will have her
I'm
flashing
kidding.
lights on. And you
The
can just
17th.
lie down on the stretcher in the back.
That'll be easy for you to play
Can't
dead.
do it, Joe.
Oh,
Sorry,
You
buddy.
can't do the 17th.
You won't be playing.
I'm sorry, nice. I like
My
your attitude.
granddaughter's up for the week.
Oh no, yeah.
So what stopped us from doing it on the 11th?
Rolf
Wednesday.
can't
I
do
can't
it.
do Wednesdays.
What about that Monday? The 9th?
Well, if
Oh, you're out that whole week.
Sam
Yeah,
says
we're
he
good.
may be able to make it. I think my plane lands about 4 o'clock on. It's only a half hour. It takes me forever
Oh,
to
yeah,
hitchhike
that's right.
here,
The way you drive, an
Yeah.
hour and a half, but,
Yeah.
you know, you're still here by 6:30.
I could be, you know, I might be a little late. I say you leave it at 10.
All right, leave it to 10th. All right, go ahead. Sorry, all that.
So we're leaving it at the 10th?
Yep.
Okay. Okay.
The
All right.
September 1.
September is the.
September what?
14th.
14?
14.
Okay, so we got the 30th,
September
the 10th, and the 14th. The 30th of July, the 14th of August, and September 14th. Is that it?
Mhm.
Okay.
14th is.
Okay, so I have, good with that?
Yep.
Okay, so a couple of updates. I'll do the broadband one. So we had our first town manager meeting that we've had since the in-person one, since the onset of the pandemic. And so I took that opportunity to speak with the county manager, the managers of Wyndham and Standish and Gray. And we have a whole bunch of new town managers actually at our meeting, so about half the town managers were new actually. And so I said, let's start to monitor this, because we do have this expectation, hope and expectation that we're gonna see federal, state, and some county monies. They've got some significant monies. And so everybody agreed that let's get positioned in the event that we can get some funding together for something substantive with respect to the broadband trunk lines. That's really, half the battle, getting the lines on the major roadways. The 3-ring binder, of course, was the major project of its time. Unfortunately, it was on the wrong side of the lake for us. It's on the back side of the lake, and it's in Standish, and we've got to get it over on our side onto 302. And so if we get it up 302, get it up 85, that's a big thing. And so that's the goal. And then there's talk about maybe we should reach out again to the private sector, talk to the various providers and see if there's some way to, using some of the public monies to leverage private sector investment, particularly for the last mile investment. It's an immense problem. I mean, the cost is extremely high, but and as Kathy pointed out, I mean, we already, quote unquote, have by some measures good internet. I guess it's good internet. Maybe if you live in, I don't know where, but it's certainly not high-speed internet. It's certainly not broadband internet. And so we're talking about it at least, and everybody seems, interested in trying to at least position ourselves. So I did that much since the last time we talked, and everybody's on board. But as I said, it's just a very difficult problem, and it's not one that's going to be solved even with all deliberate municipal speed. This is going to take real money, and it's going to come from the federal government if it's going to happen at a public sector level.
So, when you talk broadband, are you also talking cell service or just internet?
Well, that's a great question. I mean, maybe we should have at some point, a dissertation by Kevin Woodbury here to tell us about I think those things actually meld. They
Yeah.
come together. I mean, the internet, those technologies are one in my mind these days.
They're not.
I think, but that's a Kevin Woodbury question.
Yeah, I mean, my internet speed is fine at my house. But I have zero.
I know, I know.
Yeah.
I know, and trying to talk to you, yeah. But I mean, when you say your internet's fine, it really isn't when you've seen, 100 times fine.
Well, I mean, we get 400 megabytes per second.
Yeah.
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 It's quick for what I use it for.
Yeah.
Just a comment that
Sorry. Give him a microphone.
estimates are about 10% per year with what's coming online. So it's not really looking now, but it's looking at 10 years down the road as far as the new devices, the new demands and requirements for broadband that are going to be available. We may be, not, podunk USA right now to meet the Fed's definition of slow, but the bottom line is, if you think of it, 10% per year. In 10 years, we will need 100% more broadband than we have now.
And then there's the other issue, but that's a good point. The other issue is you got download and upload. What's the upload? It's not very good.
No.
And that's the problem the town has is, the upload problem.
Absolutely.
So anyway, other update I have for you is the Main Street sidewalk. So finally, we've gotten the MDOT notice to proceed and bid. That's great news, except look at the bidding environment for,
Yeah.
for asphalt. So Owens and Nathan have looked at that, and they're saying one problem is that, asphalt's 30-80%, coming in 30-80% over bid estimates right now. Second problem is we're already into the bid season. So the project that is the forever project, I guess, they're saying bad idea to bid it right now because the bids are going to come in high. It's too late in the season. Contractors have the projects lined up they're going to do. They're saying let's bid it in the fall with a 22 spring start date. And I think he said something about 36 months to complete. I'm saying that's what we do. So the sidewalk project is going to, push off till the spring.
Have you notified the people on Main Street?
We're doing that.
Did you
I
just
think
have-
we should send out something, yes. So far what we've done is just to post it and to publish it and to announce it through social media. But I think to send out a notice would be a good idea as well. Yes, we'll do that.
Good.
And that's what I have.
All right.
Yeah.
So that is it. I need a motion to go into executive session, please, on the consideration of town manager's annual review.
Move to go into executive session pursuant to 1 MRSA 405, Section 6A.
All in favor? Okay. Are we out? 2, 1.
One.
And a motion to come out of executive session, please?
Move to come out of executive session.
Second.
All in favor? All right.
I'll make a motion to increase the town manager's salary to $115,000, extend the contract to a 4-year contract with a 3% escalation in the outgoing years.
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor? All right.
Move to adjourn.
Second.
All in favor?
There we
Thank
go.
Meeting adjourned.
Yep, good.
Meeting is adjourned.
It was a good, actually good meeting.
Are we out?
Good evening. Welcome to the March 16th Joint Department Head Review, sitting with the Select Board and the Budget Finance Committee. I'd like to call this meeting to order. First matter is the minutes of our March 2nd meeting. Can I have a motion?
Make a motion to approve.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. We'll slide right into Department Head Review, Public Works. Let's go ahead and start with your regular budget, then we'll look at solid waste and then CIP.
All right. So the regular operating budget, we're up 22,800 in the salaries budget. That's the public works side of the person that we're looking to hire for Parks and Rec. We're going to use him for plowing, or that person for plowing. We're trying to reduce the time on one of the trucks. We're also picking up about 2.5 miles on Gore Road and Brown Road from the town of Gray. That's all part of the deal we made with Gray when we took that section of, well, we got that section of road repaired and took it back for a town road. Right now, that one truck that we've got doing all that stuff down there is about 2.5 hours on his turnaround. Down a little shorter, and this is how it's going to work. There's also going to be a backup driver if we lose a guy due to illness or time off. Right now, we don't have any spare drivers. We don't have any spare plan. If somebody's out on a regular route truck, it's either myself or Scott that's going to be in the truck, which puts strain on everybody through the department. This will help us out with that greatly, and also will help us out in the summer with the parks, the beaches, and all of that stuff that's being neglected right now. The other item would be the road striping. That's going up $2,000. That's simply the increase in cost of material. And we added 3.5 miles of road that we stripe, that we never striped before, but under some requests from residents, we added it to the striping. Street signs, again, is up $500. It's increase in cost of product. Utilities, we added $1,000 to utilities. We installed heat in the trailer down in the sand salt building for winter operations. That's it for the budget. You want to go right into the MSW and recycling contract?
Sure.
Okay. We're negotiating a new contract with Pine Tree Waste, or it's actually Casella Waste. I'd asked for a 5-year contract. The first year they went up 3% and 2% for the next 4 years after that. That is an increase of $8,185.47 in the pickup, in the transportation pickup and transportation of both MSW and recycling. The big expense this year is the cost for the tipping fees for the recycling. For the last contract, Pine Tree Waste has been absorbing the cost of the recycling tipping fees, so we had no cost to that. They're no longer going to go forward with that. It's been a pretty good loss for them, and they're looking to change that. Right now, today, tipping fee handling, what they call the handling fee, is $135 a ton. They have what they call a ACR, which is the average commodity revenue. It's what the recycling product is worth. In February, when we got the numbers from them, it was $39.33 a ton. So that reduces our cost from 135 ton down to 90. It was 94 a ton. Today at 4 o'clock, the ACR was $43 a ton. So it is trending on an upward scale. How much up it'll go, that's a guess. So for budgeting purposes, I budgeted it at $135 a ton on an average of 370 ton a year. So that bumps us up by $50,000 on tipping fees. I wouldn't chance messing with that ACR number, because it's a moving number. It goes up and down monthly. I would like to think that it's going up. Casella Waste would like to think it's going up, but I think to be on the safe side, you need to budget for the $135 a ton and hope for the best. That increases the whole recycling and trash budget by $58,000. I put 51 in there for a placeholder. It came in at 51,810 for a number.
Let's stop right there, Nate. Are there any questions thus far for Nate? Okay, I don't see any hands. Go right ahead, Nate.
The CIP, the only thing I'm going to ask for an increase in the CIP is 50,000 into paving. This year's project is the sidewalk Main Street project, which is going to consume, our match on that is going to consume every dime of the paving money that I have available to this department. So I was asking for a one-time up $50,000 increase in that so we can get started on next year's projects. And we've got a couple of small paving patch jobs that I'd like to get done and crack sealing that I'd like to get done this year. The mowing contract, I didn't cover that. Do you want to do that while I'm right on it?
Go right ahead.
The mowing contract is up this year. We negotiated a 2% increase. That's going to push it up a little bit. The problem with the mowing contract is it's broke out into several different line items. So for my purposes, it goes up, one number goes up. We added for the new sidewalks that are coming in, we have added to the Mountain Road and we've added to North Raymond Road. That right now is up 2%, so the 62,451. It would take me a little while to rummage through where it's broke out into each department. It's spread out over, oh geez, I think it's spread out over TIF, cemeteries, public works, town hall, and they all pay their equal fees or their portion of it.
And if I can chime in on that part, what I ended up doing, based on the 2% that Nathan gave me, I went ahead and did an increase overall to all the different line items for the departments and areas that he mentioned.
Nate, do you need any equipment? Any
We've
trucks?
got, well, no, we've got 2 trucks that have been ordered out of this year's operating budget. They're coming for this coming winter. We're replacing the 2014 F550, and we actually in the deal with the town of Gray, we ended up with a wheeler dump truck fully equipped plow gear on it, which was lower mileage and a newer truck than what we bought for the Vermont truck. So we've got 2 Vermont trucks that are getting sold, and we're replacing the 550. In 2022, we're looking at either the rubber tired backhoe or one more dump truck. It would be a small one, but my equipment line item is fine where it's at.
Okay. Any other questions? I don't see any questions for Nate.
Thank you very much for your time, gentlemen. And Lee.
Thank you, Nate.
Thank you.
Let's go on to general assistance.
I can speak to that. So essentially, it's going to be flat funded. We're not requesting anymore. It's essentially $8,000. We get a 70% reimbursement from the state, so it tends to be a rotating type of amount. This year, we've managed to utilize those funds and continue to use the monies once we get reimbursed from the state. So in terms of revenue, for the revenue line would be $5,600, and the expense side of GA would be $8,000. So no change there.
The other thing I'd like to say is that we've been very fortunate to keep the Community Assistance Fund alive and well, and we're getting contributions. So we always encourage people who would be inclined to send in, funds that would be tax deductible, I believe, for them to the town as a qualified nonprofit governmental entity. And we use those funds to help people who would be, not qualified for GA. I guess we've sort of characterized them as the working poor. And so helping people who are struggling, and that we do have a few people in that category. And so any funds that we receive in that area are most appreciated. And we have got some significant contributions lately, which is really nice.
Very good. Any questions for general assistance? Seeing none, community development.
So community development, I just wanted to, I believe that was a carryover item. There was nothing listed as I started to look deeper into our chart of accounts. And so I believe that was a one-time project that may have been done last year. So there was nothing in the budget listed under that.
All right, very good, because I couldn't find anything.
Yeah, my apologies. Yeah, so I will say this, I will be sending out to the board and the budget finance committee that updated with page numbers and any changes or corrections. So we'll have a fresh corrected book just to make sure everything, all the T's are crossed and I's are dotted.
Yeah, I have found today some minor date issues and other things. And so this is our first year together. And so we're going to be better next year, believe me. And but I think Alex has done a really, really good job in a very short time on the job. And I know that all the department heads have worked closely with him. I have. And so it'll be better next year, but we'll make it better this year before we get to the final iteration.
Marshall?
You're muted. Sue, can you unmute him? There you go.
There we go. Thank you.
Was there a value assigned to community development?
No, there wasn't.
And that, I guess that's what I wanted to ask too, is should we put something in there between Tasseltop and the playground, between Mill Street and the playground? Should we put something in there?
You know, that's a great question, and what I've often wondered with community development, you know, when we were talking about TIF, and I think that that's part of community development or economic development, and I'm not quite sure if that was the direction this was headed. I don't have that you know, historical foundation, so when I first saw community development, that's what I was under the impression that it was more economic development, but I could be wrong. It could have totally been a different project. It could have been a grant. Um, I mean, I know there was the food pantry grant that Kathy Gosselin took the lead on, and several other. The backpack program was another program that was, you know, that I saw in the chart of accounts. So I'm not quite sure. I mean, those are definitely be an opportunity to discuss. You know, do we want to include some type of community development program for this upcoming fiscal year?
I would just like to comment, the problem that we found, you know, with the revaluation of the TIF, we found after Kathy's departure. So, you know, we hadn't thought of anything that way, but maybe that would be a placeholder. We could talk about it in a way to help us straighten out that problem.
A couple of years ago, we put in $5,000 as a placeholder for broadband, for marketing and sales of a broadband, which never took place. And I think it's 2018 where that would appear first. I'm not sure that would come into onto this one, Alex, or
Yeah, I can certainly research and look that up.
that's at least 2 years old.
Yeah,
And if that's the case, that probably can be dissolved.
all right. Yeah, I can certainly research because luckily we've had Trio for you know, 3-4 years now, and it allows me to do some comparisons as well as go back. So I can certainly look that up and see if there was anything allocated for community development, and you know how we paid, you know, what we paid for it.
Kathy?
Just on Alex's comments, the backpack program was hopefully just a one summer thing. We took donations from the town to do that. I hope we don't have to do it again this summer, that the school will be in place to do it. But that was supposed to be just one summer. And as for the pantry grant, they got a $10,000 grant, and we've had payments made directly to the food pantry. So it's not going through the town of Raymond at all.
Oh, okay. That's good to know. Thanks, Kathy, for the clarification.
Rolf?
Yeah, I mean, community development, a lot of the things that would quote unquote fall under there, we end up putting into the TIF over time, things like the Hawthorne House and things like that. So it's not that we haven't looked at those, but we found ways, instead of having those as a standalone there, brought those into TIF in areas like that, so that we were still doing things, but it was being picked up under a different categories. So when you look at that, you've got to kind of look at what some of those items were inside the TIF, because that is where we covered some of those items.
Mr. Bruno also had his hand up. Well,
Yes, go ahead, Joe.
What was the name of the group that Sam and Wayne Holmquist started? Didn't we give money to them, like $5,000?
No, that was Raymond Revitalization, and the name has changed 2 or 3 times. And that was originally started by Wayne and Sam. And as time has rolled on, that has been pretty much put in the back burner, but there never was any money set aside for that account.
Oh, I thought originally we had put $5,000 into it, but I could be wrong.
Well, I think that goes back to my earlier comment about 5,000 was put into for a meet and greet for the broadband rollout that never happened. And I remember talking to Sam about that a couple of years ago. Do we want to plug a hole in there for 5,000. And I think you'll find that that's where it is.
That's where it is, yes.
Yeah, I do remember the same thing, that we put some money
Yes,
into it.
that's correct.
So maybe not being able to predict the future, we should put a zero placeholder in it and keep it.
So I pulled up 2018 per Marshall's request, and I do see that community development back in 2018 there was actually a salary line for $7,072, ordinance line for community development for $5,000. That was not utilized. Planning, $26,500. Advertising, there was a $2,000 line. Post 155 was under that as well. RTP and SMAA was under community development, and we had a supply line. So there seems to be quite a few items at one point in 2018 for community development, but there hasn't.
Those have been consolidated out into other areas.
I see.
Yeah, then that money goes to Bago Technics to do community development.
I think the 7,000 might have gone there, Joe.
I believe also some of the GIS went,
yeah,
was picked up under, was community development money too.
Yeah. So more than likely, it was to Ralph's point. I think these have been sort of distributed to other areas within the budget.
Agreed.
Anything else on community development? We'll move on to public safety, animal control first. Who would like to? You're muted, Don.
I noticed that Jessica Jackson was not present, so I called her. She didn't have the link. I asked Sue to send it. Did that go?
It did go, and I still haven't seen her sign in.
So maybe we give her a little more time. I'll call and see what's going on again. If we could go on to Bruce.
And Dawn, if she needs a different email, just email it to me and I'll get the link out to that one.
Okay, yeah.
Thanks.
Well, Bruce, lucky you, you get to move ahead.
Yeah, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Excellent, excellent. Thank you. Well, obviously this has been a real interesting year, and I think our budget kind of reflects that. Pandemic and all, it's impacting us in ways that we couldn't even have predicted a year ago at this point in time. And despite all the quarantines and our people who have had it and our patients we've lost during it, we're trudging through. As far as the budget goes, we have a reflected increase in our salaries line, which basically covers contractual agreements, coverage so we can maintain our minimum coverage when someone's on vacation or on a sick out, things like that. We've adjusted a few of the other accounts accordingly. There's an increase in the dispatch line because they continually go up 3% annually. Health and safety stays the same. We reduced our travel and training account on a one-time event for this year because we don't predict that we're going to really be out doing a lot of that big classes in group sessions that cost a lot of money. So we're just starting to now open up in-house and getting some of those trainings that we need done in-house. And of course, those are fairly reasonably priced. We made a reduction in building maintenance by $1,000. We went up a little bit in vehicle maintenance because our vehicles are aging and costing a little more. Unfortunately, all our material costs have gone up. As a general overview, like a $500 increase in gas and diesel, and I'm not quite sure at this point that might not be enough. I don't know what we're going to walk into. However, you see what gas prices are doing out there in the field, and they're way higher than they were a year ago. Let's keep our fingers crossed that it's enough at this point. We did make a small adjustment in fire prevention, basically because of cost of materials has gone up. Backing up one line, we went up $1,000 in our SCBA, or our self-contained breathing apparatus maintenance line, because those air packs are now approaching the 12-year-old mark, and a lot of the electronics that, unfortunately, everything has a computer in it, and these things are integrated with computers, and we're having experiencing some issues with those. when one of those breaks, it's automatically like, you know, $500-600 for a part. So they're not cheap to maintain. We did go down in operational supplies by 1,000, but we had to adjust up a little bit in our supplies, our X supplies, or prescription type. That's our medical line. What we're finding, and again, I'm not sure that once we wrote this till now that we're going to find that that is enough. We're hoping. We used to pay $9.60 or so per box of non-latex medical gloves. It's 50 gloves or 25 pair. We just had a price this week from one company that we routinely use, $32 per box, and you can't buy many boxes at a time. Medical supplies have gone through the roof. I'm sure we can get them a little cheaper than 32, but I don't know how much cheaper we're going to get them. So these things are going to impact us in the next year, maybe beyond. So overall, there's been a few ups and downs and just minor adjustments based on last year's experiences, past year's experiences, and such. Basically, we're at a 3% operational line increase total overall, just under that, but 3% rounded up. And we did put in a benefits package, or request a benefits package, to make one of our part-time positions 2 people who fill one full-time 48-hour, 24-hour shift into one full-time position, so that we might have a better time filling it with a permanent position. As you see in the cover letter, we're having quite a few shifts that are still open. So we've had some luck getting applications. At this point, we're interviewing, and I believe that with that one position being full-time, that's going to be a benefit to us to help fill these shifts. And you get buy-in with an employee rather than using per diems, et cetera, who, when a holiday comes around, guess what, where they want to be, not here. Full-timers, they may put in for a vacation, but I can deny that if I have to. So we get people who work. On the operational budget, that's about it in a brief overview, very brief overview.
What's the total year-to-date increase?
A total increase for this coming budget is 2.8%, I do believe.
Or dollar amount, please.
Dollar amount 40-some thousand, Alex. Am I correct
Actually,
for
the excuse me, budget over last year to the initial request is 20,171 increase.
Yeah, it's 20. Yeah, right. I just did it in my head here real quick.
Yeah, no worries.
Yep. Thank you.
Mr. Goslin, Kevin Oliver has his hand up.
Go ahead, Kevin.
Yeah, thanks, guys. Hey, this question's for Bruce. Bruce, with regard to the SCBA line,
yes,
and you mentioning parts to repair them or keep them up to date are pretty high.
Yes.
Have you made any analysis of how many parts are required over the course of the year to keep these devices up at these higher repair part prices versus potentially investing in new equipment, new SCBAs?
Yes. I can tell you what the figures would be without telling you that I've done an actual research project on them. An air pack alone, without a spare bottle, is about $6,000. An extra bottle's another $1,000 on top of that. They have a 15-year lifespan on bottles. You throw them away at the end of 15 years. So we have been slowly replacing them or buying new so that we kind of phase them in. We'll buy, last year, I think we bought 6 bottles at the end of the year. Just so that we don't have all of a sudden 40 some odd air bottles to replace at once at almost $1,000 a pop. So given that, there's also annual maintenance that has to be done. Every pack needs to be flow tested at $47 a pop. Every bottle needs to be hydro tested every 3 years. And I think that's $47 or $50 a pop. And we phase those things in as well on the bottles because they're a 3-year rotation. The packs are an annual thing. Then you add in the normal maintenance on the packs, and it's pricey, but I think overall we did a grant 12 years ago. We replaced all of our air packs, and I want to say the packs alone were and bottles were 148,000 back then. So buying new at some point, yes, we'll have to do that, and I would like to try the grant route again and do them all at once. It creates its own set of problems. Obviously, all your bottles need to be replaced in 15 years, and all your packs are exactly 15 years old. They all experience the same breaking issues at the same point in time. So I don't know if that makes it a little bit clearer, or did I make it clear as mud for you?
Yeah, Bruce, if you can hear me. No, that's great information, and I appreciate you sharing that. The reason why I was asking the question is, in my background in power plant maintenance, we have to look at the cost of repair parts over a 5-year plan or an annual plan versus planning and budgeting for investment in new equipment. So I appreciate that, and I just was coming at that question from a point of how are we looking at our annual spare parts cost versus should we be budgeting for a rotation of new equipment over time?
Right. And so that's that combination of we do a little bit of each. And so you see that out of that, a lot of our costs are really in annual required maintenance. And then you have the spike of the broken part maintenance that unfortunately just puts us over the top a lot of times. But yet it isn't enough to say, hey, let's run out and grab all, new air packs this year. Not yet. We do a lot of our repairs in-house, a fair amount of them, and actually we have a class for 5 of our people coming up where there will be technicians and certified by Scott Air Packs to do more advanced repairs in-house. So that's going to help control that cost a little bit. But it's just something that we try to do when we can, is find ways around sending stuff out, doing it in-house.
Bruce, I'm sorry, Joe.
Yes.
Thank you. Bruce, has the fire department been involved with vaccinations in Raymond? I mean, there's an EMS program that you can get vaccine and do vaccinations for seniors.
We looked at doing that, Joe. I think part of the problem that we ran into, and Kathy can jump in and correct me if I'm wrong, but I think a big piece of that was one, it was the medical control component of it. That was number one. And number two is trying to get enough staffing to be able to cover our calls and man our station, et cetera, with what we need for the basics, and go out and do some of these clinics as well. So we'd be looking at quite an increase trying to do that at a separate location. Even if it was a drive-through at the station, we'd need specific dedicated personnel for that, aside from our responder personnel. So those are kind of a couple of the hindrances that we found, and not to throw a roadblock up to it, but we have talked about it. It's something we're still chatting about. I know Kathy's had some dialogue with medical control with Maine EMS on it, and we were chatting about getting Dr. Wilkins on board with us.
Well, just so you know, we have done, or I personally have done, quite a few vaccinations and worked with fire departments around the state to do vaccine clinics. So I'm available if you need me, just so you know. We did it with Waldoboro. We did it up in Cornish. We did quite a few of them. I personally have done almost 4,000 vaccinations already myself. So I'm available if you need me.
Great.
Joe, part of it is Wyndham and Raymond, we're going to work with Gorham. Gorham's been heading up a lot of them, so some of our staff are going over there to help in doing some of the community ones. But as the chief said, we don't have a medical director right now that wants to sign off on us doing it. So we're dead in the water until we get that.
All right, Bruce.
Capital?
Well, I see a column here, emergency management.
Oh, yeah. I got a note right here for it. So I wanted to cover that in my opening comments. Sorry. We did file one initial claim with FEMA. What we qualified for at that time was what was on the list was $15,000 qualified at 100% reimbursement. That had been filed for. All that paperwork is authorized, signed for, and we should be seeing some monies coming shortly. Of course, a change of administration, number one, put a delay on things. They changed the methodology. The monies used to go from FEMA to us, from FEMA to a state. The state would then reimburse us. They took the state out of the link. So our check, when we do get it, will now just be direct from FEMA at 100%. opposed to the 10% match that we usually have. So only $15,000 out of our first batch actually qualified under the FEMA guidelines. This was a new thing for us to do this reimbursement this year. Normally it's, you know, a bunch of trees fall down, a bunch of roads wash out. Nathan and I get together, I look at their expenses, we compile everything. He's got all his figures for tonnage, for chipping, for hauling, and we just add it all up and put figures with it. And those things are obviously covered under most of those FEMA declarations. Being a medical and purely a medical claim, this was a learning experience and a learning curve, and FEMA all of a sudden changed their minds on a few things, and we had to be very creative as to how we worded the proposals when we put them in. And in so we were able to cover a couple of additional things that they automatically wrote off for me. Said, no, we won't cover those barriers, we won't cover this, we won't cover that. But it's necessary. It's part of our command structure to protect them and things like that. So we got those things covered, a lot of them. So 15,000 out of the first batch, and the second batch, we're just getting ready right now to compile another request and put it in. We have to also be kind of careful because you have to have $3,800 to qualify as a project with FEMA. So we have to make sure we have $3,800 of stuff that's going to qualify, and they aren't going to cut it back in order to put in for it. So we're at that point now again, and we're starting to submit it and look a little bit more in detail. This time we have some personnel costs that we can put in for. So, bottom line is 15,000 was put in for. It's what we qualified for, and 100% of that, or the whole 15,000, will come back to the town of Raymond. We expect it in 4 weeks.
And if I can just state, so far in emergency management, we didn't have anything budgeted for this year. We have about $14,600.14 of expenses. A majority of that related to the pandemic.
Yeah, sounds about right.
On the issue of the pandemic, it would look as though with the latest the new Biden plan for distributing some economic aid to municipalities, that we might see around $450,000. How that'll be allocated, distributed, I'm not sure, but so that will be forthcoming.
Yeah, I'm not sure of the details on that one yet either. So
yeah, we don't have any information.
Mention it for that reason.
We were asked to put together some proposed projects and you know, ideas and so forth, but I don't know how the state's going to administer that yet.
I do have a question. I know we didn't budget, and it looks like historically we haven't budgeted for emergency management. Is that something that we generally utilize, allocate, and then apply for grants, Bruce?
Yeah, that's what it's called too, is a grant. The reimbursement is called a grant in the end, once they declare an incident. We haven't traditionally put in for anything because the fire department's generally where it kind of falls, if you will, even though I say most of the time it's really Public Works that has the biggest expense in most of these, except this time.
I see.
This is that anomaly. So we just generally run it through the normal budgets and then reimburse that later. Unfortunately, there are times when that reimbursement comes back 2 years later. It moves at a slower speed than municipal government when you deal with the feds.
I see. Thank you.
Yes.
I don't see any other questions. Bruce, would you like to move on to CIP?
Yeah, I would. Thank you. This year, what we did from our monies that we already have in CIP is put in for an allocation of $47,000 to purchase a hybrid Ford Explorer as a chief vehicle, and then use the Tahoe that we have, which is still in good shape, as a hand-me-down vehicle, if you will, but to the deputy chief for use. She's been using one of the pickup trucks that we have. The pickup truck that she's using oftentimes is needed to haul a trailer for a spill or a forestry incident or an ATV type incident. And we really want to kind of get those pickups back in the rotation 100% for responses, etc., and give her a vehicle that's more suitable as a chief's or a command vehicle. So that's what the proposal is for this year's money. It doesn't require any more. It's just the average or the annual 75 that's put into our equipment line, which this would come out of. And then in 2022-23, you'll see there's a rather large number there, and we've been reevaluating our deployment, our assets, our needs, the town's needs, and our abilities. And we looked at it and said, we really have a couple trucks that are due for replacement, and we ought to be looking at this as a combination. So what we're doing right now is we're speccing out and having engineered a preliminary plan, if you will, to put a rescue pumper together. And this would take the place of the Utility 7 or the mini pumper that we have, which is 22 plus years old and starting to cost us a lot in maintenance, and the heavy rescue truck, and combine them into one. One of the biggest issues we looked at is that we're a smaller group now, and our capabilities are lower. The mini pumper for a fire attack truck is really not great. It has a limited amount of water on it, 250 gallons. Once you pull both hose lines that are on it, you only have 125 gallons left to push that water out. So while it's a great truck to access some of these confined and narrow roads, etc., it really isn't a great truck to fight a fire with, and has been kind of a hindrance. So we're looking at that, and the grand picture is try to eliminate 2 trucks with the purchase of one. That will be a 2022 year, 25 year, if we can make it go that long, asset. But that's a year out, so we're not asking for any extra money for that right now. We just wanted to mention it, put it out there, and let you know that we are working on it, and we've got engineers from the different companies trying to put together our specific needs. This equipment in this basket needs to fit into that new vehicle. Unfortunately, it's 2 vehicles in one, so there's a lot more consideration there as to how to make this work and work right for us. But that's it in a nutshell for CIP. Other than that, it's the normal every year contribution, if you will, or appropriation of $75,000. The next vehicle after that's a rescue, and that's 23-24. That's out there, and no extras being added for that right yet either.
Any questions for Bruce? I don't see any, Bruce.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Thank you. I got a question for Alex. On the capital improvements, you zeroed out account 90-1500 and moved everything to 91-1501.
Yeah. So essentially the way it works, each account, because this is an expense account, and this is what I gather. This is something that Kathy had done, and I think it's a trio system process. So essentially what would have happened when these accounts, she created essentially a new account, and the balances that carry forward with capital improvements, she moved those balances into the 91-1501. So one of the questions that I have for Trio is that something that has to happen every year, or can we just keep the same account, add to it, rather than continue to create another new account? And I checked the numbers, and that was essentially what happened. And you can see that with 90-1500, and you look at each sub account, the budget was, like, for instance, 2021, it was 215. The year to date was 215. So it essentially just zeroed itself out. But what she had done is carried over the remaining balance of what was not used in that fiscal year, because obviously with capital improvements, it is a carryover. So yeah, it was rather interesting when I saw that, why it was being done that way. But based on what I've seen with this system, essentially that's how it's working. Hopefully I won't have to do that again. Hopefully we can keep it the same. Great question.
I see Jessica's with us now. You want to move on to animal control? Can people hear me?
Yes. Can you
John?
unmute Jessica? Sue? Oh, there she is.
I'm here.
Hello, Jessica. Can you introduce yourself and give us a brief description of your budget?
Sure. I don't even have a copy of my budget with me, honestly. So,
Jessica, just so you know, did not receive the link, so I called her and
yeah, this
we
is a,
we rapidly set this up.
mm-hmm. I'm actually trying to pull something up right now here.
Jesse, are you the one that did your budget, or did somebody else do it?
We do it together as a group. So there's not much of a change.
Who's the group that you do it with? I'm sorry.
The 3 town managers.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So if I can, Bob, ask a questions.
Go ahead.
All right. I guess watching last year's meeting, can you explain, and I know the town managers were having you write up what your job description is. If you can let us know how it works with the assistant.
Okay.
Because last year's description was just to fill in on those calls, just so you could get a break. And I'm not finding that to work.
Okay.
Sorry, my dog's whining, sorry.
So my understanding was that we went into a full-time regional position with the animal control department. So in order for me to be full-time, I'd have to work 40-hour position to have those benefits. Am I correct?
Correct.
Yeah. So I wouldn't be able to hold on. I wouldn't be able to can I speak? I wouldn't be able to respond 24 hours a day. So we had to get those calls into you know, somewhat of a blocks of time. And the way that we found that to work would to be give me, you know, some general operating hours, which would best fit the needs of the community and allow them to have access to me and to the department at reasonable times of day. And then still offer under emergency situations access to an animal control officer during the off times.
Okay, so what you're saying, I guess what happened last year is on your explanation was that there would be access to a part-time person, is what it is. And what I'm finding out now, just because I was in that situation with the dog, is that the part-time person cannot leave the station unless it's an emergency. And when you've got a dog running around on 302, to me, that's an emergency. So I'm trying to figure out where the miscommunication is.
So the dog was no longer running on 302. If it was called in and it was a traffic hazard, then the animal control officer would have gone out and stopped the traffic hazard.
There was 3 families out there and I was one of them.
Okay.
So the
But
other
when
thing,
the call was
go ahead.
When the call was called in, we were not given access to speak with the complainant. You never answered the phone for the assistant. You did not answer the phone for the supervisor. I wasn't even on that day. We had no access to you. The call was called in from dispatch to us, but before it was even called in to us from dispatch, we already had a call to my private cell phone on my day off by Public Works Director. So we both tried to reach out to you, and neither one of us was able to offer you a solution or tell you what we could give you for a response. So I don't think it's fair for you to tell us that we didn't do anything when you didn't even offer us the chance to do something.
Okay, I'm going to respond to that because I had talked to a Wyndham
But I
police
think this-
officer. Wait, just wait, my
Yep.
turn. Because I'm the one that stopped what I was doing to do the dog. And what happens is you didn't call me till later. We thought we had a person. The person at Naples said they were not allowed to leave the building unless it's an emergency. Cumberland County Dispatch did call us back. So and I'm standing there and I'm the person that was dealing with Cumberland County. I'm the one that was dealing with the Wyndham Police Department. So to say that some of this stuff happened, it did not.
So the Wyndham Police Department wouldn't have had a part in it. I believe who you think you were talking to through Cumberland County was actually me, who did respond to you immediately.
No.
Accurate records of everything, and I can actually bring them to you and show you all of it, because I was afraid like something like this would happen. So I kept all of those reports. Okay, so Lynn did make an attempt to call you. I made an attempt to call you. In fact, I made an attempt to call you as soon as dispatch paged me, and sometimes there's a 20-minute delay. Right now, we're working on an hour delay through dispatch through the Cumberland County communication system right now, because we're so backed up on those calls. Okay, and that's not something that I can do. And I did offer a response even though I wasn't even on duty. So I'm sorry that I got to you late, but I wasn't even in town.
I know that. So my question is, who is the
And she
backup
wasn't-
person?
she wasn't
What
at
is
a
their
station.
job duties that we are paying for somebody to do is what I'm asking.
To answer to priority calls on an emergency basis. And if you want somebody to answer to all calls, then you need to put more money in the budget.
Whoa.
Animal control officer to be on duty.
So,
Can I
so wait,
jump
is-
in
wait,
here,
wait,
please?
wait, 1 second. So a dog on 302 is not considered an emergency. So what is considered an emergency is what I'd like to know.
Why are you yelling at me?
Because I am like
This is
absolutely,
inappropriate. I'm not going to be abused by you.
seriously?
Yes.
Somebody else ask her the questions
Okay, it's
then.
my turn, please.
Thank you.
Can you tell me, you're servicing 3 towns
I am.
for 40 hours a week?
Yes. No,
So
I'm actually
you're giving the town of Raymond 13 hours a week to control all the animals in the town of Raymond.
no.
No, why is that a no?
I am on call from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. 5 days a week. I am
How can that
only
be? How
paid-
can that
I'm
be?
hold on a second. I'm only paid 40 hours. Okay? And not only that, but I supervise another person on that job from 6 p.m. to 6 a.m. because we pay somebody $13 an hour to respond to priority calls, who has to work under emergency situations with the sheriff's department, okay, and irrational people on the side of the road who aren't properly trained to know what they're doing because of the low rate of pay. And I have to help them with that, okay, and then cover on the weekend and make up what they're doing.
Okay, the other
what's
issue I have
happening-
with this concept is I understand.
I can explain to you what's going on. So what happened?
No. I want to change the subject here. I'm under the impression that the only responsibility the animal control officer has is domesticated animals. Is that correct?
No.
Then what do you do with the fox that's running through my backyard?
Well, it's wild. I mean, it's supposed to be running through your backyard.
I'm done. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Rolf?
Yeah, I've got a question on the vehicle and maintenance. We're going from $500 up to $4,500. But 4,500 really isn't 4,500. It's 13,500. So
Exactly.
what's happening on the vehicle side that we're seeing that big of a jump?
We're looking at the
Tell you
replacement.
on maintenance.
Go ahead.
I was just saying I can't answer to the maintenance. That would be a Nathan thing.
Okay, Don, can you answer it?
Yeah, we're looking at the capital replacement of the vehicle if possible is one issue. And the car is now roughly 140, 50,000 miles in that range. I don't know how many idle hours it has on it, but thousands of idle hours. So maybe Nathan could comment on the general condition of the car, but I think we're looking to find a replacement vehicle.
The general condition of the car was pretty good. I haven't got the bill out for the last service on it. It's coming under the 150,000 mile mark. I wouldn't be too concerned about the idle hours on it, but I think we get in closer to 175, 200,000, we should start looking at a car.
That's what we're doing. We're not gonna say we're gonna buy one tomorrow, but we want to be
No.
ready. We have to.
Yeah, but wouldn't that then fall under CIP?
CIP.
Would, yeah.
Yeah.
So, I mean,
So the maintenance-
we're overstated there, understated in CIP, but if we bring it, if we bring that back and put the money in, take the money out of the CIP, then we better control it. But then it begs the further question of who actually owns the vehicle if this agreement falls apart at some point.
Right now, Rolf, the car is owned by the town of Raymond. It's registered and owned by the town of Raymond. We purchased it and divided the cost of it out over the 3 towns. We paid a third, Naples paid a third, and Raymond, Casco paid a third. I would assume that would continue forward. If we purchased another vehicle, we would buy another vehicle. The town of Raymond would, and then
There we go.
divide it out over the other 2 towns.
That's right, Dave.
I would think if this plan fell apart, the car would come back to the Raymond municipality. It's our car.
Any other questions for Jessica?
I would like to try to finish explaining how my full-time position works, if I could have that opportunity.
Sure.
Okay, so what would happen, because right now, I don't have a backup. So I am working my full-time position and nights and weekends and responding to everything on my own. But typically what we would have happen, and I'm sorry, I thought my camera was on here, so I apologize about that. But whatever is not an emergency and we would respond to the following day is tacked on to any free time that people, that I would have the given day, the following business day. I don't believe that many people understand exactly what my job entails. There's a lot more to it than just going out and picking up stray dogs. There's a lot of reports, there's a lot of court, there's a lot of community counseling that goes into it. I've taken a lot of proactive steps in our community to keep down the amount of noise that goes on. And that is why we do not have a lot of problems in our areas. I've built a strong connection with our community members, and most of them, if you ask, are happy to have us. And over the 3 years that we've been doing it this way, we have not had any complaints other than this one brought to us about doing it in this manner. We haven't had a situation yet. So overall, people have been pleased with the way it's been working and the response that they're getting, because they do get a response almost immediately by someone. Yeah. And,
Good, Don.
I want to go back to Marshall's question. I'm supposing he might have been asking about a rabid fox or some kind of animal that was a threatening animal, that was a wild animal. What would your role be?
if it was threatening somebody, then, I would stop the threat and I would notify the wardens. And because I'm duly trained and I have multiple licenses, the wardens in our area would allow me to do more than what a singly licensed animal control officer would do, and I would be able to control the threat. The wardens in our area also ask me to help them with some animal exclusions and stuff like that as well. But as far as like rabies threats, animal control officers are responsible to do that. And if a warden is tied up and they're under state law, it states clearly that if somebody else is not dealing with it, we are to deal with it. Now, if it's, something like a woodchuck that's digging in somebody's garden, that's not our problem. But if it is a public safety issue, then by all means.
Mr. Bruno also had a question, Bob?
Yes, go ahead, Bruce. Joe, sorry.
Thank you, Bob. Jessica, is your position a salaried position or are you paid hourly?
I'm paid hourly.
So if you work more than 40 hours, you get paid for more than 40 hours.
right now, if I work over, that's hard to say. I'm not on my 12-hour days. I'm not asking for anything more than my 8 hours. I'm making myself available from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. I'm in uniform and ready to respond. Because if Mr. Bruno picked up a dog the night before, I want to be ready at 6 a.m. to be able to pick that dog up before he goes to work and bring it to the animal shelter. First thing in the morning. If somebody doesn't get home until 5 o'clock in the evening and I need to do a kennel inspection, I do not want them to have to wait. I do not want them to have to miss work. I can meet them after 5 and do their kennel inspection when they arrive home, so I can work until 6 and go in an hour later that day. Do you see what I mean? So I can
Yeah, so you're flexible with your 40
so I can
hours.
flex that. I can flex that, yes, but I'm always available. So should I wake up in the morning and dispatch gives me a call at 6:15, I go out and that's when my day starts, you know? So because it's public safety. I can't plan that a call will come in at 8 or 3 or
Oh, I understand all that. I just
yeah.
want to make sure that we're following labor laws. That if
Mhm.
you're not salaried, that you get paid for every hour you work.
Right. Yeah.
That's,
And we have the assistant who is asked for $100 a week to stay in town all night and all weekend, you know, and then $13 an hour to go out on a call, you know, and to ask, it's just, it's to wake up in the middle of the night, you know, for a dog at large that is contained and safe in somebody's home. We're going to be hard pressed to find somebody to do that for that kind of money. You know, that's why I'm not trying to be rude, but we're going to have to put more money into somebody for that, to do that.
that's,
Well, like I said, I am concerned about following labor laws. And
Right.
Don, if you could explain it to me, is she salaried or is she hourly?
I'm
well,
hourly.
my belief, because the pay end of it and the benefits are administered by the town of Casco, but my belief is that you're a salaried employee. You're paid the same amount of money on a week basis, correct?
No, I'm paid hourly.
If I could just pipe in, so based on the ACO budget 21-22 draft that was sent forward to me, there is 30 hours allocated for overtime. So it leads me to believe that the position is a 40-hour non-exempt position.
I'm hourly.
Yeah.
Yeah. I know what I am.
But I'm with Joe. I'm with Joe Bruno. I'm thinking, you know what you are, and Casco's administering it that way, but I'm not sure that's the way it should be done.
Right.
So what I would ask is, for the HR representative from Casco to really do a study on the position and determine, does it fall into what the federal government would determine as being an exempt position based on the responsibilities?
I think before we even go that far, I'd like to see the contract from the ACO that tells me that she's 40 hours.
Okay.
Where's the contract?
Well, I think the labor laws are pretty clear. You know, if you supervise people and you have freedom and flexibility, you're a salaried employee.
Right.
Unless you're punching the clock and getting paid time and a half for anything over 40 hours, then you're an hourly employee.
Right.
That's pretty
I
clear in the labor law.
I submit a time sheet weekly with the lunch taken out and all that, you know, so yeah.
Well, Don, I would suggest that you get together with whoever the town manager is in Casco right now and figure out, is this a salary position or not, just so you abide by the labor laws.
Yeah, my belief and position is that it is, and it should be administered that way. And so I'll talk to Don Garish.
Again, I put up a request. Let's take a look at the contract, please.
Any other questions for Jessica? Thank you, Jessica.
Very welcome. Oh, can I mention something too?
Go right ahead.
Started an emergency dog food campaign. So if we have anybody in need in the community who's fallen on hard times, if we know somebody who's had a house fire or whatnot, in any of the surrounding communities, I do have surpluses that have begun to be donated to us to help with that. So, and then what we do is we hook them up with some long-term help that way. Okay, so if anybody knows any help like that, we've got that rolling too. All right.
Thank you, Jessica.
You're welcome. Bye. Have a good night, guys.
Have a good night.
You too.
Kevin.
Okay, hard to follow that.
You can do
It'll get worse, Kevin. It'll get worse.
Uh, If everybody's looking at the budget that I sent out in the explanation sheet, you can see the areas. We can start with infrastructure, server, hardware. This is the first time we've actually bumped up any of these things in years, but we are incurring some more costs in most of our categories. I tried to provide enough information here so that everybody would have, a good look at what we're supporting, especially with the network diagram. You can see the network and all the different devices, the counts of the things that we have to support. And a lot of those things are growing older. What we try to do is on the servers, we try to get 8 to 10 years at least out of a server versus the 5 to 6 years we get out of a PC, because they're obviously built much better. But as that goes, we have a lot of replacement costs on the drives. Those drives run hard, 24/7, 365. So we have quite a bit of cost on those drives. So that's where the big bump was in the server hardware. Software costs go up yearly. Vendors, just keep doing that as a normal function. Nothing ever gets cheaper, unfortunately. Yeah, so the 3220, that bumped up a couple of thousand too, I think. Go down through, look at the infrastructure network hardware, that pretty much is almost the same. What we tend to do is a lot of new locks and stuff have come in over the last year. We haven't had any failures, but those locks are extremely expensive. They're networked, they're controlled from a centralized point. We update, we can gather information off them, who goes in. Nathan, every now and then gives me a query, who went into the town office this hour. I get on, a couple minutes later, I tell him, who entered at this point in time. So we have a pretty good security system with the locks. And the video security cameras now we're rolling out to all the locations. And so that was another server increase for last year. By the end of this year, we should have at least one camera at every location, if not multiple. For instance, the town office, we have, I think, 8 cameras. At the fire station, we have like 14 or 16 cameras. So we're doing pretty good with the security cameras, and we use those quite often to resolve conflicts and issues of people stealing stuff and things like that. The infrastructure network software, again, firewalls. We have a lot of firewalls, and that's one of the issues that in the CIP we're trying to get to a point where we have a single point of entrance into the internet. Right now, every building goes to the internet, so we're incurring a cost of at least $100 a month per building to get Spectrum service. We'd like to get our fiber backbone in place, which will have a lot of things, advantages, which we can address later in the presentation here. But those costs go up every year. Spectrum is, like I said, pretty expensive. Go down through here. We got the department hardware, and you can see the endpoints. That's, again, we've got 68 PCs in the town of Raymond in the municipal infrastructure that we're supporting. We've got 50 voice over IP phones. It's all pretty boring stuff, but it is amazing. I had Eric go through and actually do all of the counts of these things, and we were quite surprised at the actual number of devices that we have to support. You can see the department software, all the things involved in that. That went up a little bit too. The biggest thing in that is we're looking at a document management system. In the town of Raymond, in between all the different departments, we have well over 100,000 paper documents that people use, reference on a daily basis, that are not digitally backed up, that are not backed up in any manner. So there's several points that get addressed by this document management system that we'd like to put in, and that's somewhere between $5,000 and $6,000 a year. All documents will be scanned, which is a big project, but not just scanned and saved off-site, so that in case of a fire or some disaster, they'll be, intact, but they'll be scanned and the OCR, which is optical character recognition, and metadata applied. So if you have an invoice, there'll be a template created for that invoice. All information will be pulled out of that. So if somebody sitting at a desk wants to do a query, they do a query. They don't have to go look in a filing cabinet. That information will come up immediately on their computer. Additionally, across departments, once you start doing this, if you're looking for some information for a specific person about his lot or his tax payments, you can do a scan on that person, and all the department's information will then come to your screen about that. And you can print those out, you can email them to that person. So it makes the management of information so much easier and the office so much more efficient, and allows people to free up time to do things other than going to paper, documents and trying to figure out what's going on. And it would definitely will pay for itself over the long run. So that's the biggest add to 3211, which is $17,000 this year. The last year I think it was 10,600. Let's see, nothing exceptional on the other ones. We're asking for an increase on the 3115 salaries of $5,000. It's been many years since, actually, we never ever had an increase from the first time that we started supporting the town. And we're asking for a $5,000 bump because, if you can see, the number of things have grown incrementally larger that we have to support, and the three of us are spending a lot of time trying to support the town the best we can. And so we're asking for that $5,000 increase in salary. Do you have any question on the operational budget?
I like the way you broke it down in your description. Very informative.
Well, I tried to provide much information so that anybody with whether or not they were technical or not, could, really get a good look at what we do. And I know that a lot of people like Sue really appreciate the things we do, because she knows all the things she calls us for, and the people that we deal with know that too. But it's nice to see that in one place that everybody can take a look at it. Normally you'd have a technical support person that only does network support, but we do the locks, the security cameras, a lot of stuff that's rolled into what we do for the town. So
Mr. Chair, could I make a comment?
Go right ahead, Sue.
I'd like to give an example of what Kevin and his crew, and actually I think just Kevin did this particular one. Last week, when we suddenly had to close the town office, within, it seemed like just a few minutes, he had set up a schedule on our phones to from 8:30 to 4, Tuesday through Friday, forward 5 of the office phones to my home phone and forward all of their messages to my email. So that's the level of technology that he's maintaining right now, is the ability to do things like that literally on the fly. And that's small beans compared to a lot of the other things that he's been doing.
which is kind of a nice thing that we try to do too, because we try to bring in open source. That's all our phone system, other than the hardware, doesn't cost us anything. The operating system is all open source, and it happens to be more flexible than most of the proprietary systems, which allowed me to, and I can look up on my screen up here right now, and I can see all the phones in the Raymond system, whether they're up or down. I can configure them instantly. So it's, we try to do the best we can to centralize control, make it easy, and utilize open source to reduce the costs. I mean, that's our main goal. Anything else on the operational, Joe?
Joe?
Just refresh my memory. Is this still a contract that we have with your company, Kevin?
Yes, that is.
So when you say you're trying to increase salaries, who is that affecting?
Well, that's the salary line, but that's the company, that's the payment to the company, Woodbury Consulting.
Actually, it's not a salary line, it's the contract line.
Okay, well, it's on my sheet.
I
It
mean,
says
yeah, on
salaries.
your side, yeah, I understand that.
Yeah.
I mean, when he's looking at it, where's it coming up? It's on
Right.
that contract line, Joe. It goes from 80,000 to 85,000.
But,
Yeah, what we,
but is the contract in place or is it being renegotiated? How does that all work? I mean, how do you take a contract that you have for a certain amount of money and say, we're just going to increase it this year?
well, I'd like to obviously renegotiate it for that. I mean, we did that when we took over the IPTV support. We were at 60,000 at that point, and then we upped that to 80,000 to take over the support for the cable channel. So I think that was a renegotiation done at that point.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I was trying to get an answer to the earlier thing, which I do have some information on for later, but I would tell you that Kevin has been doing this job for a long time. And as a contract employee, we renegotiate when we have major, changes and when we have expirations and so forth. And so I would advocate for the, change. Nothing in life stays completely flat forever. And, if I were going to do the contract, I probably would have asked for money previous to this for additional, compensation to reflect the cost of doing business, the cost of, everything increases over time. So, but he has held it flat for a number of years. I can't say how many. He probably
Joe, you remember when you had somebody take a look at it, we came in about $100,000 less than the nearest competitor.
Kevin, believe me, you guys are really good at what you do. I'm not questioning that one bit. You guys earn every penny that you do. You do a great job. But I'm just trying to make sure that if we have a contract in place, then you have to modify the contract and, make sure that that contract is up to date and all that. That's all I'm saying. I'm not questioning anything other than making sure everything's in place.
Right. That's absolutely correct and true. And I think what's a little difficult here is it's a contract employee, but it's Kevin who started as a volunteer and has been with us I've been here 20 years. Kevin's been here more than 20 years.
Since 1996.
Since 1996. So I apologize, and it's possibly my error. Maybe I should have, taken the lead on that. And but he attends our department head meetings like a department head. He's integral to the operation, as Sue was indicating, when we have a crisis, an emergency. I mean, we switched him to a contractor. That's what he is. That's how he's paid. I don't think it's unreasonable for him to seek a change in compensation. He probably shouldn't be presenting it, though.
Yeah, that's, I mean, I don't know how.
Some town staff member
I
presenting.
mean, it's not my budget. I just have to explain it.
I understand. You should probably, yeah. You muted, Joe.
There, really love the Zoom stuff. I'm just saying that if he's presenting the budget and is asking for an increase, but he's really a contract employee, that increase should be coming from the town manager, who should be presenting the technology budget, with Kevin providing support as to why the increases are needed. That's all I'm saying. I am not questioning Kevin one bit.
I don't disagree with you at all, Joe.
What he does.
And I'm not disagreeing with you either at all. And we'll see what we can do next year. The problem with me or Alex or anybody else in this town trying to present the intricacies of the technology budget is we'll have to work on that issue.
Who does the assessing budget?
Well, we had Kurt here to talk about that. So, I mean, I think we have a structural change. We have to look at a way to improve what we're doing here. So, but I think where we run into the problem is when we talk about the compensation change. I think explaining some of the technological, upgrades and things like that, and things that we're planning to do as a town is one thing, but I would agree with Joe. I mean, you shouldn't be presenting a contract change, and we'll see what we can do about that.
But I think it's new territory. So,
Yeah,
I mean.
It is new
so
territory
it's-
because we haven't had a change in the contract.
Exactly.
Based compensation for a
Yep.
long
And that
time.
can be
I mean,
fixed.
we had the last major change we had was when they took over the broadcast studio.
So Kevin talks about everything else, and Dawn, you talk about his salary.
Well, right, and I've talked to Kevin in the past about the idea of the compensation, and so he held it for a number of years. It's not that we haven't had this conversation as we've had renewals, and so I guess we didn't handle it particularly well, and I'm agreeing with Joe, and we'll handle it differently moving forward.
Ralph?
I guess the comment I would have is in regards to software and things like that. I thought we hit, and maybe I was thinking that we wanted to do that, but it would make sense to me that on the software issues and the new, program things like that, instead of getting picked up per se under the department levels, they get picked up under the overall technology budget. I mean, it's more of an accounting thing, but that way you get, instead we're seeing, you're seeing software and things like that there, but we're also seeing it coming up in other departments and whatnot. So from a standpoint of being able to look at it from an overall standpoint of where are we on software and things like that, it'd be nice to see that all brought back into that one area so that we can see where that's actually going year to year, because we've got some, there's some that exists in Bruce's budget, there's some that exist in Alex's budget, there's some that exist here and there. And so when we look at this, we see a line that says software and things like that, but it's not the full picture. So,
Right, that Alex and I had been talking about that, trying to, because a lot of places dispense all of their technology to the department and cost it out to each department. I, on the other hand, agree with what you're saying, Rolf, is I like to see the overall cost of all of the technology in one place. And it's not really, that it's my budget, because it's not, I'm just a contractor, but you can see where everything related to technology is falling. And so that's something that Alex, like I say, Alex and I were talking about whether to do that in the future, is to move things into a more centralized costing methodology.
yeah. I mean, you can do sub accounts under there, but at least you've got one,
Yeah.
you've got one common area.
Exactly, that's what we were talking about that, but it is kind of a change, and he was looking at whether Trio could do that easily.
Yeah, easily being the very important word. What we could do if we decided to go down that route is essentially reallocate those other lines, into technology. The expense account is the same exact number, so there are reports that can be run with that expense code without necessarily moving everything around. However, it's a matter of just presentation. So if the board and the Budget Finance Committee decide that that's what they'd like to see, I can certainly make it happen.
Any other questions for Kevin?
I don't see any other hands.
Would you want
I
to go
don't
to
either.
the CIP part now? And
Yes, please.
okay, so we are still adding in, again, like we talked about the ability to have a common backbone, a fiber backbone for the municipal network connecting all of our buildings. Right now, the point is it's almost impossible to do backups from the fire station, do offsite backups up to the town office because the link over Spectrum is so slow. It actually takes 2 or 3 days to back up a server over that link. So to get our offsite backups done. But even then we have multiple points of entry into the ISP, which is Spectrum. And we'd like to get that fiber backbone in place, but it's very expensive. So we've been putting away, try to put away $50,000 every year till we reach the point we can get there. However, Don, correct me if I'm wrong, but there is going to be some money coming in from the government now for projects like fiber. So I don't know if that's would give you
Right.
a match in with that, or
That we were talking about that earlier. You know, it's looking like we're going to get around $450,000 from this latest stimulus money. I don't know how that's going to be allocated. We put in several different proposals, and I don't know if that's going to be the governing, I guess, framework or not, or if it's going to come as a direct grant and aid. I'm sure it's going to have qualified expenditures attached to it, and broadband and internet and technology and all of that is a big priority for the current administration, both state and federal. So I just don't know, but there is a potential there, I think, for this.
so the next thing down on that is the two-factor security tokens. What we're looking at is moving into a more secure environment with our workstations and sign-ons. Everybody probably is familiar with two-factor now because a lot of, if you do your banking, you get an SMS text. Ideally, what we do with the two-factor security tokens is you have something you have, which is the token, and a PIN number, something you know, and you log into your computer. You don't actually even have to know a password for your computer anymore. The hardware takes care of that. So, and some of you may have worked with that in some of your businesses. That are familiar with the secure ID tokens, been out there for years, but now two-factor has come way down. So we are looking at open source software to run it and just buying the hardware, which is $5,000 for the number of tokens that we would need to cover all of the employees. We're looking at end of life replacement for our servers for the net. We have the public safety server is 10 years old, and the 3 network attached storage servers are over 10 years old, and they are way beyond their service life, and we're getting some issues popping up left and right on those. Again, we buy all of these servers are purchased 1 generation back. Dell servers, we buy the direct to storage part of them where the actual drives live. We buy that new, but the servers themselves are all used servers. We haven't bought a new server for the town of Raymond ever, so we save at least $10,000 per server by going to the previous generation of server. So that's what those last 4 replacement end of life replacements are. Any questions on those?
I don't see any questions, Kevin. I'm looking at the current municipal sites, and they include Tasseltop, Sherry Gagnon Park. What kind of uses would be at those locations?
Yeah, well, those are municipal sites. The Sherry Gagnon Park is where we drop one because there's been interest in putting cameras there, security cameras. And we could put public Wi-Fi there also. So that is those list of sites that we'd like to hit with the fiber. If you look at it, we start the Sand and Salt building, you go down, 85 across by the park there and over down to the Public Works building, past the library. So we can get almost a linear track of all of the buildings. Although we'd have to go to Tasseltop, which is a little bit out of the way. But if we did that, we might be able to. Oh, and Joe showed some interest in Raymond Beach, also having internet service, because he'd like to have a security camera there and internet capability, I guess, for somebody that's may or may not be there monitoring the beach. So we'd like to be able to, I'm not saying I like to be able, but the town has shown interest in having that kind of connectivity to all the buildings.
Okay, that makes sense. Any other questions for Kevin? Thank you very much, Kevin. At this time, I'll allow some public comment.
Can I?
Go ahead.
So I called the interim Casco town manager, caught him on the road. And so this is Don Garish, who's a veteran Maine town manager, spent his career in Brunswick. So she's correct, they're administering it that way, but I vehemently disagree. I mean, and for our purposes, we're getting an assessment, so we're not exposed to an overtime assessment, but we're gonna take a look at that as the town managers tomorrow and see, how it should be properly, I guess, categorized. And, she does have supervisory authority. And the issue of, having hours that she works but doesn't get compensated for, that's not, no. So anyway, we'll be looking at that, and, I'm thinking this should be a salaried employee. I'm with Joe on that. And so that's what I thought we were getting, and that's not how they're running it. And so we're going to have a discussion.
So is that a job description in our package?
I believe we did put whatever they sent, didn't we, Alex?
Correct, yes.
So I would like to suggest that everybody watch last year's budget meeting, as to the description of her, when she stood up there and described what her job is, what the extra money went to. And I do believe Rolf also questioned about what the extra money was for. And there's a pretty good description there. When I say good, as to she's saying what the job entails and what it was supposed to be, and having that backup person was supposed to be there. So I would really suggest going back to last year's budget meeting and taking a look at it and watch it, because it's definitely not the same.
Well, we can do that, but we're going to have a meeting of the town managers and come back. We'll be back on this by the time we get to budget deliberations.
Okay, thanks.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
I'm not really the public, but there isn't a lot of public sitting out there. And
Okay.
I do have one kind of commercial announcement, if I could. I haven't received or had any phone calls or inquiries as yet about anyone running for a Budget Finance Committee. The nomination papers are available. They're due back on April 9th. And those that are up for re-election are Robert Goslin, Kevin Oliver, Sheila Burke, and Bob Jones. So feel free.
Thank you. I plan on stopping by sometimes. I'll make an appointment. Go ahead, Don.
No, I'm all set.
Select board comment? Budget finance comment? Go ahead, Joe.
I requested that the meeting for April 30th be moved. Has any decision been made on that? I am not available on the 30th.
No, there's been no mention of moving that meeting.
Moving it to what, Joe?
Well, I had suggested the following week, but
What I would suggest there is, Bob, poll your group, see if that works, and we can, the select board can, I'll poll our people to make sure that there's not a problem, and if there's not any problems, then we can just shift it that 1 week.
Okay, so that'd be the week following March 30th.
No, it's
I don't think so.
Joe, it's which date was it, Joe? It was the
April 30th. It's gonna be like the first week of May.
no, it's March 30th is the next meeting, 2 weeks from tonight.
You said
And
April, sorry.
And I suggest that we move it to Tuesday, the April 6th.
April 6th, okay. On the, the only one that's not here on the select board is Lonnie, but does Sam, Marshall, Teresa, do you see a problem with that date?
I'm good.
So as long as it works with the budget committee, then the select board's all right with it.
I'll poll the people and get back to you guys tomorrow.
Thank you.
Thank you, Joe. Any other comment? I'll entertain a motion to adjourn. People want to stick
So moved.
around? We have a mo-
Joe did.
Joe moved it.
Joe moved, I'll second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
See you later. Thank you very much.
Bye.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Kayla. I'm the Communications Director for the town of Raymond, and today I'm sitting here with Gary, who manages the food pantry in Raymond. I'd like to talk with Gary today about the food pantry and how COVID-19 has affected his operations, but I'd also like to get to know Gary too first. Gary, how long have you been managing the food pantry?
Well, I've been involved with the pantry for about 5 years or so, but as manager about 4 years.
What started your involvement with the food pantry?
Well, I had a forced retirement, and I was involved with the Raymond Lions. Some of the Lions were supporting the pantry. They brought me in. There was concern over pantry operations and how things were operating and what it looked like going down the road. Reverend Elmer, who was the proprietor of the pantry, took me under his wing, entrustment, and I've been building on that throughout.
What are the hours of the food pantry?
The pantry itself, the operation is on the second and fourth Thursday of the month from 4 to 6 p.m.
Are there eligibility requirements for the recipients?
Yes, we follow TFAB requirements. The TFAB is a temporary emergency food program provided through Wayside and Good Shepherd. Also, we allow, some families will have a hardship in any given month, and they come to the pantry as well.
You mentioned that a bulk of your products come from the Good Shepherd Food Bank and Wayside, but you also rely on local businesses.
Yes, we do food rescue pickups once a week from both Hannaford and Shaw's out of North Windham. But we also have food drives that are done and donations dropped off from some of the local businesses. Good Shepherd's a big one. The Ready Care, one or two of the local daycare centers. PNF has done donations and food drives, and so has 302 Nutrition. One of the things I didn't want to forget is the Thomas Pond Christmas in July. That event brings in over 1,000 pounds of dry goods for that one event.
How has COVID-19 affected your food supply?
We don't receive as many donations from local groups because of the concern of transmitting. We have been getting quite a bit of distribution from Good Shepherd. They have the program that goes farmer to family programs, so we're getting more of that produce stuff. We've been having larger distributions from USDA, which comes from Wayside. They're trying to help the farmers and the producers, food producers. Their warehouses are filling up. Well, some of that product they're giving to us for storage, not necessarily the product that we're using every day, so some of those volumes increase. At the onset of COVID, our store donations rescue items went to almost zero. We rely quite heavily on store donations, rescue items for both produce, bakery, breads, and protein. Also, a lot of the dry goods that we were getting from Good Shepherd and purchasing elsewhere were not available on the shelves.
COVID has changed how many of us have to operate. What are the major changes that you and your team have had to implement?
In a number of ways. Number one, I've gotten more volunteers because there's less people employed and whatnot, and people eligible, need to get out of the house, need something to do. That's been a great help. As far as the clients go, we used to have interaction with clients. Clients would come in the door, have selections of product, work their way through, we'd have conversations, and then send them on their way. Today, it's a drive up, drop, do a selection, here's a box. The only interaction is with the intake person or the person that's giving them their food.
You mentioned an intake person. What exactly does that entail?
The intake person records who the individual is, number of people in the family, whether they're a senior or non-senior, and they also ask them, they have a checklist of food items or dry good items, select things that we can give them a choice to take. And they'll fill out, ask the questions, fill out the form, bring the form into me, and then we start the process of putting their stuff together.
Can you talk about your volunteers?
Our volunteers are primarily driven through the local Lions group. I Am a Lion. This is the food pantry supported as a project by the Lions, so we're heavily supported there, and it's a pool of volunteers for me to grab onto. During the COVID, we had as many as 17, 18 volunteers. We're back down to around 10 or 12, and that's diminishing as people go to work. The hours of operation or hours of need for volunteers is challenging for the workforce. Most of our operations are done early, I say early morning, it's 8 o'clock in the morning, 8 to 10, and then from 9 to 12, and then 3 to 7 on pantry days. So it makes it difficult.
It sounds to me like you really rely heavily on the elder community for your volunteer base.
Yeah, 90 to 95% of our volunteers are age, let's say 65 or older.
What is expected of your volunteers to help promote healthy and safety for everybody involved?
We generally follow the general COVID guidelines. Anytime we're working within the pantry, all the doors, appliances, and tables are wiped down first, generally by myself or somebody else that comes in or prior to everybody else. A volunteer walks in the door, they have to wash their hands. Masks are required.
Gary, thank you for taking the time to speak with me today. It's been a pleasure.
You're welcome, Kayla. It was my pleasure.
If you'd like more information on the food pantry, please visit the Town of Raymond website.
You're online.
Welcome to the 3/31/2021 Zoning Board of Appeals meeting at the Town of Raymond. The Zoning Board of Appeals will come to order. The board does have a quorum. I'm now going to do a roll call. Would members please state their name and position? Why don't we start with you, David?
David Murch, a member of the Board of Appeals.
Pat?
Patricia Beaton, member, Zoning Board of Appeals.
Joanne,
Joanne Stinson, Vice Chair.
and I'm Len Sorelli, Chairperson.
And our
This is a
candidate,
public
Tom
proceeding.
Hennessy has just joined us.
Who has? I'm sorry.
Tom Hennessy, candidate for the board.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
good.
okay.
This is a public proceeding, and unless the board specifically votes to go into executive session, you have the right to hear everything that is being said and to look at all of the exhibits that are presented. Please notify the chair if you are unable to see or hear. The board works from a published agenda and will be considering tonight's items in the following order. First, we're going to have an election of vice chairperson. Then we'll have a consideration for application of membership for Mr. Tom Hennessy. We move on to new business with a public hearing for Jeffrey Clark and Bethany Clark requesting a variance to divide lot, creating one conforming and one non-conforming lot. Then we will move into code enforcement officer communications and then adjourn. In each instance, the burden is upon the applicant to demonstrate compliance with the provisions of the applicable ordinances or state law. After the board votes on the merits of each application, it will prepare a written notice of decision. Because the notice of decision may substantially affect any appeals rights and also, as a matter of courtesy, the board asks that those attending the meeting with regards to a specific application not leave until the board has completed its discussion. Generally speaking, appeals from adverse decisions must be filed with the Superior Court as otherwise provided by law within 45 days of the board's decision. Also, to be certain that you preserve your individual rights to file any such appeal, you must be certain that the board's record evidences your appearance this evening in opposition and the basis for your opposition. All persons speaking, including representatives, somebody say that word for me, representatives of the applicant and member of the public are asked to stand at the microphone. Well, we don't have a microphone tonight, so please state your name and affiliation with the application, for, opposed, neutral. All persons speaking shall address all remarks or questions to the chairman. The meeting is not over until the board has formally adjourned. Any discussion not included on the meeting agenda or accepted by the board is to be held until after adjournment or conducted outside of the meeting room. Well, I guess we'll get right into it. And because as we've said, tonight is Joanne's last meeting, and that will leave us without a vice chair and with one person. And we'll still be one person short, actually. I know from speaking to the members that Patricia's schedule doesn't allow her to take this position at this time. Joanne's gone. That only leaves David. In my opinion, I think David would be a very good candidate.
Great.
He's very familiar with the rules, and he's not afraid to speak up. So, does anyone oppose that?
I'll nominate David Murch.
I'll second that.
Thank you, Pat. And David, I believe the next step will be, I'm not sure what it is. What is, do you have to see, I can't think of her name, in the town office, or what happens now?
I think we just vote on it, Len, and if we approve it, we're done.
And then he needs to accept.
Yeah, he needs to accept. He needs to accept the nomination.
Okay, let's vote. Everybody in favor of David, please raise your hand. There's no one opposed. Congratulations, David.
Thank you.
Thank
And
you. Thanks,
For
David.
the record, I will officially accept. So.
Okay, now the next item on our agenda is a consideration of application for board membership from Mr. Thomas Hennessy. Is he here?
Yes, he is.
can't see.
He's down here. He's identified as Marcia.
I got him.
Yeah, I'm on the line. It's under Marcia at the moment.
Oh, okay. Well, Tom, I believe we've all seen and read your application. Am I right, board members? Everybody seen it? Would you just take a little time to tell us a little bit about yourself and why you want to be on the board? Go ahead.
I've been in Maine as a resident for almost 40 years. Lived in Raymond part-time for about 9, and then an additional 3 full-time here. And love the town, and I'm retired, so I'm looking for a volunteer position to try and help make things go smoother and better in the town of Raymond.
Do you have any acquaintances on the board, professional or otherwise?
I do not have any acquaintances on the board. I have a background in both the Navy and Bath Iron Works for 30, 40 years, depending on between active and reserve duty and then full-time at Bath Iron Works. So I'm familiar with technical details.
And I see you checked off on your application that your schedule does allow you to attend the regular meetings, which are normally on the last Tuesday of the month, and site walks a couple of weeks before the meeting.
Yep, I'm good with all that.
Okay. Does any other board members have any questions for Mr. Hennessy?
Tom, I was going to say thank you so much for applying. It's always good to see more volunteers coming out. And I assume you don't have any concerns about you'll make decisions that could be popular, that might be unpopular, and you don't mind taking the time to actually review the ordinances for the town, to help educate yourself as to what people are trying to do or requesting to do.
I have no problem with any of that. I'm familiar with the previous code enforcement officers. I haven't directly met Alex. And I'm welcoming any training or assistance to get familiar with more rules and ordinances if I need to.
Mary, there is a course that is put out at least annually, isn't it?
Yes, it's being held by Zoom. I think I sent it out, but I'll send it out again to everybody.
Okay, I don't remember receiving any course, but welcome to either. I drive by your office all the time, Mary. I can stop in and get it if you don't get it any other way.
I'll email it to you. It will give you all of the information and the login for Zoom and so on, how to register. And as I've instructed, if you're registering for it, just have them bill the town. You don't have to pay anything. We'll pick up the tab on that.
Okay, thank you.
So I'll get that out.
Alrighty.
And Tom, I just want to say that I recognize your voice, and I know you've called in a few times and you've always been polite and right to the point, and I thank you for that. Do we have to vote if we would like to have Tom's application move on?
I move to approve the application of Tom Hennessy.
I second that.
Okay, let's vote to approve the application. Everybody in favor, raise their hand.
And you are forwarding this with your recommendation to the select board approve and appoint him as a member, correct?
Correct. Mary, do you have any other applicants in the queue, or?
Not at present. We seem to be running short, but we're going to keep trying.
Okay. Now we'll start the new business portion and the public hearing of the meeting. On March 20th, we did a site walk of the property with Mr. Clark. Joanne was not in attendance, but the rest of us were. Joanne,
I was actually, Lynn. Yeah.
I wasn't.
did I say Joanne?
That's okay.
I know you were there. I thought I said Patricia wasn't
No,
there.
yeah, I wasn't.
Now you made me lose my train of thought. Joanne, can you read the notes from the site walk, please?
Sure, yeah, as Len said, it was site walk at 9 a.m. on 320 up at 3 Orchard Estates. The ZBA members present were Len, Joanne, and David. And Tom Hennessy joined us to see what the process was like. And Jeff Clark walked us basically around the property. He showed us the what he's applying for. Basically, he has a little over 5 acres, as I understand it. There's a trailer on the front of the property. He'd like to divide the property so that he would then have a 3-acre conforming lot and a 0.05 acre non-conforming lot, so he can build another principal structure on the back of the property on the new lot that he would create. So basically, he walked us around and showed us where the current boundaries are, where the proposed boundaries are, and just talked about that he wanted to continue renting out the trailer that's on the property and build himself a new home.
Thank you, Joanne.
Yep.
Let's move on to the application from Jeffrey Clark and Bethany Clark. Your application, as Joanne said, you would like to construct a new home and to create one non-conforming 2.05 acre lot, which will encompass existing structures which are there. Would you take us through your application, please? And would you please include what's going to happen with the right-of-way and with the present structures that are there, not necessarily the trailer, but that barn that's behind the trailer, so we're all clear on that. So when you're done, Mr. and Mrs. Clark, then the board will ask you any questions they have. So go right ahead.
I'm a little confused on that. Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay, I've never done this before.
That's okay.
The trailer would still be a rental property, and the garage I use for storage for specific vehicles. And basically the personal property that we actually are going to be moving out of our house here because we will be selling to build a new house if possible. And basically what we would like to do is separate the property into a 3-acre buildable lot and a 2.5, I guess, acre lot with existing structures on it.
Okay. Alex, I have a question for you. Is that what Mr. Clark's proposing? Is that something we can legally do?
Yeah, so if you take a look at the land use ordinance, Article 6, you look at Article 6B 1B, which says, subject to the provisions of this ordinance to hear and grant or deny applications for variances from the terms of the land use ordinance. A variance may be granted for lot areas, lot coverage by structure, and setbacks. So the ordinance does allow you to grant a variance for lot area.
Thank you. When you sell your existing home, Mr. Clark, will that in any way affect the right-of-way?
No, sir.
Okay. Board members, what other questions do you have? I know you have some, Joanne.
I do. Under what Alex just read, the powers and duties, under the request for a variance, Jeffrey and Bethany, you need to meet the criteria for undue hardship, as I understand it. And you filled out your application and put a few things in there. So we're going to ask you some questions about those because you have to meet all 4 criteria. The first one is could you explain says the land in question cannot yield a reasonable return unless this variance is granted. Can you explain to us how that land cannot yield a reasonable return if it doesn't get split off into the two parcels?
Well, I'm having a problem with my headset. We won't be able to move forward in our plans to build a smaller house for us to live in. Because this house that we have now is just way too big for us and to take care of anymore. Our kids are all gone. We just want to build something small to retire in.
But let me ask you a quick question. If the trailer wasn't there, you could build a house on the property. What you're proposing is having two principal structures, two primary residences on.
That's what I'm trying not to do.
Right, that's why you're trying to divide it. But if the trailer wasn't there, you could have you could build somewhere else on that piece of property.
That's correct.
Okay. The second requirement is that the need for the variance is because of the unique circumstances of the property, such as location of existing structures, topographical features, and not to the general conditions of the neighborhood. So the need, would you say that the need is due to the unique circumstances of this property? Is there something that makes it unique?
We've lived here for 22 years. We love the land. It's a beautiful spot. It's very unique. It's an old apple orchard, which we'd like to try to maintain to some extent. Hasn't been taken care of for years, but we would like to maintain the beauty of the property.
Okay. I'm just going to keep reading these, and for other board members, if you do have a question on any of these, please jump in.
And I think, Joanne, when the questions are finished, I think the board should go over each one and vote on it.
Yep.
Okay, but continue.
I think there's actually 5.3 that granting of the variance will not change the essential character of the locality. Would you, Jeffrey and Bethany, would you agree that if you divide this parcel, that it won't change the character?
I agree, it won't. Yes.
Okay, 4, that the hardship is not the result of action taken by the applicant or the prior owner. The fact that this is not 6 acres, so you could have 2 legally conforming lots, is that due to something other than your actions or the previous owners?
Not that I'm aware of.
But you are the one that's requesting to
Correct.
split it off.
Correct.
Okay. And the last one, 5, permitted variances run with the land and thus pass from one owner of the property to the next. That's just a comment. That's nothing that you have to address. So those are the 4 criteria of variance that the board members need to consider. And just other comments that I have, Len, are that my understanding is, I know with non-conforming lots, we can't make changes to make the non-conforming lots more non-conforming. So this is where I'm struggling, is we're taking a conforming less than 6 acres, little over 5 acre lot, and creating one conforming lot and a non-conforming lot, which I don't believe we can do. Or I would like to discuss that. I'm not sure how we can do that. And 2, I know if it wasn't divided, we can't have more than one principal structure on a lot. So I understand that's why he's trying to do it. So those are just my comments. So
Patricia, do you have any questions for Mr. Clark?
Yeah.
How about you, David?
Yeah, I do have a few. Thank you, Len. So when we were there for the site walk, there was a property out back with a house on it. Does that property belong to you, or does that belong to someone else?
That is a separate house. It belongs to Donna Hildreth.
Okay. And when we first came onto the property, the mobile home was on the right-hand side. If we're looking from the road, there was another property with a house to the left. That is your house, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And what's the acreage on that property?
2.5.
Okay. And do you have any other properties that abut the parcel that you'd like to split?
I believe Donna Hildreth abuts the property, and what's his name? Flanagan abuts on the opposite side.
Okay, but you yourselves don't have any other properties
Abutting, no.
Okay. I think that's it for the moment, Len.
Thanks, David. You still all set, Patricia?
Yeah, my concern is that we're creating the non-conforming. And as far as in the future, somebody building something like moving the mobile home off of the site and looking to build a stick built home.
I think we have to discuss that. At this point, do you want to, board, let's go through the criteria and talk about and vote on each one. How's that?
Len, I'm sorry, I'm assuming we don't have anyone calling in for or opposed or anything.
Well, no, I think Mary would have said something, but if there's anyone opposed,
Have we opened the public hearing
Yes.
yet?
yes, we have.
Okay. I have nobody calling in.
Thanks,
Okay.
Len.
All right. Okay. The first criteria is the land in question cannot yield a reasonable return unless the variance is granted. And their response to that is by limiting, decreasing square footage on the mobile home in order to build a new house, thus having two houses on the existing lot for the mobile home would be less rentable and less income yielding, decreasing the income derived currently. I'm not sure that that shows that that land cannot be used for something else. Any thoughts, board members?
I concur with what Len's comment is. That's one of the problems that I had, that the land, it is, to Jeffrey's point, it's a beautiful piece of property. The birds back there were wonderful, everything, and it's I guess, you know, it sounds like more of a wish to keep the rental income coming in and have another home there, and I understand that. But it doesn't sound, I don't see any reason why the property couldn't yield. For example, if he sold the property as is, you know, the property obviously would not have any problem selling like that. So just because it's not divided into two different parcels, I don't believe that that would not, by not doing it, it would not allow for a reasonable return, if that makes sense.
I agree with you, Joanne. How about other board members? Do you have any comments on this criteria? David or Pat?
Yeah, I would have to agree with both you, Len, and Joanne, that you know, looking at this, especially when it says a reasonable return, that I think that's kind of the key word in this for me is a reasonable turn. So I believe the lot in itself, it is a beautiful lot, and I do think that sold as a 5-acre lot or used as a 5-acre lot, it would certainly result in a reasonable return without having to split it. So yeah, I have to agree again with Joanne. It's like it would be I understand for the Clarks that it would be nice to have the two properties and be able to take in the income for the mobile home as a rental, but the need to split the lot in order to yield the reasonable return. I'm not sure that the reasons provided by the Clarks meet the need.
Anyone else?
I do agree with everybody on that because as far as building another dwelling on the 5 acres, that's still possible. Renting the mobile home is still possible. And it sounds like there's another building also, a garage that's able to be rented. So they can be rented.
No.
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 Okay, I thought you said something, but I stand corrected. I thought you indicated there was another type of dwelling.
It is for storage purposes only.
Oh, okay, all right, but it sounds like the mobile home, regardless of a home being built on the 5 acres, that could still be rented.
I think just to clarify that point, Patricia, and Alex, you can jump in if I don't have this correct, but you can't have more than one principal structure on one lot.
So in this particular zone, and it probably will clear up what he was talking about in that description, you can have an accessory residential apartment with a single family dwelling, but it is limited to a certain size. So that's why he's talking about reducing the size of the mobile home, because it's currently too large to be an accessory apartment. So the only way he could do that, have the house in the back and have the rental in the front, would be to reduce the size of it.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you for that clarification.
Let's take a vote with the board, just to be clear. All those in favor of granting the variance under rule number 1, please raise their hand. All those opposed? Okay. The next point we should talk about is the need for a variance is due to the unique circumstances of the property and not to the general conditions of the neighborhood. Their response is the lot size is currently not large enough to have 2 full-size dwellings without decreasing the overall square footage on the mobile home. Anyone want to comment on that?
Yeah, I'm not sure the lot size itself is unique. That's actually a bigger lot than a lot of them. But it's actually the size of the existing structure, meaning the trailer or mobile home that's on there, is what's causing, I guess, the need to request the variance to split them off. It's not the general conditions of the neighborhood, but that's a tough one. Are there any other comments by the board and how they're reading that one? I mean, I don't know if we say it's unique because it has an existing mobile home or trailer on it and at the size of it, and he wants to build another home on the property. I'm just not sure how unique that is, but.
Well, I read that proper application of this would require something actually unique about the property. For example, a lot with an odd shape than other area lots and does not have maybe a good lot for a variance. I don't know if this lot is actually unique. In my opinion, I don't think so.
I think it's just not big enough is the problem, right?
It seems like perhaps the uniqueness is the need or the desire to have 2 full-size dwellings on the property. Matt, I don't know that that's the uniqueness to the property. That's the uniqueness to the situation.
Right. I would agree with that, David. Yeah.
Me too. Any other questions?
From the new kid on the block, When did it become a rule to have the 3 acre versus something smaller on that type of lot?
I
That,
mean,
that's
what
rural
year?
district, right, Len? Oh,
I really can't answer that. I don't know.
I believe under, this is a rural district. This Article 4C makes it an R, rural district. And the minimum lot area shall be 3 acres according to the ordinances.
I think Tom's asking, when did that come into play?
Yeah, is it before or after Jeff and Bethany bought this entire plot of land, I guess?
Would be well before. It looks like it might have been 1987.
But I'm not sure that didn't, the lot's 5 acres though. So even if lot sizes were smaller at the time, that lot was 5 acres, correct? So it's not like the lot was already split, you know what I mean? So it wasn't already 2 and then went to 3, so.
I guess my question, just for clarity, is if they bought it with the intention of someday splitting it, was it 2.5 back when they bought it? And now we're in this dilemma here?
I don't believe that would matter what their intentions were. It's what it actually was at the time the ordinance went into effect. Is that correct, Alex?
Yeah, I mean, if they had purchased this lot in the 60s, for example, unfortunately, they have to play by the rules of today. I think, Jeff, you just purchased this not too long ago, correct?
We inherited it
Yeah, how long ago did you inherit it?
2 years ago.
Okay. Yeah, so I mean,
I'm just wondering, I guess I was just wondering if there's some kind of grandfathering thing.
not in this situation.
Thanks for clearing that up.
I think, Tom, I don't know if it helps just for understanding going forward, is if it were a non-conforming 2-acre lot, from several years ago, then that could be maintained and continued. But it never was a 2-acre lot. So that's why, if that helps. Yeah.
I'm just learning the rules.
No, good question. Good question.
Let's vote on the second criteria. The need for a variance is due to the unique circumstances of the property and not to the general conditions of the neighborhood. All those in favor of granting the variance based on this criteria, please raise their hand. All those opposed, please raise their hand. Okay. The next point is the granting of the variance will not alter the essential character of the locality. Their response is the request for a variance would not alter the essential character of the locality. It would remain rural residential. I don't know if that's the answer that we're looking for here. Anybody else?
I don't believe that dividing the lots would change the character of the locale there. So I don't personally see a problem with number 3. I think they would maintain the character if they were able to get the variance.
See, I look at this and thinking that it's essentially a split for the purpose of 2 primary residential. So essentially now we've got 2 properties, one of which is non-conforming lot size now, which has a primary residence on it. So I look at that in the sense that the locality is intending to have 3-acre lots. Now we're allowing, a 2-acre lot for a primary residence. So for me, at reading this, it would be changing the essential character.
Interesting.
I agree with David on that one.
I do too. Good point, David. All right. No other questions. Let's vote on number 3. The granting of the variance will not alter the essential character of the locality. All those that believe that is true, please raise their hand. All those opposed, please raise their hand. Okay. Number 4, the hardship is not the result of action taken by the appellate or a prior owner. The response is, this is the size of the lot and it was never intended to be split by prior owners. I'm not really sure what the answer means. Anybody else have thoughts on this one?
Well,
Well, I'm sorry, go ahead, Patricia.
I was just gonna say, the Clarks inherited it 2 years ago. I don't know how long it was owned before that, but if it was gonna be split, it would have been split by then. If there was an intention to do so.
Yeah, and to go along with, I agree with Patricia, and that the hardship here is that, again, he doesn't have enough lot size to create 2 conforming lots. And also that the trailer is too large to have two structures on one lot. So that's where I just feel like the applicants are creating the hardship based on their needs. So.
Any other comments before we vote on this? Number 4, the hardship is not the result of action taken by the appellant or prior owners. All those that feel that is true, please raise their hand. All those opposed, please raise their hand. Well, it looks like that on all the hardship clauses, everyone is on the board is opposed 4-0 on every one of them. I guess the only thing left to do is to make a motion to whether to proceed or approve this variance or not.
Lynn, can I just get one confirmation?
Sure, go ahead.
Up there. I just want to make sure we have the listing of the 4 hardships. Is it, in order for us to even approve this, is it a requirement that all 4 must be met? Or is it at least one of the 4 must be met? It's my understanding that all 4 need to be met, but I want to confirm.
That's my understanding also, that all 4 have to
Same
be
here.
met.
Yeah.
Okay.
Correct.
So even if we approved 1, 2, and 3, and then we said no to number 4, then that sounds like it would be same result as if we said all 4, no to all 4. So, okay, thanks. They clarified. Thank you.
That's okay. These 4 criteria are very strict. So we have to put extra thought and thinking into it.
Yep.
Can I get a second on my motion or no?
I'll second. Oh, yeah. So, yeah.
Okay. The board votes to not approve the variance for Mr. and Mrs. Clark at this time. All those in favor, raise your hand. The variance is not approved. Thank you. Are there any other comments before we move on? Next order on the agenda is Code Enforcement Officer Communications. That's you, Alex.
Yeah, I don't really have a whole lot to communicate. I just want to say thank you to Joanne and good luck. And if you happen to come back to Raymond, we expect to be back on the ZBA if there's an open position. I doubt that's going to happen, but wishful
I'm gonna
thinking,
make
I
a
guess.
variant.
But good luck. Thank you. And that's all I got.
Thank you very much, Alex. I appreciate that. It's been a pleasure to work with you. I mean that.
Thank you.
Before we adjourn, I'd sent something out to the board members saying that, you know, and we obviously knew that this is your last meeting, Joanne. And I asked if anybody had some final words, that now would be the time. I'll go first if you want. Joanne, you're going to be very missed on the board. That's a given. The community, whether they know it or not, will be missing you also because, in my opinion, you have the most compassion for the community than most. Your ability to interpret the ordinances is outstanding, and you are not afraid to ask provoking questions. And on a personal note, I'm very moved that I've gotten to know you. Anybody else?
Thank you very much, Lynn.
You're welcome. Go ahead, Pat.
I want to definitely say that you will be missed. You've put your heart and soul into everything you've done with the town. I can see, your face when you go to vote on the board. You challenge everybody, and your insight to the to all of the rules and regulations. And we really knocked around this whole variance. What is a variance? What is a variance? So you made us all challenged everyone on that one, and making good changes to a process that needed it. So, but you're going to be missed, and I enjoyed spending time with you on the board. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
And I will say that, you know, certainly we haven't been on the board together for that long, but I have in the past been on the other side. And I've always appreciated your professionalism and how that, your fairness and how you looked at things. And so I appreciated that then. I certainly appreciate it now as being a board member. And I also appreciate you just asking me, you know, a number of months ago while we're doing election stuff to consider applying. So thank you for that.
Thank you, David. Thank you, guys. I do want to say thank you to all of you, and everyone needs to know that these members of the board do work their hearts out to try to do the right thing every time someone comes to this board and makes a request. It's not easy. It's not easy to interpret any of these ordinances, and thank you, Alex, for helping us so much, and Mary behind the scenes. But I applaud each and every one of you. You guys are awesome, and you're going to do a great job in that. Len, you're doing a wonderful job taking, the chair. So
thanks.
It's appreciated.
Well, let's give Joanne a hand.
That's okay.
Okay. I'll make a motion to adjourn the meeting. Can I get a second on that?
I second.
Okay, the meeting is now adjourned.
I'm Kayla. I'm the Communications Director for the town of Raymond, and today I'm sitting here with Gary, who manages the food pantry in Raymond. I'd like to talk with Gary today about the food pantry and how COVID-19 has affected his operations, but I'd also like to get to know Gary too first. Gary, how long have you been managing the food pantry?
Well, I've been involved with the pantry for about 5 years or so, but as manager about 4 years.
What started your involvement with the food pantry?
Well, I had a forced retirement, and I was involved with the Raymond Lions. Some of the Lions were supporting the pantry. They brought me in. There was concern over pantry operations and how things were operating and what it looked like going down the road. Reverend Elmer, who was the proprietor of the pantry, took me under his wing, entrustment, and I've been building on that throughout.
What are the hours of the food pantry?
The pantry itself, the operation is on the second and fourth Thursday of the month from 4 to 6 p.m.
Are there eligibility requirements for the recipients?
Yes, we follow TFAB requirements. The TFAB is a temporary emergency food program provided through Wayside and Good Shepherd. Also, we allow, some families will have a hardship any given month, and they come to the pantry as well.
You mentioned that a bulk of your products come from the Good Shepherd Food Bank and Wayside, but you also rely on local businesses.
Yes, we do food rescue pickups once a week from both Hannaford and Shaw's out of North Windham. But we also have food drives that are done and donations dropped off from some of the local businesses. Good Shepherd's a big one. The Ready Care, one or two of the local daycare centers. PNF has done donations and food drives, and so has 302 Nutrition. One of the things I didn't want to forget is the Thomas Pond Christmas in July. That event brings in over 1,000 pounds of dry goods for that one event.
How has COVID-19 affected your food supply?
We don't receive as many donations from local groups because of the concern of transmitting. We have been getting quite a bit of distribution from Good Shepherd. They have the program that goes farmer to family programs, so we're getting more of that produce stuff. We've been having larger distributions from USDA, which comes from Wayside. They're trying to help the farmers and the producers, food producers. Their warehouses are filling up. Well, some of that product they're giving to us for storage, not necessarily every day, but some of those volumes. At the onset of COVID, were store donations, rescue items went to almost zero. We rely quite heavily on store donations, rescue items for both produce, bakery, breads, and protein. Also, a lot of the dry goods that we were getting from Good Shepherd and purchasing elsewhere were not available on the shelves.
COVID has changed how many of us have to operate. What are the major changes that you and your team have had to implement?
In a number of ways. Number one, I've gotten more volunteers because there's less people employed and whatnot, and people eligible, need to get out of the house, need something to do. That's been a great help. As far as the clients go, we used to have interaction with clients. Clients would come in the door, have selections of product, work their way through. We'd have conversations, and then send them on their way. Today, it's a drive up, drop, do a selection, here's a box. The only interaction is with the intake person or the person that's giving them their food.
You mentioned an intake person. What exactly does that entail?
The intake person records who the individual is, number of people in the family, whether they're senior or non-senior, and they also ask them, they have a checklist of food items or dry good items, select things that we can give them a choice to take. And they'll fill out, ask the questions, fill out the form, bring the form into me, and then we start the process of putting their stuff together.
Can you talk about your volunteers?
Our volunteers are primarily driven through the local Lions group. I am a Lion. This is, the food pantry supported as a project by the Lions. So we're heavily supported there, and it's a pool of volunteers for me to grab onto. During the COVID, we had as many as 17, 18 volunteers. We're back down to around 10 or 12, and that's diminishing as people go to work. The hours of operation or hours of need for volunteers is challenging for the workforce. Most of our operations are done early, I say early morning, it's 8 o'clock in the morning, 8 to 10, and then from 9 to 12, and then 3 to 7 on pantry days. So it makes it difficult.
It sounds to me like you really rely heavily on the elder community for your volunteer base.
Yeah, 90 to 95% of our volunteers are age, let's say 65 or older.
What is expected of your volunteers to help promote healthy and safety for everybody involved?
We generally follow the general COVID guidelines. Anytime we're working within the pantry, all the doors, the appliances, and tables are wiped down first, generally by myself or somebody else that comes in or prior to everybody else. A volunteer walks in the door, they have to wash their hands. Masks are required.
Gary, thank you for taking the time to speak with me today. It's been a pleasure.
You're welcome, Kayla. It was my pleasure.
If you'd like more information on the food pantry, please visit the Town of Raymond website.
Good evening. Welcome to the April 6th budget workshop. First order of business is to approve the minutes from our March 16th meeting.
I'll make a motion to approve.
Thank you, Joe.
A second.
And who made that second?
Karen.
Karen, thank you. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Before we start, I'd like to mention that Sheila Bork has submitted her resignation from the Budget Finance Committee. She has changed her residence to Arizona and will spend most of her time there. She will, however, spend some summertime months in Maine, so we may get to see her as well. So I want to thank you, Sheila, for your participation in the Budget Finance Committee. We will now start the budget workshop part of our meeting. Do we have Alex Aponte available?
It doesn't look like we do as of yet, but we should shortly.
He's in the waiting room. I'm admitting him now. He just popped in.
All right, we'll put him on the spot then.
There we are.
Alex. Good evening, Alex.
Hey, thank you. I was waiting to be let in.
All right. Today you issued some updated paperwork. Would you like to cover some of the areas that caused those changes?
Yeah, definitely.
And then we'll read come back to them as we get through the different sections and so on. So go ahead.
Okay, so first of all, I started with the first change was the 100,000 for the TIF. In years past, we had been putting 100,000 towards a revaluation. What I did this time is I actually put the 100,000 into the budget because in talking with Kurt, we are gonna have those funds, as part of the tax incremental financing. So, but what I did with that, I actually put it as an undesignated TIF project. One thing the board and the budget committee will want to consider is some projects, and I think that that's been something that we've been talking about because that TIF is going to still be there for the next 8 years. The other change, I got a final numbers from Nathan for the waste and recycling. So there was a net increase of about $9,000. So that was the other change. And then the other couple of changes on this version was the changes that the corrections to the Parks and Rec budget. And there was an error on one of the lines. The other thing I included were the undesignated, the calculation of excess unassigned fund balance and the available TIF funds, which is something that wasn't given to you. But I had said that I would be sending those out. And I want to say, and then I also sent the proposed contract from Pine Tree Waste. And I believe those are all the changes and updates.
All right, thank you, Alex.
You're welcome.
I'm gonna go ahead and start right from the top. We'll do admin first. Does anyone have any issues with admin? Any questions? You're seeing reduction in salaries. There is no bottom line on this cost section.
Yeah, it's 529,150.
All right. Everyone good with admin?
How do you want to do this, Bob? Do you want to vote in section by section?
That's how I plan on doing it.
Okay.
Point of order, Bob, that you're not voting anything because it's a workshop. So you just
Right.
submitting, you're doing your comments and whatever on that, but there is no vote because it's a workshop meeting.
Duly noted. Thank you. Are we good with admin?
Yep.
Let's move on to compensation and training. There's a good boost there.
Can someone explain the large increase?
The large increase, Joe, is attributable to the fact that we hadn't done an update in our merit pay matrix for, I think, 4 years, Alex. And so this is not saying we're going to expend this money, but it's monies that are available to make adjustments as, I guess, warranted within the system that would bring the employees over time through merit closer to the market averages for our group of comparable towns.
Thank you, Don.
You've only spent 6,300 this year. So you still have 17,000. That correct?
That's correct.
So you're going to add another, well, 44,000 to it.
Yes, that sounds about correct. Yeah. When you look at I mean, I don't have the pay study in front of me, but when you look at where some of our ranges are, they're pretty out of whack. And, it would be advisable to do this annually. And that's what we're recommending. Not a full study, but some sort of a update on an annual basis. So to make the adjustments that will be needed, that's the money you're going to need. If you know, it's not all going to happen all at once. It's going to happen, you know, as merit increases are granted, as adjustments are made, as warranted.
But you think you'll spend that entire $67,000 this year?
I don't think so, but I don't know as we want to go into the process with what may be, you know, underfunding it.
How many employees do you have?
Current count, Alex, do you have it?
I would say about 25 full-time. And then we have, I don't have the part-time per diems because those do vary. But consistently, we do have about 25 employees. I do want to mention that part of that 60,000 is to replenish the merit pool. So it all, and some of it too is primarily for some of the employees based on the study are way below the minimum. So even just to get them to the minimum based on the study that was done, that would be part of a big part of that 60,000. The other thing I will say is that the Board of Selectmen has approved a $4,000 I don't know what to term it, but it was essentially just for the town manager during the crisis with the pandemic, and so it would actually be 13,000.
And then the other thing that's I'm planning on issuing some level of recognition, bonuses, awards to the employees who have performed over and above during the pandemic. And that money, including the money the selectmen I guess authorized to me, has not been paid yet, where the timing was after the pandemic, whenever that is. So that may be subject to some adjustment. I'm going to speak with Rolf about, you know, possibly making that adjustment for our employees before the end of the fiscal year. But basically, when you look at a bonus for some of the employees who've given extraordinarily above what you'd consider the average, and in terms of, you know, off hours and I mean, I don't want to get into it and sound too melodramatic, but it's been quite a challenge and quite an effort to keep things rolling and keep the town, you know, in as good a shape as we are. And so basically, there's money for that. I do expect to be issuing those performance bonuses for the pandemic. And so when you look at it all together across that many employees, I don't think it's an unreasonable number. And I also, as I said, don't think it's going to be anything that's going to be expended all at once. And so that's what I would have to say about it. Oh, and the other thing I guess is that it may now be federally reimbursable as well, because they're now authorizing, and we don't have to do that, but of the money that we were allocated, that is one.
I was curious, is this study as far as what we're paying now versus what the minimums are available? I'm just curious.
I didn't hear the question. I'm sorry, Kevin.
He wants to know if the pay study is available. So the pay study is available. Public employees' pay is also available. We can provide that. You know, but we went to this system because we don't give COLAs. You should know that. We don't have a step program. We have a straight merit program. We haven't looked at the program in terms of an update for a few years. And so, but we're happy to provide all that information about, where we're at with respect to the study, what individual employees make. But, you know, part of the merit system is, if you want to follow the private sector model, I mean, as I said, we're not doing a COLA. Some people are more rewarded than others. And so that does raise some issues as well.
And without getting into specifics, Kevin, we had done I'm not sure if it was the budget committee or if it was just specifically the Board of Selectmen, but the individual that's been assisting us with completing the study came and did a presentation. But we do have the compensation study, and we can also. Yep, there you go. Thanks, Bruce. We can also certainly break down the amount that is included within that amount that is being requested to be put into the budget, where it breaks down certain positions that are below substantially below the minimum for a similar position in a town that's similar to our size. So I can break that down for you as well.
Okay, yeah, no, I I'm not necessarily opposed, to the increase or anything. It's just, would be interesting to know. I mean, it seems like maybe we've been underpaying employees. I'm just curious as what the study shows. That's all.
Kevin, you can find it online. It's
Okay.
in the e-packet for the February 9th selectmen meeting.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions for compensation and training? I will move on. Assessors. We're seeing that $100,000 being added right into that line.
That 100,000 is toward the next
evaluation,
the upgrade or the next reval. So because we had to move that, we moved that from the TIF. It was previously picked up in the TIF, so we moved that into the assessing budget. So it's actually will be accrued. It's not going to be. It's not. We'll probably get into the situation where we're going to have to start looking at and planning it this year, but the expenditures probably won't be until the next year. But what we, the approach we took a couple of years ago was to do some accruals to that, so we wouldn't take the full hit when we did the full reval.
Any other questions for assessors? Code enforcement. Any questions for code enforcement? Town buildings. Any questions for town buildings? Technology. No questions for technology.
Can you emphasize that this is a term?
Public safety fire department. Nothing for public safety fire department. Let's go public safety animal control. Go ahead, Teresa.
I like the amount that's in there right now, the 39,556. That is the amount that is for 3 towns. I'd actually like to increase that amount to just to round it up, 73,000. And what that would be is for us to have a placeholder to look at maybe some other possibilities than using the 3 towns. I personally don't feel that having an ACO person for 3 towns is covering it. So I'd like to explore some other avenues possibly. And what the number I got from, as I asked Alex to run some numbers for me, what it would be to have a full-time ACO in Raymond, a part-time ACO person, 20 hours, and a vehicle cost, insurance, equipment, everything. So they would be fully covered, even with insurance. And that, like I said, that number is 73,000. So we would be upping that budget by 33,440.
Thank you, Teresa. Any other questions?
Hey, Tom, does Gray have a full-time ACO?
No, they share, I think Nathan has more detail, but basically they share with their Public Works Department. They have an employee between Animal Control and Public Works. I think he may be a Public Works employee. Is that right, Nathan?
That is correct. He's one of their Public Works employees, and I believe there's a spare or a backup plan to that. I'm not sure what they use for backup, but their full-time ACO is on the Public Works Department.
Okay. I did read that contract between the three towns. I still think this person is a salaried person. And, you know, reading that contract, she meets all the definitions of a salaried person. And I don't know. I don't think it's a fair deal for Raymond, to be honest with you, the way it's set up right now. But just my thoughts.
I think we share the concern about the salaried employee. That's their town attorney. I believe it's Natalie Burns' assessment. You know, we could get our attorney to look at it, which I might recommend, but I would agree with you on that point. As far as the fairness issue, you know, I don't know what to say about that. I'm kind of more focused on the overall level of, you know, service that we get. And, you know, I'd like to see more evening hours. I'd like to see more weekend hours. Basically now what we have is an emergency situation, as you can see from the contracts. And, you know, there's been a number of people who have had a concern about this issue. There's been some posts on social media and whatnot. So maybe it is that we have to pay for additional service if we want it. But I think if you have an animal in crisis, you probably want service. And I would define emergency more, I think, more broadly than what it is under the documents you have.
Does the current ACO live in Casco?
Yes.
And another thing too is
At this point, what Teresa's proposing is that we increment the funding in there, but there's no final decisions have been made. It gives some time to look at options, either, you know, still amongst the towns or whatever, and things like that. But that way we know, you know, we've got sufficient funding in there to be able to go whatever we want to do, while giving the town managers a chance to work things out and things like that. So it's more to make sure that we have adequate funding whichever way we go. And if we found out, you know, if something changes dramatically one way or the other prior to town meeting, we can always adjust the figure. If it's a lower figure, we can adjust it there. But we want, you know, the intent is to make sure that we have enough money in there to be able to cover whatever way we want to go.
Does the assistant ACO live in Casco also?
The assistant ACO position is vacant right now, but I believe the former ACO assistant may have lived in Casco. I'm not positive where Lynn lived. Do you know, Nathan?
I know the original one lived in Casco. She was on the Casco Fire Department, I believe.
Well, that's the one that we've just had resign.
Correct.
So I'd say Casco, yeah.
Anybody know why she resigned?
Yeah.
No, even if we did, it wouldn't be for discussion in this meeting anyway.
I understand that. But I mean, I just kind of like, was it voluntary? Was it, you know?
Yeah, it was a voluntary resignation. I don't know as they do exit interviews in Casco, but so I don't know. I could make that inquiry, but I don't have any information about why. And these employees are employees of the town of Casco.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The other thing too, last year, again, it was my understanding and we were led to believe that we would have somebody covering nights, weekends, and all the time. And it's not currently that way. So I feel it's just not it's not working out. That's just me.
Awfully hard to cover 24/7 with only one person right now. Yeah.
Right.
So.
But that's why they wanted the extra money last year, is to be able to hire somebody in for those extra hours and stuff. And, you know, and maybe we can multitask this person or persons. But this is in here for one and a half people. And it's, yeah.
Is that in there for 1 and 1.5 person?
Yep, one
for
full
Raymond
time.
only?
one full-time and one person for 20 hours.
For Raymond only.
Yes.
No, what's in there right now is
Oh,
the
sorry.
full-time and the 20-hour part-time amongst the 3 towns.
But under Teresa's proposal, it's one full-time and one half-time.
Yes.
So what I see us doing is taking away or adding to salary without a takeaway.
I see us going just Raymond. So that person and a half would be focused just on Raymond instead of running between 3 towns is what I'm looking for.
Okay, that's kind of backwards from what I was asking, but so we are looking to just separate Raymond only 1.5 persons.
Yes.
I think the first thing we would do would be, and I've made this request, would be to, make an inquiry of the other 2 towns about the additional hours. And I'm not saying all night, but, maybe something beyond 6 o'clock on the weekdays, call it 9 o'clock for the purposes of discussion, maybe some weekend hours that would, they would come out and do the basic service. Right now, you have to have an animal emergency, and I'm still unclear as to what constitutes an emergency, but we don't want to get into that either tonight. So anyway, I've made that request. We'll see what the other towns say. And so if I understand this correctly, Teresa, Rolf, this is, not the first option. This would be having the financial capacity should we not be able to work out, a resolution to our current issue. And of course, if it did come to the town, we'd look at a model that would be probably similar to what you'd see in other towns like Gray, where you would utilize this person in different capacities for a greater bang for your buck, hopefully.
Do we know call volume? How many calls does animal control get in Raymond?
We do know that, and I think Bruce actually has that. He's on the board of directors there. I asked him to get that for me. He may have it right at hand.
Give me a minute. I got to pull up that email.
Bruce, it was about 130 a year in Raymond.
You think that was that low, that area? Hang on.
Oh, it's higher than that, I think.
Hang on.
And there's also a discrepancy between what the dispatch center has on the claims and, basically this, I think there's some documents in your packet.
So in Raymond, according to our dispatch center for 2019, 175 calls for the ACO. 2020, there were 193. And to date in 2021, 31 calls total. And when we look at all 3 towns combined, 2019 was 574, 2020 was 585, and 21 was 104.
Do we know the type of calls they are?
I didn't get that breakdown, Joe, unfortunately. I just got the rough numbers. We can get them.
I'm just wondering, are we chasing dogs that got loose, or are we dealing with rabid foxes and raccoons? Or...
All of the above.
Yeah.
It is.
But what's the predominant one?
My sense would be dog issues.
Yeah.
You're talking about dogs that are loose, dogs that are causing a disturbance, that sort of thing. I would.
Can I ask something? And I don't know how it works, but if somebody's being called out at night, like the ACO officer, because of a loose dog, they get the dog and take it down to the pound. Can they charge a fee to the owners for them coming out to do that? How does that work?
You can do that. Some towns do that.
Okay. I mean, that would be like the after hours fee. So it's a way maybe to recoup some money for somebody having to go out for that emergency call.
It's worth a look at.
Right. But I think the first thing we need to do is get together our wants and wishes and concerns and give the other towns some additional time to respond. So far, they've answered Don Garish, who's the interim Casco, along with the ACO, have answered the questions as, he's the employer, she's the direct employee. So I don't know if John, Holly, and Naples shares our concerns or not, but that's my intention, is to see if they have an interest in changing the program of services. And so this will buy us, some time, and we'll have the ability to do a different option if we need to.
Yep.
But I think our intention is to try to work with our neighboring towns.
Yeah.
Any other questions for ACO? Public Works. Hi, Nathan.
Hi, Robert. How you doing?
I'm doing well.
Nathan, does that amount of money keep up your paving what we're trying to do with paving?
What we're doing with paving this year, adding the 50 to it gives us the extra money to go around and get ready for next year. The biggest part of my money is going into the sidewalk project on Main Street this year. That's 440,000 on our share.
Okay.
So, and we're going to subcontract that out, and my guys are going to go get other stuff ready for next year. It's going to kind of give us a jump going. That's about what I spend on prep work.
Do we have any really bad roads that need to be done?
Yeah, we got Coneska Road's getting pretty bad. Martin Heights is catching up. Panther Pond Pines is pretty bad. Other than that, they're okay. We did half of Mountain Road last year, and I think that's where we're going to be heading in 23 is the other half of Mountain Road. And that'll get that end all done, and then we'll probably do half of Coneska Road on that same year.
With that same project? Yeah. Okay.
That all depends on pricing too. We haven't seen a lot of movement in liquid asphalt yet. The price increase that we have seen is the contractors going up because of their labor costs.
Yep.
Any other questions for Public Works? Let's move on to solid waste. Good with solid waste?
Well, we're adding another 50,000 to solid waste. Is that correct, Alex?
Yeah, so essentially what happened before, and Nathan can help me out with this, is Casella included that in our previous budget, in the previous contract, and they're not doing that now, so we had to separate it. But it's
let me interrupt you, Alex. On our last contract, Casella covered the cost of the recycling. When they started with that contract, it was either zero or they were making a little bit money on our recycling product. That changed that first year, and they carried that obligation through for the last 5-year contract. Going forward, they're not going to do that anymore. What their ad is $135 a ton for handling our recycling. Right. There is in that a item that's called ACR, which is average commodity revenue, and that's what the recycling is worth. And that's a moving target. When I put this budget together, it was $92. I'm sorry, it was $43 a ton. So that brought our tipping fee down to $92 a ton. And for budgeting purposes, I felt the best thing to do, because it is a moving target, is to budget the $135 a ton. That's their baseline to carry our recycling. And we run right around about 370 ton, I think it is, in recycling. So that's where that 50,000 comes in for tipping for the recycling.
At the time this change was made to take the revenue from the town and turn it over to the contractor, things were, at a position where they were relatively lucrative. But having been in this business for a while, when they made that, overture that they would like to see that revenue, I was able to negotiate a deal where they got the revenue, and we got a stabilized cost moving forward for a number of years. And then, of course, as Nathan pointed out, right after they got the revenue, the whole recycling thing tanked, as has been a cycle. And so they were very unhappy about it. But they got what they asked for. They negotiated for the revenues from recycling, and they got them, except they weren't revenues anymore. They were deficits.
So there's no money to be made in recycling anymore, is what you're saying.
Essentially.
Right now they're making $43 a ton, and it's costing them if you at $43 a ton, it's costing them $92 to process it, which gives you the $135 a ton to process it. It's very expensive to process recycling.
And a few years ago, we discussed, why don't we just do away with recycling? And because it's going to save you, what, 200,000?
Yeah,
Is that
you
right?
can knock a considerable amount of money. Well, yeah, you'd probably knock quite a bit off the curbside pickup, and you'd lose the 50 grand.
Right.
Yeah,
I don't know what that number is on the curbside pickup, because we do it with 2 trucks right now because of the recycling.
In the roadside pickup, because your tonnage would go up. Essentially, you're converting the tonnage that you're doing in the recycling. It would go into the trash stream.
Correct.
So you
Right.
wouldn't save entirely that line item, because
No, you wouldn't.
Would recapture.
You wouldn't save the whole 136,000 for curbside pickup for the recycling, but I bet you'd see half that.
Some towns have actually done that. A handful of towns I'm aware of have done that. Mostly smaller towns. But the question really would be, the issue of the real and perceived environmental good of recycling. There are people who, want to do it. They're trained to do it. It's been something that we've done for some time. And it does ebb and flow. The commodities will go up and down. And of course, if you put it into the waste stream, you're going to pay a much lower per ton cost. But you're going to extract those materials. They have sophisticated, processes at MWAC. I was on the board there for a number of years. So they extract the metals. They extract, everything that's not combustible that is, marketable. So they would retrieve that back out after you paid the tip fee. But I think the big question would be, how would the perception be in the town, to not recycle and send it all to the incinerator? And I think there's a pretty strong environmental ethic in the town. So that would be something, you'd want to consider. Maybe you'd want to get some sort of a sentiment about it, if the savings would be sufficiently enough that people would, think it was worth it from a cost standpoint and an environmental standpoint to stop recycling.
I know Auburn looked at it last year, and they dropped it really quick. They looked into it. They came up with a number they were going to save. They had one meeting about it, and the public had a fit about it.
Yeah.
So I don't know.
Yeah, I'm just throwing it out there. I kind of know what the reaction will be. So
it's not unprecedented. There are some towns that have done it. You're correct. There are some towns that have done it. But I think it's a big issue, and you probably want to get a readout on what people think. Maybe it would be worthy of some sort of a citizen question or something. But I just don't know. But certainly, it's not when they said they wanted the revenue, I was all over that. Sure, we'll negotiate the revenue. You want the revenue?
Yeah.
Did that, and then, like I said, next year or even sooner, it was out of revenue.
Does Raymond still have a recycling committee?
Not an active one, no. Haven't for years.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Kevin.
For what it's worth, I'm certainly no expert in this field, but I do work in the power industry. That is my job, and part of the customer base that I call on is MWAC, it's PERC, it's Maine. I do maintenance and sell parts and equipment there. And one of the things that those guys have told me a lot is that many times when we think we're recycling, a large portion of what we think we're recycling ends up in the incinerator anyway, especially with plastics. They have very strict guidelines on the cleanliness. So for example, if you have a peanut butter container and you don't get it completely cleaned and there's a little bit of peanut butter in there, it just ends up in the trash anyway. So for what it's worth, I just figured I would share that.
Cardboard's another one. If cardboard's wet, they take it, they bale it, and then they ship it over and burn it.
Right, and the overseas markets, the Asian markets, have really tightened up what they're willing to accept. The standards are much higher, and you're absolutely correct, Kevin. That's a big feature and factor. And so if you get a small amount of contamination, significantly large load, it may end up somewhere you don't want it to be, like the incinerator.
I just wanted to share that because, like Joe and everybody else on here, if you chose to do away with recycling, the optics would certainly be one that would be maybe looked at unfavorably by the public, but I specifically work in this field daily. And I think what a lot of people don't understand is that a huge majority of what they think they're recycling is ended up not being recycled anyway. So we may be paying for it and then just burning it anyway.
Yeah. I think what happened though is when we went to zero sort, single sort, we were kind of told, all you have to do is throw it in the recycling bin. And that's not really the case. You still need to clean it and separate it and all that.
When we did the recycling in-house, it was nasty, it was dirty, it was just like Kevin had said, it was nobody really, there's a small amount of people that actually do what they're supposed to do. They clean their stuff out. For the most part, they don't.
Right. Okay.
All set with waste?
Yep.
All right, cemeteries. No question for cemeteries?
No.
Recreation.
Okay.
Teresa has her hand up, Mr. Chair.
Sorry, Teresa, go ahead.
So I was looking over Joe's budget. This is Joe's budget, right? Joe's just
believe
like
so.
sitting there like, oh no. I would like to suggest putting another 20,000 in that budget. Reason being is because Joe's gonna need some money to be able to do public events. And if he doesn't have any money to do it, then he can't put him on public events for Raymond Parks and Rec. What do you think, Joe? Can't hear you.
You hear me now?
Yeah.
I'll never say no to that. I definitely, I think that's something that we've been missing. We just held our first Easter egg hunt this past Saturday, and it was very successful. 24 families, but again, I had to kind of move some things. Got some donations from Sebago Lakes Chamber of Commerce, and but it would be very helpful. We could do some Halloween events, movie nights in the park. It would give some flexibility for programming those type of events.
On another thing too is, if you checked into possibly getting a license from like Disney, Pixar, whatever, to be able to show movies?
It's of course a one-time license, so you have to go through it's called Swing Productions or one other licensing company to get the rights. I don't know if there's a blanket coverage, like I think some music. If you're performing music, I think you get blanket coverage. I think right now movies are just per that movie.
I did it years ago in Jordan Small School when Ben was in there, and we did a fundraiser, and I didn't know we were supposed to have a permit, so I did it. I got a permit. It's what it is. But if you go to Pixar, you can have it, but it has to be at one place. So in other words, like if we had it at Raymond Elementary School, but we couldn't use it at the Jordan Small School, they had to use it at Raymond Elementary, or we had to get one. So we just picked one school to do it, and we used the gym. But if you check into Pixar or Disney, or there's a couple of them, and see if you can get a license. And I'm almost positive the PTA or the PTO had also got one a couple of years after that, so they could be able to show movies. And God, I was gonna say Ben was in, I don't even know, it was $350 at the time, but it was for a year.
That's not bad. And yeah, I definitely would think Tasseltop would be a great place, great experience for that. So that would save a lot of money. I think it's
and the money you make it up on selling popcorn, selling candy, selling drinks, that type of thing.
Yeah, that would definitely help.
Yeah, I think we should really concentrate on hosting break-even events. There is a cost to participate as well as a cost to produce, and we shouldn't have to provide everything to the town, and it's just my thought.
I think,
Kevin.
obviously, Joe would have to check those things out, but from my recollection, if you charge admission, then, and try and get the license for that, and you're going to charge admission, all of a sudden, instead of a $150 license, it's now a $1,500 or a $2,000 license, because now you're using that as a fundraising event, and they look on that entirely differently than if you're doing an event and you're showing it as a public service or whatever.
Oh, no, I agree. You wouldn't charge for the movie, but you would charge for concessions is what you would do. Yes. So they said we could not charge an entrance fee, but we went to the dollar store and bought a bunch of candies and Gatorades and waters and stuff, and the kids bought it up. So we could do that legally.
Kevin?
Yeah, I just wanted to say that we attended the Tassel Top Easter egg hunt this weekend, Joe, and my two kids had a blast. It was a little windy and a little chilly.
Yes.
We think about 8 blue eggs blew off into the water somewhere. But we had a great time, and I talked with some other families that were there, and the general consensus was that they thought it was really cool that the town of Raymond was doing public events to get the little kids out and get people out doing things. And so I just wanted to give you kudos on that. And I think that, if we're going to spend $20,000 somewhere, I do think investing it in our community and, using that as a way to attract people to Raymond is money well spent.
Thanks, Kevin. That's great. I think I had 5 families from Raymond who said they've never been to Tasseltop Park, and they were just blown away that this was in their backyard. So that was really great to hear.
Any other questions for recreation? All right, let's move on to provider agencies.
Can I just share? So right now, this is listed as provider agencies. Last year, it's my understanding, it was the town manager discretionary fund. You can correct me if I'm wrong, Dawn. So I just wanted to make sure that, because that's been the name that's historically has been placed there, I just wanted to get a confirmation if we want to maintain that name or if we want to switch it to reflect what it currently is being used for.
No, well, let me speak to that because I'm the one that got that fund initiated originally. It is discretionary on the part of the town manager, but for provider agencies only. It's not to be used for, it was one of those because we had a bunch of provider agencies that were coming in looking for 150 or looking for this, small things that we said, rather than trying to put all those out there for a vote, it makes sense to put that into the hands of the town manager who typically when he's giving some of those out is getting actually more back in services for us than he's giving out in that. So it still does want to bear that name because that is the intent behind it.
Great. Thank you for the clarification, Ralph.
What's the ceiling on that amount?
2,000, I think. No?
On the discretionary account?
I'm sorry?
On the
2,000.
discretionary account?
My phone.
Marshall, you mean what's the ceiling on a per grant, or is it?
No, what's the overall cap? Last year it was 2,000.
It's still 2,000.
Yeah, 2,000.
Okay, so that's, I hear 3 people talking at once. I hear 2,000 going once.
It is 2,000, and the $2,000 wouldn't go to an individual organization. It would be, I think I have actually underexpended that historically. There's a couple of agencies that I really particularly see great value in, but I think the largest grant I've ever awarded was $1,000.
Okay.
But you haven't spent any of it this year.
I
that correct?
think we've obligated, I think we have, I think we spent about $12.50, right, Alex?
That's correct, yes.
For 2 agencies, and that probably will be it.
Okay.
Are we all set with provider agencies?
Yeah.
Let's look at RTP, the bus. They're asking for 8,500.
Good for them.
I just don't
didn't
see
say
it.
it.
They haven't changed at all in the last 8 years and 10 years. It's the same process that makes no sense, that you pay the same amount from Bridgeton as you do from Raymond. We still probably only have a handful of riders on that thing at most on a daily basis. I say give them $1,000 again and call it good.
I mean, the 8,500 was their request, but that's, I don't see that coming out unscathed out of when we do the warrant article.
No.
I agree with the 1,000.
I do too.
Raymond Village Library. Asking for 60,000, 66,000, sorry.
Which is the same amount as last year. I'm okay with that.
I have to speak on behalf of the library. They're doing different fundraisers. They're putting different things out for community members to really switch it up, which is really cool. And just trying to do some different things to bring in the money. And this year they did bring in, a lot of money, but next year could be something totally different. But they've done some raffles and stuff like that. So they've really switched it up. I say good for them.
Any other library questions? Kevin?
Just real quick, is the library open now?
Today? Like
Well,
right now?
I mean, not like right now, but like
You don't have a book to read, Kevin?
They
I
are
gotta-
open. And
gotta
they
go
still
read a
do
book after
masks.
this.
And they limit how many people are in there, and they're spraying things down. They're taking all the precautions. But yeah, they're open.
27 hours a week.
Thank you.
We good with the library?
Yep.
Castletop. Any questions to Castletop?
You're
Don has a comment.
what?
Don has a comment.
I don't have a question. It is a comment. I just want to recognize Joe. We had the best year ever despite the pandemic. Great job, revenue-wise, operations-wise. We had to use social distancing. We had to limit, everything about the park, and still had the best year. Now, there were people getting out and recreating. That was recommended in the outdoors, but still, it says something about the management of the park, and I'm very, very optimistic for the future with our new recreation director heading up the park.
Joe, are you booked for the whole summer?
I'm booked. Yeah, we just 19 weeks. Last year we had 11 weeks.
Terrific.
So again,
Nice job.
it gives us a good head start. And thank you,
Good.
Don, for those kind words.
Does
All
that
right, let's-
start Memorial Day?
Yeah, we'll open up the park Memorial Day, and rentals start, I believe, the following week afterwards.
Okay, great.
People all set with Castletop? Tiff?
Can I ask a question on this, Tiff?
Sure.
Okay, so they're trying to build up Tasseltop with rec parks, recreations, because Mill Street is a mess, and I already let Joe know that. So, is there some way we can put that put money in there for, in the TIF thing for building up playgrounds and stuff? Does that make sense? Is that allowable? Is it, I'm still trying to understand fully the whole TIF thing.
It would have to be in that business district, right, Alex?
Correct, yes.
And I think it
Or
falls
it's
out.
designated, right?
Yes, the designated area.
Okay.
I believe Kurt had some thoughts around bringing in Tasseltop, possibly because it abuts the area. But there was some question about whether or not it could be done or should be done because Tasseltop technically belongs to the state.
Right.
And
Is
I
there a way
think
we can
Don
find
has
out?
I'm sorry?
It doesn't
Is there a way we
technically
can find
belong to the
out?
state. It does belong to the state.
Oh,
So it's under lease to us for 100 years and 25-year increments. I think our better play is to go after state grants and aid, federal monies, which we're going to do aggressively. But your point is well taken. I think that's a good place to do that kind of development. But if we, it's always run revenue neutral. We invest the proceeds from the operations into the park. It hasn't been anything on the tax rate. That's been the idea. And, we have, like I said, we got a 100-year deal. We passed our first 25 years successfully. We're into the second 25 years now. And, but I like the idea of investing state money into a state-owned property.
Okay.
But we are going to do something, trust me.
Oh, I know that. I was just trying to help find more money.
Yeah.
Any other TIF questions? General assistance. At 8,000.
I have a.
Yeah, Don.
The comment I would make there is that, we've been very fortunate through the efforts of Kathy Goslin in particular, other folks who have donated to community assistance. Kathy got some grants for food pantry assistance, which has helped us with I'm sure has helped us with our GA. We have a very, very low level of GA relative to towns our size, which is something, we're thankful for. That hopefully means that people are not struggling to the degree they are in other places. But if people are and watching this, we have resources between community assistance, the pantries, the general assistance. We want to help anybody out there who's in need, and we have resources to do so. So if you're in that position, please contact us.
RSU. Yeah, Ralph.
I think it's important for people to understand that that is not a real number yet. That is a carryover of the number from last year. They have not settled on a budget yet. I think you're going to see an increase every bit as big as had been in the prior years. So if people are looking at that and bringing that down to the bottom line, looking at the mill rate and whatnot, you have to understand that that's not a real number.
Ralph, how are budget and the new funding formula negotiations going?
They're just actually started. We had some initial discussions to get some ideas out there, what people were looking at, but I think it's probably another 6 months down the road before they're ready to start having any kind of open discussions on it and things like that. Because what they did is they had a meeting. They had the chair of the Wyndham Council. They had me and the people on their cost share committee, and got our inputs as to what we thought was important as far as how that looked going forward.
Okay.
Any RSU questions? Employee benefits. Insurance.
Just on that employee benefits, are you really looking at a 20% increase in health insurance costs?
Not necessarily a 20% increase, but you've got increased headcount. that contribute.
Okay. All right, that explains that. Well, what are you looking at for an increase? 10%?
No, I think it's on a equal to equal, it'd probably be about, the latest projections are about 3.5 to 4%.
Okay, good.
Insurance. County tax. Yeah, Ralph.
Again, I mean, I think it's important that people, when they look at that number, recognize too that yes, the number is less for this year, but it's not because the county has cut their budget. The county actually increased their budget, but what's happened is our rate of valuation did not increase as much as some of the other places. So other places are picking up some of the slack there, but the county has not cut their budget and has no intention of cutting their budget.
Debt service. What's Alex?
Why hasn't debt service gone down? Is there a bond I don't know about?
Well, if I could, yeah. So essentially, from my understanding, these are the two bonds that are outstanding. So I'm not sure. I don't have the specifics, in terms of what the remaining amount balance
Yeah,
is.
when your interest payments go down, or at least they should.
Right. Yeah, I'm not in a position right now to be able to answer that because that's one area that I haven't done much research, but I do know that for next year, that is essentially going to be the same amount.
Why would it be the same amount?
I think it was a fixed. From my understanding, it was a fixed amount, and it was spread
10-year
over.
bond?
The principal was a fixed amount, but the interest
The
was.
interest should go down.
Yeah. So you pull the retirement schedule on that and take a look at that.
Okay, I will do
Yeah,
that.
you should have a new amortization schedule that shows that the interest payments should go down every year.
Yeah. All right. I'll do some research on that.
Everyone all set on debt service? Capital improvements. No questions on capital improvements?
So are we saying we're not putting anything into the CIP this year?
No, we are. It's just what happened is it changed account numbers. So you.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's listed on the 1501 right below it.
Right. Okay. See it.
Does anyone have anything else to add to the budget process? We will allow public comment at this time.
Mr. Chair, there is no public to comment.
Thank you very much. Budget finance. Excuse me?
Have we covered revenues?
Oh, sorry. No questions on revenues? Go ahead, Don.
Another comment, I'd just like to call out the staff, Sue's staff, the, clerical staff in general, everybody who's responsible, Joe Crocker, people who are in the direct collection of revenues business. We've really, I think, done a really good job. Those folks have done a great job in keeping the wheels moving and keeping the town, liquid, and the townspeople, I can't say enough about how cooperative and how good it's been to work with them and how understanding they've been. And we've been through various iterations of how we provide service. And I just want to call out those folks, and the town's in good financial, good fiscal shape and good shape with respect to revenues. So thank you.
Thank you, Don.
Yeah.
Budget Finance Committee comment?
Mr. Chair, could I have a small commercial message at this juncture?
Sure.
I haven't received back any nomination papers as yet for budget finance, and there's only a couple that have taken out. The seats that are open right now, one has taken out, that's Bob Goslin, but Kevin, your seat is up, and Bob Jones, your seat is up. So if you do want to run for your seat again, you do need to take out papers, and they have to be returned to me with at least 25 registered voters signing it by Friday at 4 p.m. And that's true of anyone else in the public that wants to take out papers to run for either budget finance, select board, or school board. The papers are available in the town office, and they have to be returned by Friday. And we have 3 open seats on budget finance for 3 years and 2 open seats for budget finance for 2.
Thank you, Sue. Kevin?
Is that, just to clarify, that is this Friday, is in like a couple days?
That's Friday.
That's the one.
Today's the 6th. 3 more.
Get your papers, drop them off at my house, and I'll get the signatures.
All right, thank you.
Yep. Bob, do you want to take out papers?
I have papers.
Oh, sorry, Bob Jones. I know
Oh,
you.
sorry. I'm sorry.
He has to unmute. There you go.
Not sure.
Okay. All right.
Any budget finance comment? Any select board comment?
You guys will be getting an email with Kevin's papers to sign, just so I'm giving you a heads up on it.
All right.
That's if you guys want me back, of course.
There you go.
You do.
What's that?
You do noted that.
Yes. Seeing no more comments, I'll entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Thank you, Joe.
Second.
Thank you, Kevin. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Thank you very much.
Thanks, everybody.
Have a good evening.
Hi, I'm Kayla. I'm the Communications Director for the Town of Raymond, and today I'm sitting here with Gary, who manages the